cannot ever be stopped. Put that on everything. You gon' remember the name, remember the date. Look at the gameplay, made it mine as a name change. Ain't a game that I can't save, only win-win, that's a landscape. I cannot be stopped, I'm like a savage. Shooting for your spot, I gotta have it. Hey, glory in my veins, I'm like an addict. See me Hall of Fame, I'm not your average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect. Hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect. Hey, hey, hey.
It's just like for every single one, he's like, yeah, looks like the stats are right. Next slide, you know, it's just like every single one. Yeah. So it was really funny. It was like completely deadpan, unfazed by it all. And yeah, the prompter stuff was hilarious. Did you see the prompter clips?
Beatable. Yeah, I saw the prompter crashing out. That was good.
Yeah, it was really funny. I was in there with them, like watching a lot of the games and stuff. And they're like, "How are you supposed to read the prompter and look at the screen? This is impossible." And I'm like, so it was definitely fun. I was like, "All right, my job may be safe for another a little bit."
I do always love when pro players will come on and like after casting like the one guest game or whatever, they'd be like, "Wow, I'm so tired. Like I didn't.
How do you
know
do that?
I was so tired. Like talking constantly."
It's pretty hard. I mean, obviously you guys have casted a long time, but I've been on the other side of it. I like went from pro player and I've done a couple guest casts, but yeah, it's hard. It doesn't feel like it'll be that hard when you're watching it. You're like, yeah, you're just talking about the game. Yeah. Then when you're actually up there and you're watching the game in real time, you're supposed to just talk, like say what, like the player like saying what's happening, especially during team fights, and then you're supposed to break it down, analyze everything really quickly. It's just like, wow, I don't know what to say sometimes.
Yeah.
It's fun, though. It was a lot of fun having Jose and APA as well came in the cast. Jose said he had never cast anything before in his life. And like, so it's always cool when the players are genuinely like really excited about it. And they, him and APA both seem like super down for it. And they were like into it. It's just, I don't know. It's cool getting to see that side of the players and like their very specific views and stuff on like what is important in the game is just like different, right? So it's cool.
Yeah. That I thought was one of the most interesting things that I saw, especially when I forget which game it was, but there was basically just a discussion on which team's draft would you rather play.
Yeah.
They both chose opposite teams for it because pro play is one of those things that's very subjective. There's oftentimes not just this comp is definitively better than this other one. I mean, it can happen if somebody turbo griefs the draft or something, but a lot of the time there are advantages and disadvantages to each side. And just being able to hear pro players from different teams have an actual discussion on it is so rare because most of the time you're not discussing in earnest with your competition on like your thoughts on the game. Sometimes people will do it if you are close with someone on another team, former teammates or whatnot, and you're just like, hey, what do you think about this? But usually there's not a lot of incentive to try to help your opponents get better.
For people who missed that, the specific thing that you're talking about, basically it was like one comp had like more early agency, but like the pressure to also snowball, and the other comp was more of kind of like a outscale comp, but had like a lot less agency in the early game. And Jose is like so far on the side of like, I want to play the Jarvan, I want to do the thing. The other guy's playing Shyvana, right? Like, he doesn't have the agency, so Jose is like, well, I'm going to do the 3-camp gank and I'm going to win the game. And APA is like, almost on the other side of just like, yeah, but if you don't, we just win for free. And, like, it's interesting hearing the perspectives of that. And I always find it fun.
It was Dig versus Fly. That's what it was. And then, Dig was on the Jarvan, Fly was on the Shyvana.
Yep.
And that is one of those things that's really tough for a team like Dig because whenever the bottom teams play, they'll play the early game comp because they've lost so many games where they try scaling and they're just getting run over. They're like, okay, we just need to draft all prio. We got to have something going early. But then you're not really winning your lanes as hard as you should, and you don't really get an advantage, and then you just get outscaled and run over. So then you go, okay, we're not going to get outscaled next game. And then you just lose lane hard as hell. Your jungle's getting invaded everywhere. You can't play. You can't breathe. And then you're just like, we got to draft more prio, and you just keep going back and forth. And it's like, guys, there might be something else we need to do here. Like, I don't think we just should go back and forth between early and late game comps based on what we lost with most recently.
I mean, doing coach interviews and stuff is always really funny. Like we used to do some like the coach interviews where you'd like talk to both coaches back to back, or sometimes you just see them in the hallways walking by, and you're like, "Oh, how'd draft go?" And the one coach is always like, "Yeah, it's so good," like slammed them, And you go talk to the next coach, just like, "Yeah, what was that idiot doing?" Like, yeah, everything, It's like people have such different opinions on League, which is really really fun, and it can be some of the very very best players see it completely differently.
Yeah. I always like the disagreements because people are like, oh, this guy said that is winning, so that's correct. When it's a lot about the reasoning. But let's get into the actual games that we did have this last weekend. Since they were kind of repeated, each team did play twice. We can kind of talk about it from both of one team's matches from the weekend, I think, to consolidate a little bit. Sentinels, they started out versus Fly. They went 4-0 on the weekend, and they also played DSG. But Sentinels, I thought, were the ones that came out looking the best.
Yeah.
Hambach and Rahel both. I was like, man, both these guys are playing really, really well. They're all doing what is necessary. I ended up voting for Hambach for my player of, I think, both series, and possibly
who won player of the week. I can't even remember.
I don't know. I don't actually remember who won either, but it might have been Hambach.
I'll see if I can find it.
He definitely had a significant amount of votes. Hambach was very active. There were quite a few games where he was creating a lot. I remember the second day for sure, because Inspired was talking about it on the desk. So that was the series versus DSG. For sure. He created so much action. Here, I'm going to look up the game as well, because whether it was on Leeson or on Jarvan, but he constantly was doing these invades, getting ahead, fighting on enemy camps. And then Rahel, I felt like the whole weekend too, was very consistent in his carry. The double Ezreal games, the Unara game as well. And so Sentinels, I thought, came out looking pretty good from this weekend overall.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they clearly looked the best of this week, and I didn't think it was particularly close. The kind of troubles continue for FlyQuest, though. They obviously are a team that has lost like all the big dogs, all the top teams, right? And then it's like Sentinels is kind of like more like in the middle. So you're like, all right, well, where do you actually sit? And it's interesting because what FlyQuest has shown on stage has been very unimpressive, but a lot of the pro players that I talk to are still like they're the fourth best team. And so I think it's kind of interesting, right? Where people see it. People seem to have pretty varying opinions on them as far as like how good they're going to actually do. Quad had an interview. I'm gonna have to look it up and see who actually this interview was with, but he was kind of talking about some of the mental struggles of like them. They're getting frustrated not with each other as people, but getting frustrated in game. And because they're like all getting frustrated, they're not necessarily like, I guess, being as calm in their decision making, and they're not as like getting as unified in their direction. And so it's like sounds like they're struggling a bit with things in game, whether it is just frustration or like getting too emotional or disagreeing on how things should go. But I do think you can kind of see that where it felt like even though there were issues with this team in Split 1 and Split 2, it felt like they were way more unified. Now I think they're having individual struggles more than they were before, which I think is somewhat a meta thing too. Like I feel like Griffin off of his kind of niche picks is performing worse. And I think that Cryogen to me has looked worse off of Enchanters as the meta moved away from Enchanters. They've been way less lane dominant bot lane. And then Gatghost I think has just had like a shockingly bad split in general. But yeah, they're just like, beside that, they also seem to be really struggling to work together as a team. And like, even in the games where it's like, early game was a mess, but their like team fighting felt very unified, I felt like in the earlier splits. And so it's down to like the final game for them, and they are going to be in playoffs, but I'm pretty worried for like if they really realistically have a chance to even go to Worlds.
It's looking tough for them. It feels to me kind of like some of their problems from when they first started are resurfacing, where individually I think they're pretty strong players, strong laners, but the way that they play together as a team, especially just the laners connecting with Griffin, there seems to be something going wrong there. I don't necessarily think it's on one side or the other, but they're just not on the same page whatsoever. And so you'll end up seeing some really weird looking plays. Like I remember Pantheon ult where Griffin like ulted in and then just immediately flashed out. Obviously not something you're doing on purpose. That would just be such a sketchy play to look for. But even just what I think was it game one where it was kind of an even looking game state, and then Masu just got caught recalling on a ward and died.
Oh, yeah.
The whole game just started falling apart.
By Raptors.
Yeah, seeing that kind of thing, I've seen a lot of that this year in general, I think, in LCS. Not to say just from this team, but people just doing lazy recalls and dying for it. I feel like that is such a tragic way to lose a game, or even just give the other team an advantage at all, because I don't know, it's not that hard to recall. You got home guards, like you'll be back soon enough. Just don't do it right on vision or in a sketchy spot. Yeah, but it happened, and I mean that wasn't the only thing that happened obviously in the game, but it just, I don't know, the way they've been playing, very disconnected, and just some unusual mistakes are happening. And I think what you said about Quad saying that they're getting frustrated does line up with kind of what we're seeing in game, because they don't seem to have this like super grounded in-game leader or whatnot who can stay calm and keep everyone else calm. They're just looking frantic.
Yeah, it is definitely worrisome to hear about the internal conflicts the most to me, because they were previously like that was one of the biggest things, is they were all living together and had these vibes of, these like college friends that were just made a team together, and they're all, playing late into the night, and they have all these stories about, and Gakkos is up there, yelling and screaming from his solo queue down at Griffin, who's also queuing up and playing in like the same solo queue on the opposite side or whatever. And Mas is like, yeah, all these little kids, like, I can't sleep because they're, they're all having fun and going so crazy. So it definitely, that is one of the hardest things to hear is if there are kind of cracks on the inside, that I hope that they have good like team management and coaching staff are kind of building out a good pathway to help them improve on some of these things, like the shot calling, like the focusing their team fights, because that's when you need the most structure to your practice, is when you are being tested by going through losses like that. That's when it really puts the coaching staff to the test to be like, okay, we're going to focus on this thing, and what's going to be the steps to get on the pathway back. I had a pretty interesting conversation with a bunch of the pros, Zazel, Inspired, and Masu, when we did the pros podcast afterwards, talking about practice. And especially because, Team Liquid have had this big transformation with them referencing a lot of the change in their practice and being like goal oriented and really focusing on individual things that they're looking for out of practice instead of just trying to win scrims. And so I kind of hope for a little bit of that for FlyQuest to give them some direction in their building process here, because now is the crunch time. Both Griffin and their coach, Thinkard, had talked about, the beginning of the year, we're not going to have a lot of pressure on us because we're all young, and the roster is not going to have a lot of expectations. But by the end of the year, we're going to make Worlds. And that those expectations have built up on FlyQuest. Yeah. And this team, because they did get a decent amount of success, in spring and stuff, the expectations also rose and the pressure also rose. Yeah. So the interview was with was an NA Man interview by Arsh. They did, so you can find it on LCS profiles. Definitely check it out. But there's a lot of quotes that are like, for FlyQuest fans, pretty concerning, right? They did say, like I said earlier, that they don't have out of game problems, like they're getting along there, but it's in game. He was talking about like saying that they have a lot of stress with each other, not in person, but when we play the game, we had a lot of tough things in scrims. That's why we're not relaxed. We're not really listening to each other in games, and that's why when we play, we overplay a lot. And he's saying how, like, as an older player, he was asked, like, are you the one who's keeping everyone in check or being less stressed? And he says, I'm trying to do that, but I'm also not relaxed. I feel like if I relax, maybe I can speak like that. We can relax, we can chill, we can calm down, but I'm also not calmed down. And I think that's the problem. I think I need to get rid of my stress, and then I feel like if I'm relaxed, we could be a good team like we were in Split 2. And then he's asked, like, who's the most relaxed? And he's like, nobody's relaxed. Like, he's like, they're all, like, everyone's stressed. And he's talking about how, he's supposed to be the shot caller, but he feels like sometimes people aren't listening to him when he makes his shot calls. And he's like, if it happens a couple times, it's okay. But if I'm just making calls and no one's listening, then, like, what's the point of kind of making the calls? So then he stops making the calls, and then they lose, And so it definitely feels like they have a lot to work on. And it's hard if you do not have, like, unified direction and opinion and, like, almost like a clear hierarchy. And it kind of sounds from that interview like they're lacking it. Like, if he's supposed to be the shot caller, then I feel like the coaches need to be kind of getting in there and being like,
all right, when he says it, you do it, right? Like you need to have a unified direction. And then if people disagree with that, the like the calls or the opinions, then that's what review is for. That's what like after the game is for. But you need to be, especially on stage, like listening to the call, doing the same thing. Otherwise, you just have no chance at this level in league, right? Like if you're trying to do 5 different things, you have literally no chance against top teams.
Oh, absolutely. I think the pressure could also be getting to them because I know firsthand that throughout the year, especially in earlier splits, it's easy to, when problems arise, you're not as worried about it because you're thinking, okay, we'll work past it, we'll get better. Our whole goal is getting to Worlds, and it feels like it's just something that will get fixed down the line. But all of a sudden now, it's really crunch hour. You don't have that much more time, and like I was saying, where you need to start looking at the Band-Aid fixes, like the really short-term things. That's kind of what happens, and so then when the same problems arise that have been happening all year, you start really getting more stressed about it because it's like, well, if we lose this weekend, we don't make Worlds. And that was the whole point of all of this. So I could absolutely see that pressure affecting them and just leading to some of this, like Quad said, just everyone sort of not being calm and frantic and whatnot.
Yep, it's definitely tough, but they did secure playoffs, as I said. They beat Dig. Dig had a pretty rough week, a 0-4 week, so they have one more game left to play, but they are eliminated from playoffs, as is DSG. And Dig went into this, and I had felt some optimism coming for them, coming into this weekend for them. And then I remember even, seeing some of the Dig players around, and I feel like they felt pretty optimistic. Their coaches and stuff seemed to feel pretty optimistic because especially when Sentinels beat Fly, there's this feeling of like, oh, if Dig just has to beat DSG, and then if we beat DSG, we beat Fly, we own the head-to-head, we're in playoffs, right? And it's like, doesn't feel that far away all of a sudden. It's just like, just have to do well this weekend. It's just DSG and Fly struggling. But then they got 2-0-2-0'd. So it is tough, and I think you could see how much that was affecting them. Palafox did an interview, I think it was with Cloud Sidke, and at the end where he's very emotional, and you can see how hard it is for a lot of these players, right? When you are trying your very best and it is not working, and it feels like no matter what you do, it's just not fixing the problems. You can't get it over the line. Like Dig have had some good moments and have had like these kind of like bright spots, and you could see, I think, especially when Dark first came in, you're like, oh, like maybe they really are moving in the right direction. They can start getting some series wins, but it is obviously pretty devastating. And for players that are on a team like this, all right, they have one more series and then your year is over. You're not going to playoffs. You're locked out. And the harsh reality is for pros and esports, there are 40 spots in the LCS right now, right? And that is for all the players in the region plus imports as well. So the reality is there's going to be probably a lot of players, or at least a couple players, that you expect not to be there for Dig next year. So it's really, really tough when you are like playing for your job, and this is like what they care about. So it makes sense that it is like so hard emotionally too.
Yeah, it's always definitely the hardest job and the hardest story for the players that are on the losing teams. Because you have to improve, plus you have to try and keep a good mentality with all these losses piling up, plus you have to help out, make sure your teammates as well are doing the same thing, and so it feels like you're doing multiple jobs of trying to improve at the game, but also trying to improve the atmosphere and keep everybody optimistic and keep everybody's drive up. And then for another layer to be added on to that, I did feel pretty bad for Dignitas with the double pauses.
Yeah.
With the investigation into the lock trying to E inside the Jarvan Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Which some other people have done too, with like replicating a Jarvan Cataclysm with it being filled with lots of champions, and then it does weird things with it bouncing back, and if there's no space for you to get in there, which like, oh man, that it really does feel.
It looked
like,
really bugged to me.
Yeah, it really does feel like, oh, it should be able to work this way. And, maybe I can get my lock reset and all this lock damage is going to be able to win a team fight and then give you that hope. And then like, okay, so that one doesn't work out. Like, that's the way that it works. It does bounce you out of a Cataclysm that is, full of people. And then the second one with the Victor stuff and all of the cooldowns on your laser and that stuff going through. And then having to sit in both of those, and then also, all this stuff not going your way has got to just be extremely taxing. You're already trying to like keep up the energy and trying to keep improving every week and keep up the drive and the hope. And whew, man, it does feel you can feel that weight.
Yeah, and I remember casting this series, like I think it was the second day one was the Victor one, right? And it's like, especially when you have long pauses and you lost game one, I feel like it's a totally different circumstance than if you won, right? To me, like when I was a pro and even just playing solo queue, playing whatever, when you have a bad game, a frustrating game, the only thing I want to do is get back in game.
Go next. Yeah.
Just go next as fast as possible. Get me out of this, remove it from my brain, like Men in Black, get me to the next game. And then the next game starts and it's immediately bugged, which is going to be really frustrating. And then it can't get fixed, and you like restart your client, doesn't work. Restart the PC, doesn't work. Chrono break doesn't fix the problem. Now you have to remake the whole game, and Victor is disabled, and it's like, wow, that's frustrating. And I remember during the pause, them showing player cams, right? They're going back and forth, and it's like the FlyQuest side, they're all laughing and smiling and whatever, and then it's like you go to the Dignitas side, and it's like, oh fuck, like they all look like they're at a funeral. Like the vibes are horrendous. And understandably so, right? Because it's like they know this is super important for them to have any chance of making playoffs. And you just lost, and then there's all these things. It just feels like it's piling on, right? I always feel like player cams are so telling, though, like with how things are going with the team. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much nailed it. It's super rough being in those long pauses and stuff. It's hard to stay focused for one, and then also, yeah, like you said, it's just when things are going bad, you're just going to be thinking about that the whole time and ruminating on it. I think that it's somewhat of an opportunity for if someone's like, really mentally strong or whatnot. I think the best players will be able to use that time to refocus and snap out of it, but a lot easier said than done.
Or you have someone like on C9, I feel like you guys were always really good at like someone making a joke or like, like making each other laugh or something. Like, I don't know. It just felt like you guys always had good vibes. And like having someone who can be the funny person in some of those moments, I feel like is actually really important.
Oh yeah. I mean, having good vibes is, I value super highly. That's why I think one of the things that made me really, appreciate Team Liquid this year, and obviously they didn't play this weekend, but I felt like when they started doing the like sound bites from the game, Jan was always like, he was saying some funny shit, even in really bad situations. And to me,
respect.
I'm like, damn, he's got some good vibes. I didn't know that about him.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. All I'm saying is they're doing really well, and I think it's related.
It is actually really cool. I love that we got to hear from Morgan and Quid. We had them on the analyst desk, not obviously this last weekend when they weren't playing, but the previous one. And, there had been this conversation going around, Team Liquid, they got so much better when they went to MSI. Maybe it was because they went back to Korea and all the Koreans felt more comfortable. And then Quid and Morgan are like, I'm pretty sure Jan changed the most when we went to Korea. The not Korean, the American is the guy who's, completely changed the most, and the vibes changed the most. And his play improving so much post MSI, a significant boon to TL and the change for TL. So yeah, some of those changes really can have long lasting effects.
Yep. So DSG also eliminated from playoff contention, but they did at least get a win over Dig, and they've actually beat Dig in all three splits now. So they like
solid 7th place locked in.
They're locked in 7th place though. It's a strong 7th.
Nobody's calling them last place
because they beat them every time. But yeah, no, I mean, at least for DSG, you get a series win, and I feel like DSG is going to have a really good chance in the promo tournament. Personally, I think that they have strong enough individual players that I don't think they have too much to be worried about. Of course, you never know performance on the day and stuff, but I feel like they are looking strong enough in my mind to be able to defend their spot and keep the guest slot, which is obviously the biggest thing. And I mean, for DSG to be outperforming Dig, I do think, like, as much as we're joking about it, it is still pretty impressive, because I do think DSG has by far the hardest job to actually get players signed to their team, because from everything I've heard, it's like, even if another team is offering minimum, pretty much every player would rather go to another team that is guaranteed to be in the LCS next year, right? Because you could sign with DSG and then immediately lose in promo, and then you just basically don't have a job, right? So I think it is a lot harder. It's a part of the reason that they lost a lot of their players to Sentinels and stuff as well. So I do think DSG has a difficult job with that. So I think there's, obviously it's not where they would want to be, but they got to win.
Did either of you see on Twitter, if you can remind me if it was either Sajed or Surdy tweeted out, if nobody got me, I know Dig got me. So, right, because they're still able to get their wins on it.
There you go. See? Vibes diff.
True. Yeah, I mean, staying positive when you're losing all the time is actually really hard.
Yeah,
I do like that, at least in the Dig win for Disguise, that it seems like they're sort of leaning more into their try to play through top side, play through Surdy, get him on a carry. Playing stuff like Shen support, enabling picks, TF, putting.
They played really well that game, that global game.
Yeah, they're putting such out on mages and Jhin, stuff that is kind of hard to punish in lane and will just be useful. Has good utility. Obviously, it didn't work against Sentinels later on, but I feel like it's still playing to their strengths, even if they're not that strong. It's still. I mean, it's the best they can.
I'm playing to my strengths. I can curl a 10-pounder with my right arm, 5-pounder.
Hey, they're not that strong, but they are doing their best with what they got, and I respect that.
It's all relative, you know. You got to play to your strength, even if your strength is not.
One of the little pink dumbbells, that's playing to my strength.
Gotta start somewhere.
Because you don't want to see your weakness. Buddy.
Exactly.
That's
exactly.
That's your strength.
That's my strength.
Don't want to know what the
we're
weakness
gonna play to that.
Yeah. But that's why I started kind of laughing, because it was really, they obviously tried to do that versus Sentinels also. They picked the Olaf and they slammed the Olaf blind. And then it was really funny because we had seen Impact on the other side practicing Kled in the beginning of the day. And all the pro players that were on analyst desk were like, whoa, we can't show that. They're going to know Impact is practicing the Kled counter pick or whatever. And then he got to use it in the second game. Was really funny. And then he actually Giga bopped him and killed him with it too. Mm-hmm. And so all of a sudden, this strategy that you're talking about, playing to your strength of the top lane carry, and you have like a support Shen for him, and you have jungle.
Strength just isn't that strong.
Jungle can go up there.
Can't win them all. Can't win them all.
If the strength Olaf dies like level 1, I'm pretty sure was the first one where Impact zoned him off the entire way, or level 2. Impact was level 2 at least.
I might have a good jump shot. That could be my strength, but if I'm playing against Steph Curry, his jump shot's probably going to be a little bit better.
But
my strength isn't that strong.
Just because it doesn't work every time doesn't mean you want to completely abandon ship, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, that's actually a really good point, because it is, I think, kind of natural and tempting to, when something doesn't work, you say, okay, let's try something else.
Yeah.
But I think you need to have. This is where I think coaches can be really supposed to be like, hey, look, I know we played through top side and we didn't win, but if we play through
that's our best chance.
Really not going to win.
That's our best chance. Yeah.
We're really not going to win playing through top side.
I know that's the way you want to word it as the coach. You're like,
no. That's
the
why
coach goes, listen up, guys. I know Surdy isn't that good. I don't have the bedside
manner for it.
But our bottom.
Hey, if we played through you guys, you would have fed even harder.
You guys would have given 40 kills.
Yeah, I know Surdy died level 1, but bot lane still would have died in champs.
We got double killed level 1.
That's crazy.
It's funny, but literally we built the stats for these DSG games showing the bot lane stats of how crazy bot lane canyons have been, and
playing to 30 is the way for sure.
Dude, you don't need stats. You just have to have watch any of the games for any amount of time. They're just getting perma-gapped. It's tough.
I feel like I'm going to repeat I'm playing on my strength, but it's just not that strong for weeks now. That's gonna be the thing. And next time I get solo killed or whatever, they're like, why'd you pick this? I'm playing on my strengths. They're just not that strong.
They're just not that strong. Don't worry, it could have been worse. You don't want to see my weakness.
Trust me, if I was playing Fiora, you would not like what you're getting.
Just be glad I've only died 2 times so far, buddy.
That's funny as man.
Optimism.
That's that good shit right there. All right, week 6. Let's talk about it. Week 6 is coming up. We're shipping off our 4 teams to Lyon Homegrounds in Mexico City. Should be super, super fun. Our top 4 teams are going Shopify, TL, C9, Lyon. Inspired is back as well. So it's the return of Inspired. He was obviously on the AD this week. So we know he's here. He's with the team. He's practicing. And this is going to decide so much. You know, we touched on it. You touched on it at the top. But not only is this the battle for top 2, TL hasn't dropped a single game so far the entire split. They're the only team in all of Tier 1 that hasn't dropped a game so far. Of course, the schedule matters a lot. They haven't played that many games, right?
Yeah, you're right. They're the best team in the world.
They are the best team in the world, factually. And so we're going to see if they're going to be able to hold on to that. You know, they play against both Shopify and then Lyon is obviously the big one. Everyone is looking at those as the top 2 teams. And we don't know how good Lyon is going to be, you know, since they haven't been playing with Inspired all split. But this is going to decide so much for playoffs, so much for all pro, so much for the MVP race. It's just going to be a really, really exciting weekend.
Shopify have the opportunity to do the funniest thing because we have all been looking forward to this Lyon versus TL hype matchup all split long. But if Shopify beat TL on the first day right before that, then everyone's going to be like, what? You know what? Never mind. Just give the trophy to Lyon again.
What if C9 beat Lyon as well?
Or if both of those things
Both of them
happen,
lose.
then, however, that would our saving grace would be that then Cloud9 versus Shopify at the very end of the week.
That's the banger.
True finale.
we would just, you know, we would just play to our new strength. That would be Cloud9 versus Shopify. But yeah, we are starting out the weekend with, you know, the Shopify versus TL and the Cloud9 versus Lyon ones, which pretty much everybody going in is going to have the same predictions. Everybody's going to be favoring the Team Liquid and the Lyon side of it because they have just like dominated the league. They're clearly the 2 biggest dogs that we got. However, it's going to be interesting to see how competitive Shopify and Cloud9 can be. Both of them have really been gearing up for this. I talked to Zazel on pros and asked him specifically about this matchup versus TL. And he said, it just depends on how greasy my jungler is. Because Contracts is always sweating and talking about how much his hands are sweating. And is like, oh, today's going to be a bad day. You know, my hand is slipping on my mouse or whatever.
Yeah, I've noticed that the iconic one for me is the Contract's shirt touch.
He does this.
If you look at his player cams, like you'll see one of these quite often.
He does that a lot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's hot up there.
It used to be who was it that played with the towel over?
Crumbs is the one that played with a literal towel over his mouse the whole time.
Yeah. Which that one was crazy to me. I'm like, how do you? Does your mouse never get like stuck on it or something and like screw up your?
He had a system.
Yeah.
But I do like that Zazel is focusing on the jungles because Contract's playing against...
Focusing on the greasy hands.
That's a crazy line. Depends how greasy my jungler is.
All of us, everybody, even like Inspired and Masu were like, what? Like cracking, like, what did he just say? And then we, of course, getting the explanation out of him. But it is a hype matchup because Contracts has had some jungler 1v9 hard carry moments for Shopify, and Jose is a lot of people's frontrunner for MVP. I feel like this guy is for sure the best jungler in the league. And, you know, currently I got him as MVP for the league. We'll see about the...
Obviously, Inspired hasn't played, so you're not comparing him to him.
Yeah, Inspired hasn't played games, so I just kind of kicked Inspired off my ballot because of that. You don't play, you don't get my vote.
Ballot.
But yeah, we'll see how that games at the end of the year. Of course, these are always kind of the most meaningful, even though we're judging by the full splits for these awards. But the jungle matchup is super hyped because Jose is playing so well and is such a critical part for Team Liquid. And then for Shopify, Zazel is also very realistic. He's like, we're not favored to win this, you know. But if we do, you know, we're going to be able to go about it in this way and try and attack them. So I have loved what Zazel has brought to Shopify. And so it does give you that, you know, the hope to look for the angle at least, even though everyone's going to say TL.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the jungle matchup is really, really fun, but I feel like this is going to be decided more by the bot lane than the individual jungle matchup because I feel like TL's bot lane has been playing so well, and then the way in which they're able to slam home those advantages by playing with Jose, I just think is so insane. Like, it just feels like every single TL game, Jose is behind your tower bot lane at like 4 minutes, at 3 minutes, at 5 minutes, at 8 minutes, like whenever he's there. whatever you wouldn't want them to be. And, TL's bot lane is playing so aggressive that they're like getting these chunks on enemy bot laners, getting chunks on enemy supports, and like someone has to base. All of a sudden they take a desynced base, and then Jose's behind you and you're getting 3v1 dove, or you're losing 3 waves, or, and it's like, to me, that is the key to a lot of the TL dominance. Even if you can stop that, you still have to deal with their soul laners, which are playing ridiculously strong. I think Quid's also a great candidate for MVP. But I feel like Shopify's bot lane has got to play to a certain level for them to even stand a chance. Like, it just feels like this is the roller coaster. You got to be this tall to ride. If you can't hold up against Core and Yan, you're cooked, because I just think that they are so good at slamming those advantages home.
Yeah, and I don't think it's looking good on the forecast for sure. I think Shopify would kind of need TL to just like underestimate them, I guess, because obviously TL is going to be preparing for the match versus Lyon the next day. So there's a chance that they just sort of don't do any prep for Shopify. They just, don't give them enough respect, and Shopify just has a really good day or something. But I think if TL shows up the way they have been for the rest of the split, it might be a quick one.
Yeah. I think C9 Lyon is actually pretty interesting, though, because if Inspired had been there the whole split and, like, they were playing with them the whole time, then, like, maybe it's different. We just don't really know how much Inspired has even been playing, right? Like, he's been in Poland. He wasn't really involved in scrims at all from what I have heard. Like, he maybe chimed in on a couple things, but it's not like he was actively there every day watching all the scrims and being involved in it all. So, like, he has been pretty far removed from, like, pro play entirely, right? And the team dynamic has changed somewhat without him, because different people have been shot calling more and doing different things. I think there is a very good chance that he just slots back in and everyone listens to what Inspired says and everything just works perfectly again. But I think it's absolutely not a certainty. And I do think C9 looked pretty good against FlyQuest in their last series that they played. Obviously, they got clapped by TL, I think, to start the whole split. And then they kind of had, a shaky-ish series against DSG and Dig, where they dropped a game to both, but they had some really good games in there too. FlyQuest, was their first 2-0. And so it'll be interesting to see, like, have you improved enough now throughout the split to really challenge a Lyon? Because obviously the goals for C9 is to win a title, is to go to Worlds. And thus far, no one is kind of buying it, right? It looks like Lyon and TL are clearly the two best teams. And so this is their real chance to kind of show pre-playoffs that they actually can compete with the top two.
To me, this is the weekend that Cloud9 made all their changes for, too. And this is when it has to pay off. And I don't think it has paid off yet for them. All of this investment in 7 people. We're going to bring on 2 more people. We're going to invest all this. We're going to change everything so that we can make an international, because they really want to make an international so bad. They haven't in so long. And so it has to pay off this weekend. And Loki hit rank 1 again in North America. It took him only like a month this time. He's been grinding away. I think he posted, it was like, I forget, it was like 300 games or something like that. And Tactical has been very aggressive in lane. His laning stats are really good, ranking against the entire league. And Masu was on pros as well. He was talking about, he thought actually if you take in the overall power level of both Cloud9 AD carries, he evaluated them fairly similarly, but he said that Tactical will play winning matchups harder and like more for a lane.
Yeah.
And that has definitely been something that is apparent.
Talked about his Caitlyn and stuff too.
Yeah. I also think that Tactical's Ezreal has been crazy. He has hit an insanely high percentage of his Qs later on in the game after he has like earned a lead. He's played like, really on the edge and got a lot of damage out. So, I think that is definitely a factor. And yeah, basically I'm looking at this weekend as, all right, C9, let's see that payoff of the extra players coming in. I think I've seen any fans with any delusion of like, oh, it's still a 7-person roster. Nah, I don't think
5-person roster.
Yeah, nobody believes that. It's not even like really a question anymore. Fans aren't even like bringing it up as a possibility.
I think Vulcan even said he called it 5+2.
Yeah, no one's even really bringing that up. Yeah. So now we need to see. All right, what's the payoff for this? This change that did happen.
Yeah,
it is. This is the roster and. This is the weekend. I think that is going to have a big effect. Of course, everybody's already in playoffs, so it's not the literal make and break. They could still not perform that great this weekend and then make the playoffs run and nobody would care as long as you do well in playoffs and you make that third spot or higher and you actually go to Worlds. That's the actual make or break. It's just, to me, I feel like against the top competition, now is like when I really want to see the
Prove to yourself that you
strength.
can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's like, yeah, they're in playoffs, but getting a bye matters a lot, right? That gets you very close to Worlds if you get that bye. And if they beat Lyon, then Lyon has 2 losses because they dropped the one to Sentinels their last week with Armeo, and then you beat Shopify. It's like you can get top 2, like you can have that in your control, right? Because you would have 1 less series loss than Lyon going into that final week, assuming that they win out here. So I do think it's hugely important for a C9. That will put them very, very close to that goal to going to Worlds. And yeah, I think people are going to be judging really, really heavily off this. And as much as it's like if you're doing well in scrims, people can take satisfaction from that. Beating a team on stage, I think, just means way more. And it shows players, too, that like, hey, we did it last time. We could do it this time, right? If they get 2-0 clapped by Lyon first day that Inspired is back playing with the team, then I think it's harder to like amp yourself up in playoffs and think, yeah, we could take down TL that 2-0'd us and a Lion that 2-0'd us. You know, it's like, I think it's harder to sometimes make yourself believe.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm curious. I'm very curious to actually see C9 because this is one of the first time in a while that we're seeing them not come in as a front runner to the end of the season because they've not looked at like their usual regular season selves. But I see that as probably a positive because it allows them to sort of focus on their problems earlier on. I think sometimes when you're winning too much, you won't notice your problems as well, and maybe like start making new problems because like you can lose sight of what's actually making you win games when you're just winning no matter what you do. So yeah, I think there's actually a good chance that they're able to sort of like correct their problems earlier on and then ramp up. So I still expect Lyon to win against them, but I could totally believe C9 winning because they have showed very good stuff in their games. It's not always really good, but I think the people could use a reminder that like obviously they are still one of the top teams and they have like beat everyone before. So yeah, it'd be cool to see them back in form.
Then the next match, first match of the day on Sunday is Lyon versus TL. This is the one that everyone has been looking forward to. Like Kobe said, all split long. I don't know where you guys are standing on this. I feel like TL is actually favored right now, even with the return of Inspired, because Inspired has not been there the whole split, and TL I just think is looking at a higher level than we've seen them all year. I feel like they are looking very, very buttoned up, and I think Lyon, to me, will probably still be my favorites going into playoffs to actually win the whole thing because they're going to have had that time. But I feel like TL is so on point right now that I just feel like they're going to be really, really hard to beat. They seem to be so of one mind, I feel like, in how they play the game, and they have such like a defined, clear way that they want to play the game. And maybe Inspired can go in and just like instantly the team is all like, you know, back on that same page. But I feel like because I haven't seen it yet coming in, and TL is just looking so good across the board, I feel like I kind of just have to favor them.
Yeah, I mean, it's you kind of have to edge to that side because of the fact that Inspired hasn't been here. So it's just such a hard argument to overcome, especially because, you know, even with Inspired, you know, they had dropped games to TL in the past when TL weren't looking as good as this. So the pattern, the blueprint is definitely there for Team Liquid. And now not only is it, hey, Inspired hasn't been with the team until, I believe I talked to him. He said the Thursday of last week is when he got there. So he had like, before coming to do the analyst test, he had a couple days of scrims.
So it gets basically a week and a half.
And then, yeah, basically this entire week plus a couple weeks in the previous week in order to scrim, which is, you know, that's some solid get back with the rest of the squad and get back on the same page. But it's not just that separation on the side of Lyon. It's also the improvement from Team Liquid that gives that feeling, I think, that a lot of people are going to have because TL have looked so much better through their MSI growth and coming back from MSI. And so you got to believe that that's going to continue. It's like you go down the entire roster. Morgan was playing so much better it definitely was at MSI, both and after coming back to MSI. I feel like he was playing so much better. He got way better with playing with the rest of the team. Previously, his lane phase, you'd be like, oh yeah, his lane phase is real good. But he's making a lot of weird mid-game plays, and like their Baron calls are completely off. And sometimes he's completely separated from the rest of the team. But I feel like that has all been really hammered out, and they look so much more together. And then you're like going down, and like Core JJ is back in like MVP form. He's making all these crazy engages.
Yeah.
And making still like the Core JJ plays where he will stay extra, where you expect him to go for the recall and like stay playing on tempo, but then is where you don't expect him to be. Jose, I think he's been playing great the whole time. So, and then Quid is also back in MVP form in his own words. He felt like so like that confidence is so big. So you're going down the entire list of TL.
It's got to be our best two ADs in the league, right? Everyone agree?
Yeah,
Best two mid laners
for
in the league.
sure.
Everyone agree?
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Inspire just slots back in. Best two junglers in the league.
Yeah.
Probably right. And this, I think, might be more of a hot take, but I think Thanatos has had a worse split. Like, I don't think he's been playing bad by any means, but I feel like he's been much less lane dominant, still good team fighting. But I feel like this is actually our best two top laners as well.
Yeah, you definitely could say that.
I think I have Vulcan in my top two supports, so I don't think I would make that argument. But I do think, like 4 out of 5 roles, I would say it's the two best performing players in their role in the league right now. And Core and Isles are still probably both in my all pro period. So it's like
top 3.
Yeah, exactly. So these are the players that are all looking the best individually. It's the teams that are clearly the strongest, and I'm super excited for it. It's gonna be insane.
Yeah. I definitely agree with the opinion that I would probably bet on TL for this actual match, but for playoffs, probably still Lyon, because I don't know, it's just so hard to bet against Lyon when you look at the roster. It's like Saint, Berserker, Inspired. I feel like Berserker himself, because I know that Sven did the tier list when he was on LCS this past weekend, and Berserker's just on a tier of his own, and it's so true. The reason being is like he almost never solo loses his team the game. He doesn't randomly get caught. He doesn't randomly die in fights. He doesn't just like lack us or miss the danger around him, and that's really hard to do. Is AD carry? It's so easy to die. Is that role? But Berserker's just so insanely consistent. So while I do think Yon and Core are very good, I don't know. It just seems super hard to beat Berserker consistently like that.
I will say though, so far this split, Jan has never been the one losing the game. No one has been the one losing the game because they haven't lost the game. So
that's true.
I agree. Berserker is he's on the throne right now, right? Like he is the guy to beat because he is so consistent kind of like all aspects of the game. But I will say I've always felt like TL's bot lane when they are at their best, and I've heard this echoed over the years from a lot of different pro bot lanes, that they are the best in the aggressive matchups and at pushing advantages. And I think it's cool like that they have these things that they will go to. Like Core is basically like the only one that's playing Nami, right? And he would go to it in some of these enchanter matchups because he felt like it was more lane dominant, and that was able to be used in a way that was like really, really powerful because they're eking out these slight advantages in lane and using that with Jose to kind of slam it home. So I think it's gonna be really, really exciting. Should be a great series here. And then of course C9 versus Shopify will finish off the weekend.
Which is also a super hype race because we only have 3 world spots. And so the race, Jat termed this in our meeting, but the race to world's third is pretty funny after the WoW race.
Yeah.
Because the 3rd spot is so heavily coveted, and pretty much all year long, or maybe not all year long, all split long, people have been looking at TL, and like 2 of the spots are taken by TL and Lyon.
Yeah.
And so Cloud9, Shopify, and Sentinels,
And FlyQuest even.
and FlyQuest,
If you still believe.
they're looking at it from a little further down, but they're still looking.
They're squinting.
Yeah, all these teams are really eyeballing that coveted 3rd spot, which is much more attainable than taking a ticket away from TL or Lyon. And so this hype matchup, after our extremely hype matchup, also has a lot of emotional stakes to it, because again, this doesn't determine the actual 3rd spot or anything. This is not world's qualification, but this is currently your closest competitor to that 3rd world spot.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. I feel like Shopify, I think, has done well, but I also feel like they have benefited from their strength of schedule pretty heavily. And so I think this is going to be a tough weekend for them. This is where you really do kind of get to see like, okay, well, how good are you really, right? Because they're playing two of our kind of predicted top 3 teams right now. And so it's going to be interesting. I mean, I am definitely favoring C9 still, but I think that they have the opportunity to kind of play upset. And if they have a big weekend here, they could put themselves in the running right at the top. I mean, they're 3-1 going into this weekend. You could be sitting at 5-1 and pretty much a lock for top 2 if you can actually take out both these teams. I think they are unlikely to do that, but it is cool to see them there and have a team that is like literally all our top 4 records are all there, all competing. Yeah, it should be sweet.
I mean, if Cloud9 do it and like they beat Lyon and and beat Shopify and come out of this like glowing, everybody I feel like is going to get back in the Cloud9 corner. People already really want to are really enjoying tactical, especially as far as the changes, and it could be there. They could make the big swing in momentum.
And I mean, for the Shopify side, it's like you were talking about this before, but Zinni had his best series by far. He's coming off his best series
since he's even come to America.
Yep, since he's been in LCS. So doesn't mean that it's all going to be like that from now till forever. But he had a great Silas game. He had a really good series, and it wasn't just Galio, Anivia, Annie, which is kind of like what we've seen every single time. And it's especially, if you want to be competitive in playoffs, you're going to have to show us more. I know sitting with the pros on the AD on Sunday or whatever, they're kind of like joking about some teams and like how repetitive their drafts were and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, we'll see how that goes in playoffs and whatnot, So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if teams are mixing things up or trying things at all, or if, to Medios' point, they're just like, no, we can't do it. It's got to be just win now mode only, and have to try to deal with those issues in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify's certainly punching up this weekend. I think they're not exactly in the same weight bracket as the other 3 teams here, so I don't expect them to win any of their games, but they could do the funny thing like you were saying. They could just win randomly.
They're going to be playing to their strengths.
It would be hype. It would be super hype, right? Because I was kind of expecting C9 to take the 3rd spot.
Yeah.
Like TL, Lyon, C9 seem like pretty clear front runners for Worlds, but it's looking more interesting now. It seems like any of the teams in playoffs could actually make it. So,
and C9 is 8 times in a row now losing in international qualifier matches. That is an insane stat.
But what's the chance of it being 9 in a row? Like losing 9 times in a row seems so unlikely.
8, that could happen to anybody, but 9?
Just think about it.
9 times?
It would be an anomaly.
It would be. It'd be a C9 times in a row.
Oh my
They're
God.
due for a win. That's how gambling works.
See my Worlds ticket go away 9 times.
Yeah. The memes are gonna be hidden if it's C9 times in a row. All right. Well, that is gonna wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of Dive. Also, leave a comment. Let us know who you think is gonna be winning the matches at the LCS Homegrounds. Is Lyon just going to be right back on top with Inspired? We want to know what you think, so leave us that comment. And LCS is going to return this Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific as Shopify Rebellion takes on Team Liquid Alienware in Mexico City, Lyon Homegrounds. We'll see you there.
Always remember, play to your strength, even if it's not that strong.
Welcome back to the LCS waiting room for LCS Homegrounds.
Yeah!
Hosted by Lyon. So we got teams over in Mexico, the top 4 teams actually of our standings. No longer here in the sunny, hot, humid Los Angeles area.
Yeah. It reminds me of being home
I'm not
for summer. Like, you are gonna rip it.
I really want
I'm
to,
very
though.
afraid.
I really want to, but that would be destroying the set.
Okay.
But yeah, it is incredibly hot and humid here. It's
Why
probably
not
more
Jet
hot, but less humid in Mexico City. What did you
Potentially.
say?
I was Jat Emily on the lower third.
Emily.
Ah,
It was very weird.
nice.
Anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm excited that we're able to do our home grounds, especially for the teams
Same.
to get a little bit of practice traveling, even if that's the smallest thing. Like, it is, I think, a benefit of them to be able to do this. But then also, there's a lot of playoff implications on the line, and a lot of previews of matchups we're going to be seeing in the playoffs.
Yeah, and to your point, like, just the idea of traveling, especially to a stadium like this.
This is my first look at it.
It looks
That-
amazing.
What is? There's,
Well, I think they're just repeating the shot.
I
like,
guess.
So it's adding depth.
it's an infinity screen at the
Oh
moment.
my goodness!
Yeah.
Woo! Just as a reminder for people, this was one of the stages for.
It's Mark.
Oh my God, it is Mark.
There we
Wow.
go.
He's testing
They're
something. Yeah, testing
interviewing
something.
him.
Or he's probably live on their broadcast right now, actually.
Last
Yeah,
time
I
we
was
saw
gonna
that
say.
studio was plans for Worlds in North America.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now we're back in North America.
I mean, Raz, you've been bringing it up as well, the history of Lyon.
Yes.
It's an arena where Lions, they won many titles back when they were competing in LATAM.
Many, 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 many titles. Lyon were extremely dominant in LLA, winning not just their own closing and opening splits, but also just the plenty of third-party tournaments that were happening there. If Lion/Rainbow Seven, which are the same organizations, were playing, they were winning. I remember in 2016, the ultra dominant roster with like White Lotus, Giral, like Seiya, like so many, Audi, who played for them just last split,
Yeah.
last year that is, like so many iconic names that made Lyon a giga champion of a team within the LLA. And the fact that they can carry that over in LCS is actually amazing.
Yeah, and this also marks our move to patch 26.17, which is the live patch for now,
Yep.
but it's going to be the patch that LCS plays on for the final 2 weeks of regular season and then also every round of playoffs.
Crazy.
So get used to this. The thing that stood out to me the most in this patch was the Vayne top nerfs.
Yeah.
And also the note that the balance team put along with this, but health per level down to hurt the level scaling, health regeneration down, attack speed ratio changed to be less per level. Tumble is giga expensive
Dude.
early on in the laning
that
phase.
hurts.
And the 1 rank Silver Bolt also down from 6 to
Yeah.
4% of your max health with even lower minimum damage. Joker thinks this is dead,
Yeah.
I believe. And I think a lot of top laners think that Vayne top is dead, which kind of effectively means that Vayne is going to be
Vayne
removed
is
from the
dead.
meta.
Yeah.
She's not really played bot anymore.
I mean, I feel bad for the bot lane Vanes, the few in solo
Vayne,
queue that were
feel
playing
bad
it.
for me. I like Vayne. I
will
love
stop
playing
at
Vayne.
you.
Actually,
There's something
not that big a
really-
deal.
Yeah, not that big. You know what?
There's
Fine.
something really rhythmic about the way you can CS with Tumble that I think is now ruined things.
You're not allowed to use it as much.
So I am personally very mad about this,
Yeah.
just because it ruins my flow. Of
Is there anything that changes your mood based off the patch?
maybe this,
Okay, there we go.
which is there was another Sundered Sky nerf. So this
Round 2.
started, yeah, this started last patch with some adjustments they made, but they were like, okay, you know what? That was not enough. So previously with the slight nerfs they did, they had buffed the healing up to 450 from 400. They dropped it back down to 400, which is what it was before 26-16.
Yeah.
And it's a straight attack damage nerf. Now, the question is, because I remember cheering when you brought up Sundered Sky had been nerfed the first time.
But no one noticed.
It's like, yeah, are people still going to be building this? Are they still going to go Black Cleaver? Or are we finally going to see some meta shifts in the jungle? Because this, plus a very specific subsection of junglers, have been running the meta, regardless of Fearless, this entire year.
Yeah.
And I mean, even last year too, right? Like this item is ridiculous. And so hopefully, I'm hoping to see, we've already seen some peaks of it. We saw Jungle Nautilus in LPL, right? We've seen Maokai rising in priority maybe. So maybe we'll get something, yeah, to shake that up. Nocturne also received a few
Last
hits on
patch.
the,
Yeah.
True.
Oh,
this
yeah.
patch too. So
We are seeing a lot more. I mean, tank junglers are right now taking over a little bit. We're starting to see already Maokai, but also on top of that, we're starting to see some semblance of Cho'Gath jungle coming through as well.
yeah, we saw the Cho'Gath.
So there might be an actual meta change there. LeBlanc got buffed. LeBlanc getting buffed is seeing immediate changes because like the number one favorite champion for mid laners, especially like assassin mid laners, is LeBlanc. Jackie's already played it earlier today.
Yeah.
Saint is playing later today.
Yeah.
Quid is playing later today. Like our best mid laners, and also the buff is super impactful. It is quite literally a 10% buff on the AP scaling ratio from 80% AP to 90%, specifically on her highest damage ability on W. So that's something that will immediately impact matchups.
Yeah, when I saw this, it was like an air raid siren. Like, I was like, oh no.
And
Like,
on top of
she's
that,
back.
for the chemists out there, it's also the attack speed buff on her because in the notes for the patch notes we were like,
Right.
well, we changed Static Shiv, we shouldn't be
Yeah.
seeing Static Shiv LeBlanc, but now like LeBlanc players are like, but now you're giving me the attack speed ratio back. So, but specifically that change was huge. So we'll definitely be seeing a lot more LeBlancs into the Azirs, into the Victors. Like it's just going to be a pick that we've been seeing.
Super fun
Syndra's.
for pro.
Might see it today
Not
from
fun
Saint.
for solo
Yeah,
queue.
Saint, Quid. We have some assassin players in our league that are really good at it. So
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings coming into Homeground. So we still have Team Liquid undefeated so far. They've only played 4 series.
Yeah.
Don't get ahead of yourselves. Sentinels played 6 series. They got 4 wins. Maybe they're tied, actually.
maybe.
We'll see.
Hey.
I think Team Liquid's going to do pretty well this week. I think they've looked like an incredible team. But you can see the top 4 here: Lyon, Cloud9, Team Liquid, and Shopify. Before last week, they were the top 4 teams because Sentinels 2-0'd last week against the rest of the teams that stayed home. They have moved up to the 4-win bracket. But here is this week. This is today: TL versus Shopify, Lyon versus C9. And then tomorrow, the same teams play, but in a different configuration.
This is gonna be fun. Like getting to see our top teams go up against each other and get that spam for the next 2 days in a different environment. That is highlight so far of the year.
Yeah, first of all, it's a huge chest for Shopify because
Yep.
we've been kind of all side-eyeing
True.
them, being like, you're
Yep.
3-1.
Yep.
And they've been side-eyeing themselves.
Zazel's
especially who
side-eyeing the
just
whole
us.
team.
Yeah. But
Sixth place
especially-
still an accomplishment.
Especially contracts. But, I mean, we have TL versus Lyon tomorrow, which
Yeah.
is going to be insane. C9 versus Lyon today with Inspired back on the team for Lyon Homegrounds. It's going to be his debut. That's super hype.
So production just wanted to make clear that our pros did a horrific job following the prompter's description of playoff scenarios last week. So with that, production has ordered me to read exactly what is written today. And to be clear, I'm not in danger yet.
Okay. that
During
was
week
tough.
5, our once murky playoff picture ended up becoming crystal clear. Wow, what a line.
What a line.
True.
Sentinels had a perfect week, sweeping both FlyQuest and Disguised, and these results not only locked them into playoffs, but also confirmed that Cloud9, Lyon, and Shopify all locked postseason berths as well. Meanwhile, FlyQuest were finally able to clinch a playoff spot of their own by beating Dig in the last match of the week, eliminating both Dignitas and Disguised in the process. Wow, what an informative and descriptive read. Whoever wrote that on the teleprompter is doing an amazing job. So, now that our playoff teams are set, what are the stakes for our Homeground series? Well, the battle now shifts for a fight for top 2 seed, which gives you a first-round playoff bye. So right now, only FlyQuest are unable to move in the top 2, with the other 5 teams all vying for those spots. Team Liquid are currently the best situated for that top 2 spot at 4-0. If they beat Shopify or Bellion today, and Lyon takes care of Cloud9, they'll be the first team to lock themselves a spot in the top 2. The rest of the teams will likely need week 7, plus a little luck to confirm their playoff fate. And that's it for your LCS playoff picture. For updates throughout the week, check out the LOL Esports stats on Twitter for our Foldy sheet, which is now live. Wow, big shout out to the awesome production team for putting that incredibly detailed and interesting segment together. They always do a great job putting these together. I mean, our pro players just weren't able to recognize greatness last week.
I think the prompter's out of control.
Whoa, calm down.
Hold
relax.
on.
So,
Whoa,
hold on.
no.
The prompter people are incredible.
We do that every week.
Yeah, every week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still going. It's still telling us what to say.
All right.
Let's talk all pro, specifically in the mid lane. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it.
So we got a couple heads here. Loki, Darkwings, and Zinni. So we're thinking that Quid and Saint are kind of locked
Yes.
for the top 2. So this is a discussion of who we think will sneak in for the 3rd all-pro spot.
And to me, I think the next couple weeks are going to be really significant because a lot of people will have Loki in the top of their mind. But what's really important is Loki is going to be going up against Zinni had a pretty good week last week.
Yeah.
And he's going to be facing both Loki, and Loki's going to be facing Darkwings, and you're going to be going up against a lot of the top mid laners in the league, and Quid as well. So like, knowing that you're going to be facing a lot of the best top like mid laners throughout the split in a short amount of time, people's minds might be changed on Zinni.
So I think this is a really interesting week because we don't see Darkwings play, right?
Yeah.
But he had a solid week last week. Like Sentinels by far and away, I think was like the best team, right? So like basically while these two are like fighting this entire week, it's weird because you know how we always talk about, oh, this has a chance for huge like implications towards All-Pro because it's like the top teams and they can take each other out. So these two can take each other out for third while Darkwings just kind of sails through. He had a great week. I actually do think that Darkwings has kind of been underrated like for a little while now where he's just been so solidly reliable for Sentinels in a way that they desperately need because the team itself can be super volatile, especially with Hambach in the jungle.
Here's what I think is going to happen.
Go for it.
I think Zinni, he's not getting.
Yeah, I'm putting it down.
It's guys, unless he does something crazy.
Yeah.
His first, I just feel like the first split is still in people's minds, even if it's just supposed to be off of this. And he's had one really solid week.
Yes.
These two.
It's a race.
It is a race. Darkwings, this guy, trying to line it up.
And they play against each other.
He only has
one
one
week.
match left.
Yes.
Right?
True.
And it will be against Loki, but I think it's in Loki's hands. This week, if Loki does well against both Quid and Saint, he's going to catapult himself up there. And Darkwings, a lot of his work is already done. So I actually think it can be solved if Loki pops off for third team All-Pro. But right now, my favorite is actually Darkwings.
Right now, your favorite is Darkwings?
Right now, my favorite is Darkwings, based off of the observed data.
And I'm thinking the opposite because I am also thinking along the same lines as you, but I'm like, oh, we have a potential for disaster for
if
Loki
he gets slammed
if he
this
gets
week.
slammed, right? Even with the fact that yes, it's against the two mid laners who we're not talking about it because they're pretty much locked top two. It's just about do you want Quid first or Saint first, which is another race that's going to be decided this week, I think, when they play each other. So
yeah, well, it is interesting in the fact you want to get in real quick.
Oh no, I'm just gonna say I'm going towards Loki because he's going to get his first Rise win. It's gonna happen, and the team looks really clean. I'm predicting it.
First Rise win.
Okay.
It could be moments before disaster. I know we're saying Quid Saint are locked. They played 4/7 of the split. Like we can't lock it when they played 4/7 of the split. They got 3 matches left.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Emily, you wanted to...
I want to talk about Zinni for a bit because while I agree with you, I actually don't think he's in the running for third unless he comes out for some reason has like a phenomenally like insane performance.
Yeah.
But I want to go over his Silas game from last week because he did a lot of things I liked and I think this was by far and away the best performance he had shown like overall, right? So I'm gonna take us through a few roams before we get to the big Gnar play that's gonna live in everyone's minds. But here we're gonna have a setup and a dive on top side. Contracts is already in here. Zinni is gonna push the wave in and then roam up since they see Dardoch backing. And Dardoch's actually going to end up sticking around a little bit here. Zinni's gonna rotate up and he's basically gonna go in, steal the Gnar. Denethor does not have a great time against Zinni in this game. They kill him before Zeyzal even has a chance to come in with the Stand United. That's how quickly this happens. Again, this is gonna be him looking for another play on top side. You see that this ward here is going to end up like keeping Denethor in vision. Zinni is gonna immediately come in, even though public execution misses, he gets in, gets the Gnar, steals it again. Denethor is also not having a great time. This is gonna be the play that everyone remembers, right? Where he's gonna rocket belt over this, flash out, then be able to get an absolutely insane Gnar ult off onto 3 members of Dignitas here. Here we go.
Oh, this was huge.
Steals it, like insane. And then this really allows, as soon as he goes golden, he gets out. Fudge immediately gets onto FBI, the one player who that Gnar ult didn't hit initially, and they clean up the fight. I just thought it showcased a level of just understanding what he could do with this champion and also with the rest of the team that it felt like they've been waiting for a while, right? Like, especially with those early roams. Obviously, I said Denethor just did not have a
Yeah.
great time.
Yeah, he didn't.
They did, I believe this was the draft where they picked it into.
Yeah, they gave him
Once
the
they
gig
already saw the Silas, which
Yeah.
was
Two things come
Another-
to my
another
mind
note.
based off that telestrator. I think production is going to say that the screen was too high. I don't think so.
No, it's
I think the
perfect.
screen was at the perfect height
Yeah, I
for that
agree.
segment. You're going to see it when you watch
Completely
back. I think it was ideal.
Yeah.
Second thing
look,
is
I'm shorter.
Too low,
eh?
actually. Production said too low.
No, it was very well done. The second thing is I need to see him continue to develop because the insight that Zazel gave us last week about how he wasn't really calling for resources
Yeah.
all year
Yeah.
That's
and sees
crazy.
the game in a unique way. And usually if your way of seeing the game is different than the teammates that you're not communicating with, it doesn't matter how unique it is, it's bad.
Yeah.
So if he's able to communicate his way of seeing the game, and he does have hands, which we've seen, then we'll be able to see him actually start climbing up as a mid laner.
Yeah, and I hope that this is able to give him confidence, right? Because it's just a matter of like, okay, if he doesn't have the confidence to communicate that, then it's
Yeah.
a problem, right? And so hearing that he finally is starting to be like, I want this, or we should do this, is actually really important because it feels like he did so well in challengers mechanically, and we also haven't seen that, right? And that could be a confidence issue as well.
Yeah, especially seeing the Shopify Rebellion podcast where he was super excited that he finally got to shows
Yeah.
like Silas and Ari. And it's like you're starting to see him break out of the chains of Galio Annie nonstop being played.
Oh, man.
And if we're actually getting to see Zinni that's like was promised and somebody that is highly mechanically gifted, then I'm sold.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, they're playing Team Liquid.
That's true.
And Team Liquid has had Shopify's number all year long. We're going to be getting that in a second, but we're going to be heading down to Mexico City, where our Latin rep Calypso is standing by with Jose Dioto to talk about the matchup.
Amigos, ¿cómo estamos? Estamos comenzando acá la previa que vamos a tener. We are here with Jose de Odo, our star here in Latin America. We are so happy to have you here again. Bienvenido, ¿no, amigo? ¿Cómo estás de vuelta en México?
No, bien contento, creo que el recibimiento muy bueno, bastante memorias de estar acá, creo que el stage se ve un poco distinto con la cosa de Lyon, pero bueno, bastante bien, sí.
A lot of memory flashbacks that he had played in here, so he's really excited to be here again. José, estás invicto, estás con Team Liquid, yo siento de verdad que estás como en tu prime, en tu momento. ¿Qué sentiste que cambió mayormente en vos y en el equipo que hicieron click para este split? What did you guys change this split that you are undefeated and doing so well with the team?
No, creo que más que nada empezamos a hablar los problemas que teníamos como equipo y buscar soluciones juntos, como nada, de hablar juntos y discutir puntos que chocamos a veces en los juegos y es como que nos hizo mejorar bastante.
So the guys had a lot of like arguing, but in the best way. They need to have that like nasty talks. They need to put like together all the thoughts so to be better as a team. But definitely they're putting like one step ahead. José, algo que le quieras decir también a la gente que está ahí esperándote, que estuvo tanto tiempo esperando por este momento de que volvieras.
Sí, no, gracias a todos los que vinieron, espero que podamos sacar, bueno, si quieren sacar fotos después, lo que sea. Muy agradecido con los que vinieron y encantado de verlos de nuevo.
So he's so excited to see all the people here standing. He's been waiting for this moment to come back here and play on our LCS, but here in the Homegrounds. ¿Y algo que hayas extrañado mucho de México, amigo?
Los tacos.
Oh, something he missed this much in Mexico definitely is taco. We're both Argentinians, so we're definitely like liking tacos a lot. One last question that I want to ask you. Última pregunta. Con respecto a estos queridos que tenemos acá al lado, están bastante empatados también con C9 y con Lyon. ¿Qué crees que es como la fortaleza que ustedes van a atacar? Lo puedes decir en español así no te...
O sea, ¿contra ellos?
Contra ellos, sí.
No siento mucho tipo que practiquemos contra ciertos equipos. Creo que estamos practicando mucho mejorar nosotros mismos y ser mejor cada día y nada, vamos a tratar de hacer lo mismo que hicimos todas las semanas.
So I ask, is there's any strat against Shopify Rebellion? Talking a little bit really like quiet so they don't hear it, but basically they're feeling the best moment. They're trying to practice as much as different scenarios they can so they can perform in the best way possible on stage. Amigo, la mejor de las suertes. Thank you so much for being here with us and best of the lucks. Enjoy this game.
Gracias.
Fuck game every time. Just 1 second, guys. Moving on through. It's fun that he's talking about this specific series because Team Liquid had their number all year long.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my.
And it's not close.
Just a shellacking from the beginning of the year till end. For whatever reason, what was more vibrant in my mind was their lock-in series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orion and Nocturne, you can see them also hitting him with the Orion and the Fury, Knockwave and Dogwave. And then also, Morgan has had a bunch of pop-up games. You can see his Jax right here. There have been some games that lasted a little longer than others.
Yeah.
This is not one of them, as you can see the Rift Herald in the base at 18 minutes. Another game where they're just diving them in between 2 turrets.
It even
Yeah.
So total kills to death.
This is additive.
Oh,
These are
okay,
sums.
okay.
These are sums.
Yeah, okay.
Which I requested.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Liam and Stats team.
I love this graphic though, because I do think it shows exactly what you want, which is that Team Liquid Alienware have absolutely destroyed Shopify Rebellion all year.
At least they got a Baron.
That additive gold difference at 14 being negative 10,293 is rough.
And I want to make the context really clear. At times when Team Liquid was slumping and Shopify Rebellion were starting to look good, they would go up against each other and Shopify would still get smacked.
Yes, TL would suddenly look better. We'd be like, TL is back.
Yeah.
This is cool. Most kills per game, also fastest games.
Wow.
So it's the progression of this Team Liquid team has been really interesting because the start of the year they said they wanted to play like an LPL team. They're picking early game comps, getting early game leads, losing in late game. They recovered their form later in spring by picking scaling,
Yes.
being even in lanes, and then winning. And I feel like they've found a mix now where they're not picking full scaling, but they're not picking full early game.
Yeah.
And they're actually successfully able to speed up their games without them getting too chaotic. So they've been honing it in these last 8 months.
So much of what people were saying Team Liquid was behind the scenes in scrims, we're now just seeing on stage.
Yeah.
They're the most dominant team. And a lot of the asterisks has been, well, Lyon didn't have Inspired, so are they going to be really good? We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah.
But currently, at this very moment, Team Liquid is the most dominant team we've seen in some time.
And we have another question. We've heard a lot of discussion about these Team Liquid players.
Oh, yeah, we
We
have.
picked 3 of them. So I apologize to Core, JJ, and Morgan. But the discussion is, which of these players has been the most influential in Team Liquid's success? Jose, Quid, or Jan? This split, I believe.
This split. Okay.
This split.
So I'm gonna. I think most people are gonna say Quid. I'm gonna give a shout out to Jose though because I feel like a lot of the. So I actually agree with you, but I do want to give a shout out to Jose because I think a lot of what you were just talking about, Jat, with the understanding of like, okay, what are we going to do early to kind of build a bridge to having more scaling in our comp? I know players hate when I say build a bridge, but it's fine. Jose has been insanely good, and specifically to the detriment of my hot take, he has been specifically good with Core in setting up so many of these early game invades, early game bot lane dives. There's been so many times where the opposing bot lane has not been allowed to play because Jose is just there, right? He's either taking jungle camps or he's wrapping around for a gank. I think the way he's communicated with his lanes early on has been really, really good. Linking up with Quid on the rise, linking up with Core wherever he wants to roam. And I think the way that he has adjusted his play throughout this split, going from kind of more carry to more interacting with his lanes and finding a balance between the two, has been really impressive.
You want to be the Quid rep for this one, or I can be? This is back to 100 Thieves Quid. That's what it is. He is right now the clear MVP prospect for me this split. His literal impact and influence that he has on the map is why he is the best. The constant roams that he's had towards top side that we've highlighted every week so far, where he will find TP opportunities to like be able to like get a game-changing fight top side, or the roams that he has bot side, the assassin pick, specifically the lock that he's been able to really have a great amount of influence, or the rise pick. He is right now the best player in the league.
And Raz, the one isolated death
Yeah.
is the important thing.
That's
So
crazy.
not making the mistakes.
Yeah.
While still giving you the big plays, which is an impossible balance.
Exactly.
Shout out to Jan, and specifically I'm getting ahead of the David Shynock TikTok because I know he's Team Liquid's #1 fan and thinks Jan should be MVP.
Yep.
So just, you want the case, go follow him. I don't agree currently, but he's done well.
Yeah, I agree.
So predictions for this series, I'm going to be going Team Liquid 2-0 based off of what we've seen this year and based off of their 7-0 year-long record against
have a
Shopify
hunch.
Rebellion. And the fact that Team Liquid wasn't as good for
Yeah.
the first
Yeah.
7 wins.
And they still stomped Shopify.
I have a hunch Emily's going to have a game for Shopify.
No. It's
What?
2
Not
OTL.
even this case?
2 OTL, yeah.
You usually will give a team a
yeah,
game.
2 OTL.
Now I got to ask you, why do you not trust in Shopify?
I mean, again, we already said, like, even when it was like, okay, Shopify, maybe they're improving, maybe they figured it out. TL looks shaky. TL come in and just absolutely destroy them. Like,
Okay.
and I think they're playing at such a higher level now. What do you think, Raz?
You hate
You
Zazel?
didn't give him a
You don't
game
think Zazel's
either.
any good? You don't think he's improved the team?
Flip to a 2-1.
Okay.
You
got something.
Flip to a 2-1. Because I do think, and this was, even when producer came in and asked me, what is my prediction? I took some time because I do believe this Shopify is a much different Shopify than before. 2 central pieces I think that needed to change from Shopify since the last time they faced Team Liquid has changed. Like, A, Zinni is just a different player than he was before. He just absolutely is. I know this is week 2 of him just being able to play like more unique picks. But even when he's playing Galio and Annie, I feel like this is a completely different Zinni than when we saw in playoffs. So it's just there, clear to me. But I want to hear from the casters. You guys take it away and we start the show.
Roger, Raz, it's time to start the show in Mexico City with Shopify Rebellion up against Team Liquid. To kick things off for this Homegrounds weekend, you got Kangas and Kobe on the cast for series number 1 as it's the top dogs versus the underdogs.
And while Raz does hate Zazel, apparently Zazel holds no grudge. That was a friendly wave, you know, walking out, so.
Well, he did give him one game. He flip-flopped in a positive way, so I don't
True.
know if that counts as hating them anymore. But we're getting ready to introduce the teams to the live audience in Mexico City. I think it's so fun that this weekend they get to compete in front of a live crowd and that the Mexican crowd gets to cheer on both Lyon, a home organization, and on stage right now you see him, Jose Deodo. Team Liquid coming to the stage. Morgan, Jose, Quid, Jan, and Core, JJ. I feel like Jose, this homecoming for him, it's got to be a big moment as a player, but it's also so cool for the crowd to get to cheer on one of their own.
I mean, while he's having such an exceptional split as well. Jose, front runner for first team Kia All-Pro, even for MVP as well. Going to get a lot of votes. So we'll see if he can keep up the level of play that Team Liquid have shown that have really secured them this spot, the undefeated spot at the top of the LCS. Yeah, it's not a ton of games, but they definitely deserve
Still
it.
undefeated. Haven't dropped a game yet, and if you believe our analysts, unlikely they drop another one. A lot of people have their eyes on tomorrow versus Lyon. That's kind of the big matchup.
You don't say.
But I think they got to get a warm-up here now for Shopify Rebellion. And I got to say, I think Shopify's good for 1. I agree with Raz and his flip-flop prediction. I think Shopify have shown that they have been improving.
That's a
as
good
well.
warm-up. Yeah.
There we go.
A 2-1 warm-up, Kangas?
Yeah,
That's what you're calling?
It's a good warm-up. Plus, did Shopify get a claim that they're the only team that have taken a game off of the top dogs? 'Cause that is the top dog, Team Liquid right now.
I do kind of like, the underdog position a lot for especially these players. Like, Contracts has been on a lot of underdog teams that have successfully upset.
Yeah.
Throughout Energy, throughout his entire career, really. And he has kind of gained that like wild card, tag.
You never know what he's gonna do.
Yeah, exactly. The mystique that goes along with it. So it always makes it a little bit excited to see what these types of teams can do. Because yes, they're for sure the underdog. It's undisputed. Team Liquid has beat them every single time this year. They have beat them every single time, Kangas.
Yep.
So it's undisputed that they're the massive underdogs, but the underdogs can sometimes
It's not the
pull
size
off
of the dog
upset.
in the fight, Kobe. Size of the fight in the dog. Also, Zinni, been looking a lot better. Here we are in a pick and ban as it's Cassiopeia and Vi taken off the table for Team Liquid. J4, Bard, and Lee Sin banned away by Shopify Rebellion as we wait for that last ban from Team Liquid here. It's going to be Nocturne. So a couple jungle bans. Actually, a lot of jungle bans.
So what they're doing is they're banning the Nocturne, leaving the Orianna as the bait, because Team Liquid, Quid loves to attack Orianna. So, they immediately are going to take the bait here. Quid loves playing champions that will attack Orianna inside lane. Team Liquid, I feel like they really like constructing comps that are going to try and take advantage of this low mobility carry. Orianna, still powerful in the meta, and it is still worthy of the pick as long as you are wary of your opponents.
Although it does kind of go back more towards what Shopify had been putting Zinni on earlier in the split. It's not quite the same Galio Annie, but it's more along those kind of mages as opposed to the Silas and the Azir that he was, having bigger pop-off moments on last time we saw him on stage. Answer is going to be Ezreal here for Jan in the bot lane.
Yeah, the bot lane, the Ezreal priority has just gone to the moon, man. With the little bit of mage recession that's gone on.
Recession of the mages.
But Ezreal was like, I was high priority before this even started. I'm all good. You can always go Ezreal Karma if you want the super high priority bottom lane. And if you're throwing it down with an Olaf too, I think an Ezreal Karma does make a lot of sense because the Karma helps out the Olaf as well. So see what they rounded out with. Shopify, no hesitation though, instant double locks for them. They just want to have fudge, play the tank into the Olaf, just chill and play for the team fight with the team later.
And when you talk about a wildcard jungler like Contract, I love champs like Pantheon, the Grand Starfall, just finding unique angles to start off fights or to go for ganks that other junglers can't always find the same angles for.
And it's one of the junglers that you can do those, unexpected routes and the unexpected ganks. He's definitely one that is willing to drop camps in order to make the game spicy. But here is exactly what we're talking about. When you're talking about playing against Quid and Team Liquid, and you see them banning Vi and Nocturne and stuff like this and leaving Orianna, and you're like, well, they're trying to bait us into an Orianna pick so that Quid can play something to kill the Orianna in side lanes later.
Yeah.
And then they do exactly that. And Akali does come through, one of his best champions, and one of the most feared in the LCS.
It's a little spooky. When we go back to the whole dog tier list, we talk about the big dogs, the little dogs. This is like the bait where you put
the Akali dog is
the Quid Akali dog super big. Putting the bait in the Orianna dog. It's like putting the pill in the peanut butter.
You're hiding the pill.
You're hiding it in there. They took the bait. They locked into Orianna, and now Quid gets to pop off. I love Quid on these melee assassins, man. It is a treat to watch every time.
All right. Let's see, can Shopify defend against it? Because Team Liquid, they got two of the best diving solo laners in the game, in the meta right now.
Yeah.
With the Olaf blind as well. Everybody loving that. So there's the Karma ban. I do like that ban, since exactly what we're talking about, where the Karma not only is it a very high pressure lane, but then also works with the comp with the Olaf too. So good job by Shopify recognizing those threats still up.
And a couple 80 carries, the Kai'Sa and the Lucian banned away from B-Boy, so having to go deeper into the champ pool for him, as it is going to be the bot lane pair. Counter pick here for Shopify Rebellion, haven't locked in either one. Team Liquid, technically, you could say, are flexing the Olaf if they really want to put on Jose Deodo. Maybe they lock in a support just to hold that for a little longer, but otherwise you lock in your jungler here, hold that support counter pick to pair with something with the Ezreal instead.
Yeah. And in theory, I 100% am on board. And that, it definitely could be like, oh, we hit the emergency button for some random reason or whatever, and you have to do the swap.
Yeah.
But then in practice as well, you're thinking about how they play. And Jose really do so much better when Jose can create action rather than having to farm a whole bunch. So yeah, they do go initially here with the Trundle for contracts, and you are going to have a very valuable ultimate for later on, as well as the Pillar to help out with those divers. Pillar, definitely underrated CC, because it's not hard CC, but it does make it hard for people to get away from the Olaf and the Akali when they're
It's hard in a different
you.
way, it's still difficult for sure. But you're right, taking all those K'Sante stats looking real juicy, as it's the Lovers duo locked in for Shopify Rebellion's bot lane, Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah, they're trying obviously to deal with that dive that we're talking about. Some way to try and survive there. Still definitely looks a little bit dicey, but we'll see if they can pull it off. Shopify here trying to play a more standard game. Shopify trying to play the more standard side. Team Liquid, though, I expect them to be fairly aggressive with this setup. And speak of aggression, Core JJ's Nico is back. The Ezreal Nico makes a return with the double enchanter bands of the Seraphine and the Karma taken out. They say, fine, we'll just go right back to the perfect engage, one of the original blasting engaged champions that comes from support that also gives you a strong lane. I do like that, kind of rounds out everything that they were kind of missing in this comp, that actual hard CC. So you've got the Pillar and you have the Nico engages, where Core's been very sneaky when he goes for some of these engages.
And you pair that with just how well Core's been playing so far this split. Also one of the front runners for All-Pro in the support position. Yeah, this is looking like a solid composition for Team Liquid. They have agency in their solo laners, they have engage in their support, and Jose also with the jungler that can make action happen and counter that Pantheon here. Shopify Rebellion, the underdogs in this battle, will have to find a way to topple the strongest team currently in the LCS. Have not dropped a game. Team Liquid coming in with a lot of momentum to this LCS Homegrounds hosted by Lyon down in Mexico City. And I imagine that this home crowd will have a treat in store for them today. What are you thinking, Kobe? Are you leaning one way or the other overall? Nameplates removed,
If it was
just
not
the
apparent,
compositions.
If it was not apparent during the draft, I am leaning to the Team Liquid draft.
Fair enough.
Because Shopify, they have a lot of CC, but then look at who you're trying to CC and who you're trying to land like shockwaves and stuff on. Definitely not the Olaf. Obviously, you know, he's immuning that. But then Ezreal and Akali, these carries are some of the most mobile carries in the game. So it's pretty difficult for Shopify to find easy targets. That being said, they do have a plethora of CC, Pantheon point and click plus Rakan, to try and, you know, hold somebody in place. And sometimes, if a Trundle doesn't have a successful early game, sometimes you can just, you know, annihilate the front line and just try and immediately CC lock a Trundle, something like that, and see if they can, you know, make it happen that way. So we'll see for Shopify as we get into the rim.
Also, funny interaction with the Cassante. If he's able to get the all-out before the subjugate, you're trying to remove some of those more frontline options for Jose Deodo at that position. So, yeah, we'll see how Shopify plays this one out. Also 3-1, but the conversation around Shopify so far, look at a great cinematic view in the mid lane right there, is that they had an easier strength of schedule, I think we can put it that way, on their way to this 3-1. So they're still finding themselves at the top of the standings, but a lot of people have been looking at that with magnifying glass saying, not the same. Not the same as everybody else that's at the Homegrounds this weekend. So with that said, I think that it's important to remind everybody.
What do you mean by not the same, Kangas?
Shopify Rebellion are still a threat. Get that off my screen. Come on, yeah! Get mad, Shopify. Everyone's been doubting you. Everyone's been talking smack, saying you don't deserve that 3-1 record. I think if they get mad this weekend, they can get some games.
All right, you and Raz looking for some games here for Shopify versus Team Liquid. Some games to upset. Now, of course, the early stages here, Orianna getting some harassment down on him, and where we were talking about Zinni a bit in the opener. Zinni had his best week of the LCS last time we saw Shopify.
Yep.
His entire best week, the entire time that he's been in North America, you know, was the most recent games that they did play. So we will be looking forward to, can Zinni keep up the progression that he has shown here in the LCS and keep up the performance in international play now. Hey, we're in Mexico, or they're in Mexico at least.
It counts. That's across the border right there. So far, he's doing a decent job of trading into Quid, but, I mean, you expect this in the early levels with the Akali. Once you get towards that Gunblade is when things really start to come online. So, Zinni at least getting the better of this early game matchup. Meanwhile, top lane's also dead even. Bot lane a slight lead for Jan. As I say, that mid Quid does actually get a good chunk on his Zinni and kind of equals out the health bar trade there. Jose even went for a little cheeky invade. I don't know, I didn't actually spot if there's anything to take in that position, but currently on the bottom, Scuttle Crab. So from the jungle position, it seems like things are dead even right now.
Yeah. Calm.
Zinni could be in some
first
trouble.
Clears.
Or rather, Quid. No, I'm not going to go for it.
Yeah, calm first clears for both junglers. Just going for the full clears. Contract still has his Raptors to go clean up, though. And is just going to be Trundle constantly re-clearing down towards bottom half of the map. Contracts had to crash over in order to change the Scuttle Crab, and he's going to re-clear his top side as they immediately come out. And then, I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot to do with his longsword, but maybe he'll be able to get some pressure. Currently, still, before Olaf does get to level 6, maybe you can try and do something to hamper the early stages, and then maybe that helps out your game later if you could, you know, stifle the income of a champion like this that does scale quite nicely into becoming a big melee carry. But I think it's just going to remain calm for the duration of the early stages.
Yeah, when I don't play a lot of jungle, Kobe, so you'd be the expert here. Splash out from Fudge, actually.
Getting a
Morgan
little
burns
spicy.
the Ghost. Okay, so some Summoner spells traded. Fudge will live. Morgan trading up in cooldown from Summoner spells.
Does that mean that the Longsword Pantheon is going to find some action? Because it's still pre-6, so it's a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, Morgan immediately spots it from the ward in the Pixel Brush. Fudge is going to try and walk up here, but pretty far away. The Undertow will land to get the slow down. Some damage goes in there, and Morgan has to flash, and it's still first blood for Contracts. The damage is there. Shopify pull it off.
Kangas, it's just like you drew it up. So was it a bit of a bait going for the trade there for Fudge and having to use his flash as the big minion wave is coming towards him? And we're talking about, oh, what is Contracts going to do after he does his little desync clear? Where, you know, as a jungler, when you do the early Raptors and you get your, you know, early Raptors spawning back and you have to do the kind of awkward clear.
Kobe Jose's looking for the no, okay, there.
Yeah, a little bit of poke damage, but he's just going to keep on doing the same one all the way down to the bottom side. Zeyzal back in.
And here's Contracts, goes for the flash forward, gets the Q. CoreJJ is able to sidestep some of the damage from B-Boy and does get out of there, but that is heal used, that's exhaust used from Jan. A lot of Summoner spells committed in that bot lane.
Yeah, Jan is still nursing this CS lead, but look at all the minions that are there for the taking. If B-Boy can collect the rest of them here at tower without any threat on him, should be just fine. And it's just that wild card, Kangas.
Yep.
It is Contracts.
Oh, wild card mid lane as Quid looks for the big outplay, flashes forward. Zinni has to flash in kind.
And again,
down two.
Your first step for Akali is always get the Orianna flash. So
yeah,
using your flash and your ultimate here, definitely worth it to make the Orianna vulnerable. As we're looking at from draft, it's going to want to try and attack these low mobility carries on the side of Shopify.
That being said, Zinni used Shockwave much earlier, which means it will be off cooldown much earlier. So now Quid has to also respect not having flash. If Contracts looks for a play mid, just hit level 6, Grand Starfall is available. Zinni could set up a big gank as well. So I agree with you 100%. Zinni's got to be careful. So does Quid. Both mid laners got to give respect now to the potential ganks.
Yeah, support's coming through. Make sure they can help out with the wave control here for the mid laners. And Quid will be able to clean up the rest of them. Orianna, of course, you know, opting for the tankier, you know, version of the build with the early catalyst here. So you're going to have that extra HP for the all-in, so you don't actually go down to them. But when you don't have your flash, we'll see, because then that pillar does become a fairly useful tool, as well as if you can't keep track of CoreJJ and this Nico does get roam timers. You know, as you're saying, either of the supports could have heavily influenced the lane.
Yeah, currently both supports back into this bottom lane as B-Boy wants this wave to crash. Jan still has a lead. I know you'd mentioned earlier that one big wave B-Boy was able to catch, but Jan on the tail half of it now catches a big wave, up about 2 waves over B-Boy individually despite no kills happening bot lane. Finds himself with a bit of a gold lead, and will go for a back now, working towards that first item. No, actually going to stick around.
All right, so the farming continues. Though we do have a few openings here with you know, some summoner spells down, some opportunities, both solo lanes. Definitely a little bit more volatile. And Contracts is just camping the control wards up here that Shopify have invested in. These are some of the most important ones in these types of games because it allows not only jungle ganks, but also support ganks.
True.
And we'll see. It's vision control of the dragon attained by Team Liquid with dropping a little ward in the back, just so there's going to be no kind of slink over here from the bottom lane to start it out.
And Jose will also walk up into that bottom river. We'll spot out at least one of those control wards and clear that out as Contracts is back to clearing camps here. And Jose will actually just walk right up to that dragon, start bonking it. At least aggro's as he's waiting for his bot lane to walk up to truly start this up. Quid's even nearby, and Contracts has the Grand Starfall, but I'm seeing pings at the grubs instead from Shopify.
Yeah, I think it's too dangerous for an Orianna with no flash to approach a fight like this where you have to walk into river and into some of these dangerous corridors here. So with bot lane push and with mid lane being assassin versus low mobility mage here, just a lot more dangerous for the approach for Shopify. So good job with their risk avoidance. Give that dragon up, and Contracts actually doesn't even do the cross map, just comes back for the crab and leave the grubs there.
Yeah, so that's just going to be first dragon to Team Liquid, picking up an early objective for themselves. I guess not that early, it was past the time that it spawned, but you know, it's earlier than Shopify have gotten anything.
Kangas is a kill dragon on sight type
you know what? I'm pinging my jungler. Come on, man. I picked Pantheon support for a reason.
You're
Let's
gonna
go.
let this dragon breathe?
Yeah. On my screen, not today.
So those melees are
Oh,
punched up.
CoreJJ making use of that passive. Zinni not counting the minions, will go down, but here comes the counterpunch from Shopify Rebellion. That's a 1-for-1 trade as Quid shuriken flips over the wall. Gets into the Raptor pit. Zazel's nearby to chase him out of there. Quid's just going to waste some time. A Shopify Rebellion. Can he get to safety? Takes a blast cone. I don't think he'll have time for the reset. Yeah, Zazel's going to chase him all the way down. Quid does not have the ultimate, does not have the flash, has the teleport, but Zazel could always cancel that one. And Quid just going to waste some time. Nice from Zazel to get the knock-up. Contracts will get the kill. Shopify Rebellion with 3 kills on the board.
And honestly, Quid actually wastes a lot of his own time there. You know, he's not going to get farmed for a lot of this time where he's kind of running back there. Zazel just can keep him there and make sure he can't execute or anything, and it means that the Orianna gets to push mid wave. Only the support picks up mid wave there for the side of TL with CoreJJ. You know, trying to collect it, and honestly, turns out so well for Shopify. I was thinking, hey, it looks real fishy with the melees grouped up there, but teleport bot.
Who needs farm when he can just TP for kills? B-Boy in a bit of trouble here, has the flash available, has the ult available, will use one, and gonna save the other. Quid with the teleport flank will get the kill onto B-Boy.
Okay, yes, the price, of course, as you say, you know, gonna be more Orianna pushing on mid, but you're getting kills on your assassin, and Quid here does take the gold lead.
Yeah, Dark Seal now 2 stacks on it, so Quid coming back with a vengeance after that last play. And yeah, gonna catch a full wave down here bot. So Zinni is ahead in the CS department, but that's huge for Quid to stay on.
Yeah, this is the open mid strat, Kangas, you know?
Yeah?
you
Rare to
lost
see
a
in a
couple,
pro game.
Yeah, you lost a couple to replace the Orianna, but you're gaining a lot on the sides as well. So with all that being tallied at the end, with Quid getting the kill and then pushing out the bottom lane instead, the mid lanes are very close, but the single item breakpoints are really nice for an assassin because with with the gunblade here, you have a lot of all-in potential.
Akali is a full champion now. Speaking of full champions, you see one on the left side of your screen right there. Rather a skin. We got drops this weekend, Kobe. Everybody at home, if you have not heard about this yet, go to lolesports.com. And you can get this LT Grey Braum skin as a drop. It's awesome that we have this. Homegrounds is a really fun weekend, a really fun event. This just adds to the fun of it.
Yeah, a whole skin, baby.
Yeah.
That is a banger drop right there. So go get yours now. And we'll see about this game, whether the assassin in the side lane is going to have any sort of advantages, because now we're getting towards the point where it's like, all right, Quid, go ahead and stay in the side lane down there. They rotate the Ezreal very safe over to the mid lane. And Orianna's like, you know what? I'm not going to go down there and match. I'll stay mid lane here with Contracts trying to get some vision and protect us around the mid lane.
Yeah, let the AD carry use that range instead to catch those waves. Quid will now rotate back towards the mid lane, so going to match up with Zinni once again, who's a lot of CS up, but still just a tiny bit of a gold lead for Quid overall because of those 2 kills he's picked up. That's really what's keeping the assassin in the game. And if you're going solo queue mentality, kills matter way more than CS, Kobe. That's what I've learned from playing League of Legends for this many years.
The ego tally as well.
The dopamine.
Kills are definitely cooler. Mid lane though, we're gonna constantly keep vision here, even with the extra flash coming back for Zinni. Always trying to keep him protected as top lane.
Butch goes all out. That's flash early from Morgan as he popped the Ragnarok, but Contracts follows it up for another kill and a killing spree. 3-0-1 for the jungler of Shopify Rebellion.
He's on a roll, Kangas, attacking top lane over and over here. Contracts Pantheon. This guy designated as one of the high variance junglers of the league. When you start rolling kills here for Contracts, Jose though wants the rebuttal.
Zinni in the mid lane getting ganked himself. That's a shockwave used, and in comes Zazel throwing himself into the mix. Contracts trying to get out of Jose now. One more Q will have it on a rampage. Contracts cleaning it up as Zinni gets back up from his support and his jungler.
And honestly, the Eclipse buffs, the damage buffs was so nice.
Yeah.
This thing really hits now. So I like that he, invested in it, and it's definitely given returns because the damage has definitely been there for Contracts. It's going to allow them to start up the Drake as well. Kangas, Shopify. Did Raz make an error only giving them one game?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
No, we definitely should get ahead of ourselves. The underdogs have a gold lead.
They have a gold lead right now.
Fighting supplement. Yep.
I'm watching a bit. I think I'm just gonna ult here. I'm ulting, guys. Okay, well, a little comms listening right there as Godrax goes for the kill. And a solid state for Shopify Rebellion. Zinni now in some trouble. Quid goes for the all-in the 1v1. The kills are his specialty, and he gets that one. Quid with the kill.
Yeah, he decided, Zinni was like, you know what, I'm not using my flash here. I'm pretty sure Quid's going to kill me either way. So he resigned himself to death in the side lane. And it's a tale as old as time. Orianna and Akali alone in a side lane. Have you heard this joke before, Kangas? Because every Orianna player has, and it usually results with the Orianna dead.
Yeah, typically.
But also, no, he has both summoner spells.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, he's going for the defensive build. Does not seem to be working currently. All that extra HP you get from the Rite of Ages, it's not fully stacked yet. Maybe that's the issue. You know, he needed that extra bit of help.
Some time.
Time
will help out.
Yeah. Right now his time is being spent in the top lane here as Morgan gets a structure. That's first turret taken solo by the Olaf, who finds himself getting back into this game despite being 0-2 as Team Liquid now are onto the Herald. Shopify Rebellion are approaching. That's a teleport in from Fudge. They want to fight and push Team Liquid off of the objective. Team Liquid will back off. Shopify now have access to the objective themselves as B-Boy actually getting jumped on by Quid. Big damage from the Q as Fudge will buy some space for his AD carry. They get out of here, but man, Quid is a menace in this game.
Is that fair, Kangas?
I don't think so.
It's actually kind of crazy because it's like Quid versus Contracts in this game right now. Who is providing more threat, more value? Contracts is alone is a 1.5k gold lead as he gets chased down by Quid.
Quid's still looking for more on the Contracts right now. It's a 2v1, but Quid might have had it himself. Jose will get the kill regardless, and that's a shutdown.
Well, it's literally Quid versus Contracts in this game right now, and Quid also had a teammate there, so not really fair, was it? But honestly, it was Contracts really kind of versus all of TL, and now?
Oh, focus on to Morgan. Gonna go for the all-out before the Ragnarok comes down, but he still will Ragnarok and Ghost away as Shopify cannot get that third and topo strike. Now teleport coming in here. Quid is ready for the next round bout. Shockwave immediately on him. Zazel knocks him up as well, but can they get the damage to burst him? Quid will fall. Shopify Rebellion get the kill on the Team Liquid's mid laner.
Actually, that was satisfying. The welcome party for an Akali.
Yeah.
They actually could punish the Akali. They take her down on arrival here. Shopify are able to put a stop to that TL momentum they've been building. We're back to dead even on gold. I mean, you got the kill on the Contracts, you shut him down a bit, but then the teleport in from Quid, and Shopify are able to take down the other leader of the opponent team. So it's getting nice. It's getting nice and close here, Kangas.
And I gotta say, if you would ask me going into today, what is success for Shopify Rebellion, I'd say a game. I think a game would be a big deal for the underdog if we're being realistic on the power levels and expectations of these teams. But they already in game one are coming out swinging, Kobe. They're making Team Liquid work for it.
Yeah, looking competitive, looking close here, and you know their comp does have the more kind of standard setup. So we'll see it as they progress the game. You know, the stacks are getting there for Zinni. He still has his flash available, 6 stacks for him now. And so if they can get to the point where they can have structure to their fights.
Wait a second. Gank here on the Fudge. He has no turret to fall back on here as the pillar will block the escape path, and Quid yet again is the main character for Team Liquid. Jose and Quid have been tag teaming these side lanes, and Quid's been getting fed.
Yeah. I mean, the side lanes are like the Akali playgrounds for sure. Sometimes you do stumble and hurt yourself on the playground, you know, when you're trying to teleport from one side to the other, but still a playground nonetheless. Akali right back to, you know, the business as usual, getting kills over here with the long lane, as you said, no safety up there. So even if you are a tank, you're not getting away from that one. And Shopify are going to have to play a little bit safer with some of these more exposed areas, since you cannot afford to give a lot of kills over to this Akali. Quid already looking very dangerous, but
back
they
to
can
the Dark Seal 2 stacks. Cool.
Yeah, the teleport definitely chop that down a little bit and put a little speed bump in his stacks for his ring, but we'll see about the setup for this Drake.
Yeah, it's just spawned. Third Drake of the game. Both teams have one to their name. Shopify currently have position of the access point into the river. Team Liquid, first to the mid wave here as Jan's going to start hitting this one.
Okay, so remember, Orianna is bringing Flash to this team fight. It could be a big team fight for Shopify.
And Shockwave as well, as Quid has to use the smoke screen early. That's a big cooldown here. If Shopify just want to rip the Dragon right now, Quid's going to have a harder time getting onto the backline. True Chop Rush does chunk down Zinni a little bit there as Shopify Rebellion get their wave caught. And that's going to be a Herald dropped by Jose Deodo. Could be the Battle Herald as he's going to lead the charge forward. Fudge finds space for his team as he was slightly separated but gets back to everybody else. Shopify now repositioning here into their own jungle. B-Boy's going to catch this mid wave yet again as the Herald will charge forward. Could always just give the Dragon if you want to, but seems like Shopify Rebellion still have a couple members here. It's going to be an engagement. Core JJ goes in with the Pop Blossom, only lands on the Zazel and Contracts as now Core JJ is in a lot of trouble. He goes down. Contracts with the kill. Quid trying to get out the back line. He gets out to Zanny, dodges the Shockwave, will still trade his life 1-for-1 as it's a double kill to Contracts.
Okay, still going here. 4v3 in favor of Shopify.
Oh, the October Shark landed! Yan goes down! What a flick from Fudge as Contracts gets his third kill and the extended scrap. Morgan's got to run all the way back to his turret. Shopify Rebellion win the fight and will get the Dragon.
They get the structure they're looking for, the tankier side of Shopify. They weather the storm of the Nico engage there and immediately take down this Nico and are able to push it through. If not for Quid's antics here, dodging the Shockwave, I think it would have been even more in favor of Shopify. Here we go, look at it. You got Olaf ultimate already popped. That thing runs out and you've already killed off the Nico. So now Quid's like, I gotta save this. He does go in, he kills off Zinni while dodging the Shockwave, but since they've already lost core, they're at a numbers disadvantage, and Fudge, he's gonna charge up on the Scuttle Crab here, cues the crab, charges it up, and Yan had just, leash the Drake there.
Yeah.
While Fudge is charging up his Qs in his face on the Scuttle Crab, and he lets him have it, hits the charged up. Wait.
Back
Okay.
to
Could be
line.
fine.
He's fine, yeah. Ooh, what a fight. The Fudge had a fantastic fight. Zoning out Quid for so long, even before using the all-out to try and pull Quid away from his mid laner. He stalled Quid for such a long time. Very impressed with Fudge in that particular fight there. Now has his second item completed. The front line is front lining for Shopify Rebellion. Gold's still about dead even, but it's a Dragon lead for the Rebels. And again, Team Liquid have not dropped a game, Kobe. They're sweating a little bit right now as Shopify are, I think, mounting up to be a bigger challenge than a lot of folks would have given them credit for.
Yeah, Shopify doing a good job here in the opener in Mexico City at the home grounds, and see if they can pull together for some more objectives, because the last one looks good and they did get some advantages here with getting the Ezreal flash down. The problem is that Zinni flash that we've had our eyes on the whole time, now without the flash, I think it's like the Orianna already was kind of prime target. Now his positioning becomes really, really, really important. He does have a proto belt, so you get a or at least should be able to make his proto belt soon.
There we go.
There you go. So he does have his proto belt, so it gives you a little bit more mobility, but versus an Akali, that's like a a drop in the bucket. Versus
Unfortunately, it's also there for
And he
Quid,
quit,
so
that's what to
I think
do.
it nullifies the old rocket belt purchase. But it's something, when you don't have flash. Contract's gonna walk up into the line brush and goes straight into Jose, and Yan throws out the Aegis Assault early. Zazel is gonna try and save his jungle, and will do just that. Oh, they almost took down Morgan as Team Liquid laid the trap, but Shopify actually get the better of the trade.
Yeah, he got melted right there. Olaf, no ult and no HP. Contract, of course, can always return with his ultimate, so Pantheon has a big advantage if you're forcing both of them back right now. Morgan, of course, he has the long cooldown teleport from being a top laner with his quest, and is going to invest it. So that's a big cooldown.
And now Quid goes in, sees a line into the back line, looking at Zinni. It's going to be Zazel that gets chunked first, though, as Fudge can't get over the wall, but still gets back to safety. Shopify going to avoid Quid's engage right there. Quid just looking for a little poke, but that's perfect execution down for a moment.
Core is up here as a minion. Minion in the brush.
Minions sometimes do that, They sometimes walk around, go into brushes. You never know.
Drop
Really not.
boards,
Yeah.
You've been upgrading your minions, haven't you, Kangas?
Yeah. I've been playing some classic, you know, dropping the geeks on them.
Some rally.
Yeah.
I rally my minions and they turn into Core JJ.
Could you imagine?
That's
Wow.
a broken summoner spell. I need to use that in my solo queue.
That's better than Flash. Yeah, jeez. Okay. All right, wave push top lane here for Quid as he's going to go for a reset. No one got a big position at the Baron. That's what they were looking at right there. They were kind of poking, prodding to see, can we get a lead? Can we catch somebody out of position from both sides? Because Baron is the next objective, but now it's a minute 10 till Dragon. So that's where I anticipate the vision lines to start going down, junglers to start focusing on.
Yeah, and the vision is really important for Team Liquid because they're the ones that want to be able to put the pressure of different angles of approach onto Shopify. And so if you get your vision there first, then you can see when Shopify are putting down their wards and you kind of work around the info that they know. Sometimes if you know where their wards are, it's even worse for them than having no wards at all because you can like use the false sense of security that vision gives them for Core or Quid, to get a very impressive flank. So we'll see. The Baron currently is warded up by Shopify, so they are safe on both sides.
But as every coach has always told me, first priority around the Dragon objective is get mid push. Already Shopify Rebellion are able to do that. Team Liquid will catch it. 20 seconds until the Dragon spawns means it's going to be another wave here to contest for.
This is a big power point for Shopify with a Guardian Angel done on contracts. That jungle gold lead is very real right now. It is about as real as it ever gets. It's 3 items, and one of the items is a GA. Like, that is peak difference right here, actually coming into a team fight. So let's see if they can use it. The extra life on contracts, is this going to be the meaningful thing?
Core JJ's looking for a really long flank right now. They should know it was Core. He's back into minion form. As if the Nico can get the Pop Blossom onto the backline, that's huge. Fudge holding the line onto Morgan so far. As Zazel pushes back Core JJ, Jose's looking for the steal. Currently, it could just be a 50-50. Quid gets onto Zinni, but he's so tanky right now. Contract secures the objective, as now he's the focus here. Morgan goes Unleash on top of him. Quid's onto the backline for Zinni. Cannot quite kill him, though, but now the Pop Blossom.
The follow damage.
It was waiting the entire time, but the damage is not there from Team Liquid. That's a double kill for B-Boy as Shopify weathered the storm. It looked good from Core JJ. He was so patient, but the team couldn't get in there in time. Grand Starfall from Contracts as they look to chase down Jose Dioto. It's Fudge slowing him down. Jose's gonna go down, and only one stands from Team Liquid. Jan will watch corpses litter the river as the third Dragon goes to Shopify.
It's just great defensive play from Shopify here. They play cautiously. They know they're going to get engaged on with pressure on the back line. They kite back up to the tower. They use contracts here. He nails every smite, Kangas.
Yeah.
This guy nails everyone. Okay, he had a Pantheon Q as well. Really helps for the combo, but he hit the Dragon Smite, and because they win the team fight, they're going to be uncontested on the Baron Smite as well. It's so big for Shopify. Look at this one. Contracts, he gets it low. Zinni's walking back. They're trying to kite out this Akali. The smoke is down, and Zinni's positioning himself by this blast cone. Goes into the tower with the shockwave, flashes over to the blast cone, and Fudge is able to pull Quid even further over to the tower. Huge stuff here for Shopify. Then after they've kited and they've waited out the dive, they can chase down the stragglers, pick up the extra kills, Kangas, pick up the objectives, and it is Shopify on the war path in Mexico City.
I'm getting tingly fingers right now, Kobe. I think it's possible.
Your fingers
I think
tingling.
Shopify can do it.
That's what happens when you feel
It might be the Red Bull. It might be the Red Bull I was drinking.
How's your
Otherwise,
heart feeling? Any heart
it's the energy I'm getting
palpitations?
from Shopify Rebellion right now. They got the Red Bull Baron Power play. They currently have a gold lead. They're on Dragon Soul Point. Kobe, the Rebels are doing it.
We need more footage of Kangas on his motorcycle with his Shopify outfit on.
Yeah,
they
is it too
are
late
doing
to
good.
take a road trip to Mexico City? Yeah.
Let's see if they can do it with this Siege, Kangas, because the Baron buff, a very valuable tool here, of course, trying to get the extra turret plate money. They push up mid, rotate over to the top side, more turret plates knocked off in the process. And of course you can have Pantheon, with the ultimate only being a few seconds away, Contracts can try and just buff up the minions there in mid. He does have vision. Okay, so even if they try to attack him, he will be okay. They're going to play into it.
Oh, it was Quid trying to play with Jose Dioto, but instead it's Quid that gets engaged on. Perfect execution to try and buy some space. But now the Grand Starfall will come in. Zazel looking to lock down the Quid. and one auto will take the Quid out of the equation. That was the gold advantage for anybody individually on Team Liquid. Quid's now in gray screen for 40 seconds. Shopify have a lot of time on Summoner's Rift.
Shopify's magic continues. Here we go. They're going for the base right now, Kangas. I feel like Zeyzal has completely transformed this team since joining it, and it's all coming to fruition right now. See if they can finish versus Team Liquid. Of course, Dragon Soul is only 1 minute and 50 seconds away, so you don't want to give up any deaths or anything, but they've built up the gold lead. They have the extra dragons. They're going to have control of the map as well, so the next setup for the Dragon Soul should be even easier than the previous one, and the pressure is all on Team Liquid. This undefeated TL at the top of the standings, on the precipice here of dropping a game.
And look at that jungler on your screen. Jose Deodo, the MVP candidate, the all-pro front runner, struggling versus the wild card of Contracts sitting 7-1-5. Contracts can be that guy. We know this about this player and how the Rebels approach League of Legends so far this year. And it looks like it's going to get them a win here in game number 1. They still have to get across the finish line, though. It's a 3,000 gold lead, 50 seconds until that Dragon Soul.
And they clearly know their jobs. Zeyzal, Fudge, and Contracts all have had their eyes on Quid 24/7.
Yep.
They are marking this Akali every time he steps out onto the Rift, trying to find his flank angles, trying to find the engage opportunities. As long as they have eyes on Quid and Core, they are going to be fine in these team fights. They have so much more structure. They have much more stability in their setup. So as long as they can keep their eyes on those two key players, they should be able to nullify the setup from Team Liquid. I mean, the Olaf really has not accomplished anything in this whole game, Kangas.
Makes me wonder who baited who in pick and ban here, as it's 20 seconds until that Dragon Soul fight. Shopify Rebellion. This is a huge win condition for them. If they can just hold the line, get the objective. Contracts has been good for so many 50-50s throughout his career. And now he's looking straight onto Quid here. Just Giga Chunks down the Akali solo. Now Zeyzal's coming in, stopped by Core JJ. Quid has the perfect execution out of there, but he's chunked down. No ultimate. He's got to reset.
As we said, job done, Kangas. Contracts found Quid. Chunk him out. As long as you get the Akali ultimate down, there you go. Objective earned for free here. Shopify have done it again. Contracts finds the threat, and they take it out.
That is still the only individual member on Team Liquid that has a gold lead. Quid was given so many kills, so much focus, so much priority from Team Liquid throughout this game. And one little engage there from Contracts nullifies all of the potential from Team Liquid. That is now Soul for the Rebels. Baron's up in 1:30. If you pair those things together, it's looking like walk at their base and end this game angle.
Yep, Shopify looking good. Just keep up the checklist here. Marking their flanks, keeping their eyes, peeled here for the engages. The Nico, they have bursted down over and over. Yes, Core JJ does have his arm guard now for the one-time use. So Core JJ basically has one exceptional, one possibility of an exceptional play in him. He's got flash, heal, proto belt, and the arm guard. He basically has everything. So it does have to be a Hail Mary though, because you're going into a team with a very large advantage and a tremendous amount of burst damage themselves. So a Nico could literally just die before you even get to use your arm guard, maybe.
You're going into GA, you're going into Zonias, you're going into Locket, and a reminder, Kobe, every time this year that Team Liquid has played against Shopify Rebellion, they've smashed them. These are the average stats. It's a 7-0 game record. This is the first game that Shopify have been able to get into a winning position in all of 2026. That already is an accomplishment, and they're at the precipice here. 20 seconds until that Baron to actually get the team fight to close this game out. Can anybody from Team Liquid find the miracle? Find the way to slow down Shopify? It could be getting onto Contracts as he's in the enemy jungle, but in comes Zeyzal. Shockwave onto 2. A Shopify Rebellion spring the trap. They got 2 down. Team Liquid will try and retreat with 3 members as the Grand Starfall will get onto Jose Deodo. Contracts trying to slow down the retreat path, but will instead turn back towards the rest of the team as Jan's kiting back from Fudge in the top river. Baron's still on the table. Team Liquid are just wasting some time from Shopify Rebellion, but already the fight is won for the Rebels. They're just going to chase down Jan, try and take down the Ezreal. Hard to lock down. Fudge will do just that as he all-outs over the wall, straight into the waiting arms of Zeyzal. That's a kill, and that is Baron to the Rebels.
Shopify Rebellion are peaking at the perfect time here, Kangas. Zeyzal, my man! He locks up 2 there, sets up the easy shockwave. He finds Quid plus, I believe, Core JJ. He found 2, they instantly delete them, and that's gonna be the last nail, I have to say, put in this Team Liquid coffin for game number 1.
Yeah.
Shopify now will be marching with another Baron buff, further increased gold lead, and basically the authority here to end the game.
5,000 gold lead, plus the Dragon Soul, plus the Baron. Shopify Rebellion did not take the middle turret on the last Baron push, but they will now, as they'll also look to siege on this tier 2 in the bottom lane. They're being patient with it. They're not over-forcing. They're letting the minions do the work for them here. As Fudge just needs to make sure he doesn't get jumped onto the mid lane, overstep like a... we've seen some mid laners do it occasionally when you have the lead. Instead, he's going to be very, very patient, play with his team, wait for them to get this wave shoved in onto the bottom lane as well. Now walks up to get this inhibitor.
Contracts and Zeyzal, both magnificent performances this game. Contracts here with his GA, active, kind of threatening as they slowly whittle down the tower here on bottom side with the buffed up cannon minions, and Fudge already has the mid wave here attacking Nexus tower, so time is dwindling for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid have to pick an angle. They got to go in. Yeah, the time is dwindling, and Core JJ is a minion, but he's walking around. They know that that's not a real minion here. That's really the engage for Team Liquid. Shopify let the minions do the work for them. That's 1 Nexus turret down. They're looking for another, the upset of the season here. As Fudge goes all out, he's taken down though. That's an early shutdown for Team Liquid as Quid gets on the back of the ball. That's more! Team Liquid, are they gonna do it? Defending the base, B-Boy kites back though. The rest of the Rebels survive the onslaught. A double kill to B-Boy, and what looked like a miracle for Team Liquid will not come to fruition. Shopify Rebellion weather the storm, and they will give Team Liquid their first game loss of the summer split.
Shopify Rebellion have done it. Raz vindicated instantly for his flip-flop for single game. He called it. Raz, it's time to gloat. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're flip-flopping more often now.
Victory
We're
lap,
back. We've been
Raz.
unlocked.
Wait,
Here
what?
now.
It's not like you weren't flip-flopping.
But I was waiting on it. But that's the first loss that Team Liquid has taken so far.
I
this
feel
split.
bad for not. Like, you were like, why didn't you give him a game? I'm like, I don't know.
Usually it's Emily.
Yeah.
What are you doing up there?
I have the turning point to the game.
Ooh.
Dun, dun,
It was the
dun.
4th Drake of the game, Shopify's 3rd Drake. This isn't necessarily the turning point. Contracts with a perfect smite as usual as they're holding the zone. He smites it from 1500. Jose doesn't even get a chance to push a button, but this is the big thing. So we're gonna watch this at full speed first. It looks like Core JJ from the flank down here, you wanna put your eyes on this guy right here, is gonna have this perfect flank. Da-da, 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 da-da. What? Who hit the blast cone?
What the hell?
Aren't they
Dun,
stunned
dun.
when they hit this blast cone? We're gonna do an investigation here. So Core JJ, as he's flying over, slowing it down very slow.
Okay.
All right, watch this. Everybody, airborne.
True.
How does this work? Airborne into stunned. Investigation continue. We're going slow. Airborne.
be able to get out of
airborne.
this.
Airborne. Airborne.
There's too many particles.
Airborne. Oh wait, B-Boy.
Whoa, he's back?
He had cleanse. He's cleansed the stun, which allows him to hit his team
Blast cone.
instantly to safety. It prevents anyone on Team Liquid from following up. It moves everyone towards Quid and allows them to win this fight, take a huge lead in the game. They took Baron right after this and never looked back.
Wow.
Blast cone OP.
Cleanse
Cleanse
OP.
OP.
Very
And
OP.
the headiness, right? Like to just know the blast
Yeah.
cone is there while
Yeah.
you're getting comboed. Poof, all the safety.
That was actually crazy. And honestly, you shouldn't be surprised at who got player of the game.
No, because we
Not
talked,
B-Boy.
No,
It is contracts.
It was contracts. Woo! We had talked previously about how Jose has been super impactful. Contracts occasionally just has these games where he is
Wow.
absolutely everywhere. was monstrous on this Pantheon, making plays in the side lanes as early as possible, responding to plays with Panth ult whenever he could. He had that, he had that mid lane. Did not build Sundered Sky first, so we're going to be on the lookout for that. He built Eclipse first.
Yep.
And was doing a lot of damage.
He's in World's form. But Raz, you have a scouting report too.
I do. Scouting report is in, and it's going to be my Samsung Rift Visions here. Because while you were talking about this fight, there's something that I've noticed that Team Liquid basically does.
Zeyzal didn't die, so all the
week.
fans are loving him. Zeyzal did have a great game on Rakan, by the way. Some insane engages, but we got to give it to El Contracto.
Yeah, 100%. And let's take a look at this, because this happens for Team Liquid every week. The playmaking that we highlight for Quid is for me on Patrol. Now, Quid, of course, in this moment is dying. So this is basically his death recap. But it does showcase where the jungler is. Contracts is topside. So what happens? Morgan is pushing in bot side. He does get a ward down here. This is, I think, the most crucial ward that you can actually talk about, because this happens on top side as well. When Morgan is top side, he gets a ward down on this furthest push. So usually I'm talking about it for this push, but it happens here. So Quid dies. Why am I highlighting this ward? Well, he has a 15-second death cooldown.
Sneaky,
and there's a heavy ping from his team on this ward. So the moment Quid comes back, instant TP right behind B-Boy, and they immediately find the pick on him. So I wanted to highlight that in particular because this happens quite literally every week. It was the lock in the first week, it was Rise immediately afterwards, and it feels like that ward specifically that is placed down is a planned ward from Team Liquid so they can get Quid to find a play and be able to come out with heavy tempo. The AD carry died in that one.
And yet, even though they pulled off the play that they pulled off every week, Team Liquid lost. What the hell?
Yeah.
7 wins into this? I credit Contracts for having some of those just insane games.
Yeah.
He was everywhere. I thought Shopify was playing very clean. Few mistakes from Team Liquid as well.
Yeah.
Morgan's early death, as well as Lyon getting hit by that max rating Cassante Q3 are uncharacteristic for Team Liquid, but could be an upset. Upsets are in the air. Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Shopify is coming up next. First, we have an interview from Mexico City with Calypso and LCS Commissioner, former analyst Mark Z.
Okay, guys, we're here in the LCS Homegrounds in Mexico City. I'm here with Mark. Mark, this is the first time you've ever been here into Mexico City. How are you? Are you excited for this show?
I'm super excited. It's a lot of firsts this weekend. It's our first Homegrounds. It's the first one Lyon is throwing. It's my first time in Mexico. Technically, the LCS's first time in Mexico as well. So super excited to be able to bring the show to the LATAM community.
Okay, and I feel like this is going to be a great show because it's the top 4 currently what we have in the league. So what are your predictions for the matches that we're going to have? Is Lyon going to be on top? Team Liquid is going to lose the Invictus they have?
No, I'll say something that maybe I shouldn't, given that Lyon is the host of this event. But I think with it being the first weekend that Inspired's back, could be struggling a little bit. TL looks amazing. Jose kind of in front of some of his biggest supporters. I think TL will be kind of the big winners of this event.
Okay, here are a couple of predictions from our end. But what we can do is that for now, the people are coming into the arena. We're having such a blast in here. The people in Mexico is really loud, excited, crazy in the best way possible. You told me some of the fans even like notice you and ask you for pictures.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised at me just like walking around out front, kind of like taking in the whole event, that I was already getting recognized a little bit. So I was very happy to see that, people were excited to see the LCS in this arena.
Okay, so we're running a little bit short of time. The show is about to start. We need to get ready, and the teams are getting ready as well. And we're going to go back to you guys to start the show and the great games that we're going to have today on Saturday.
Thank you.
Shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed.
Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Nico's far. We can fight.
IFGA.
I'm hitting
Kali.
front.
I'm killing a Kali.
Oh.
Killing a Kali. Killing a
Nico
Kali.
flash out. Nico flash out. Try to kill a Kali. It's still winning.
Yeah, we can still win.
Chundo no flash.
Chundo no flash. I'm looking. Anyone have spells?
No, I'm going Kazate.
Shopify Rebellion weather the storm, and they will give Team Liquid their first game loss of the Summer Split. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our first series of Homegrounds weekend hosted by Lyon in Mexico City. Shopify Rebellion did it, Kobe. They got a game versus Team Liquid, giving them their first game loss of Summer Split. Job's not done. Do you think they can get another?
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
If you can get one, then you could get two.
It's just one more. It's just doubling the number
Exactly.
of wins versus
just
the
do what
undefeated
you
team.
just did last game.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, with Fearless, you can't do exactly what you did last game. And honestly, I got to admit, I did like the TL side because I thought TL could basically like pub stomp, you know, this team.
Yeah.
But Shopify have proven, no, you're not going to be able to just like style on us with assassins and, you know, steamroll us and be able to, you know, murder side lanes and stuff. Contracts did a really good job in the early game to keep the Olaf down, make sure Olaf did not become any sort of problem at all. And that Olaf did zilch in that game.
Yeah, nothing.
He definitely was able to keep him down, and the team as a whole then were able to really focus and just identify the other two threats of, okay, maybe there'll be a big Nico engage or Kali, and then they were able to deal with those as well. So well done to Shopify, you know, proving that they can handle this amount of pressure. And now all that's left is one more to pull off the actual funny thing and do a full upset versus Team Liquid and grab the series.
And I will say, to add to the point, Contract's kind of the spearhead of that last game. Typically when he has that type of game, he has two in the series. It's rare that he just has the one pop off.
When he rolls a 10, he usually rolls two 10s.
He rolls two 10s.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, two nat 20s, two crits in a series.
Yeah, what type of die are we using?
I like 20s. I like D20s.
Okay,
I'm a
D20s
D20 guy.
then.
Yeah.
I got you.
As long as you don't bring D12
The 10
into the mix.
10-sided dice are weird looking.
Yeah.
That's fair.
They are weird.
They
yeah,
are weird
I don't
looking.
like the shape. All right, well, here's a couple bans on our screen already for game number 2. It's Fearless, and we'll not get the same comps from last time, but it will not be Lee Sin, Syndra, Lucian, or Cass, Nocturne, Poppy for either of these teams. So Team
Okay.
Liquid get the first pick.
Okay, so still giving Jose the Lee Sin respect, as everybody should, and trying to keep most of the other places similar. I mean, there are Jarvan Rumble style compositions available. Those are usually very easy to execute. I mean, as are Vi plus, whatever kill champion in mid lane. Jose plus Quid combo of, Vi, Ahri, or Talia or whatever could very well be on the menu, especially because the enemy is Ryze, and Talia into Ryze is, a classic as well. So definitely could do that to work with the Vi, point and click into the seismic shove combos.
Fast lock-in from Shopify, though. So that seems like they were really ready for this jungle mid combo.
Well, Contracts was one of the early adopters of the Nefiri invade against Vi specifically. This champion is very prone to early invades, and Nefiri is one of the best at doing it because you're so mobile, you can bypass a lot of vision, and you have you guaranteed safety as well. So it's very effective champion versus Vi in the early game, and then of course you have your W for the Vi ultimate. Goes without saying, very effective against the champion in the later stages as well. There's the Rumble that we were talking about, but it's a little different look with the Rumble Vi Yone here. This is also a Team Liquid classic. I think this is one of the ones Spawn explicitly listed out as one of their favorite comps of having Vi Rumble Yone style when you have the big wombo to keep everybody on, and it's just another version of this dive and hard engage. This one is very straightforward though. Like, you don't have to pull out creative flanks with this one, Kangas. It does, it can help, it helps, but you can also just kind of go straight in. It's kind of a steamroller. Yeah,
exactly,
you go straight in there. The Nefiri, as we mentioned though, is going to be very mobile and elusive, so maybe he'll be able to control early game and then be hard to deal with later. And Fudge has been very confident on his Ambessa and into the Rumble matchup, especially if you have advantage in jungle early. That can really help out the Ambessa side of the Ambessa Rumble and allow the Ambessa to become a very big danger. So honestly, I'm already, even with the draft not even completed, I'm expecting some, Contracts early shenanigans. At the very least, looking for early wards, and may or may not go for the Nefiri invades, especially around the red side.
Well, as we see the last couple of bans come in here, how likely do you think it is that the solo laners will be able to help an invade? Because when I hear jungle invade, I typically think you want some priority from your lanes to help you out. Does Nefiri require that?
It's pretty hard for it's good for Nefiri's side because he's got the Ryze into the Yone. So the Ryze should be trading heavily and pushing. Ryze push, it's EQ Kangas and that into a Yone. Not much he can do about it. So should be at the very least mid push. And then I do think that with, if you've got mid and jungle looking aggressive, then it should allow the Ambessa to have a good start as well. So we'll see about the bottom lanes, if that changes it up at all. This even helps further with that same game plan, Kangas. A Shen ult to that top side of the map as well, coming from a support Shen, could be the extra factor that they needed. Zeyzal had a magnificent game on the Rakan. If he can repeat here with the Shen, then this very well could be their path to success.
Suddenly, that whole ball up your fist and ram 'em strat of the Vi Yone Rumble, a little less attractive now with that Shen shield coming in here. Even if the Ryze has like the Rod of Ages build, it's probably not going to one-shot that guy.
Okay, well, they've decided we're going to tighten our fist with an Alistar.
They got the brass knuckles on now, the bull horns.
The Alistar here does bring another lever they can pull. Alistar and Vi and Yone. Crazy hard engage here with the super long range of Jhin. Makes a lot of sense. So Team Liquid, they just complete the comp. They double down. No pivots here. Everything staying the same. Meanwhile, Shopify rounded out with the Kaisa. Does have some extra mobility, and you can try and rely on your E with your speed and your invisibility. But we'll see how the early stages go for them in the bottom side. Of course, these are two supports that have heavy impact when they are allowed to roam as well. So Core JJ and Zeyzal on some very impactful melee supports. and see if they can also be a factor in the battle over the jungle camps.
Like the Kai'Sa in this lane, I do wonder about late game. You don't have as many big setups. I think of Kai'Sa with the Vi comp, with the Yone comp. It's like, yeah, obviously you got this big long-range engage, will set you up to go in, but instead it's going to be more like M-Pesa public execution, Shen taunt, or just using your ultimate more defensively to try and get away potentially from all the people diving onto you. Either way, B-Boy is going to have to make sure he's warmed up and ready to go, but after that last game, I'd say he definitely is. He had to play the Xayah defensive, now he gets to go to Kai'Sa. He gets that killer instinct now. As again, Shopify up 1-0 in this series. If you missed game one, you gotta go back and watch it at some point, because Shopify Rebellion are on the precipice of doing something truly spectacular. Counted out, counted down, but definitely, despite being the underdog, stepping up to the plate right now, getting that first game win against Team Liquid, and they could make it a 2-0.
And we talked to Zeyzal a lot because honestly, he's just been the GOAT of content.
Oh, yeah.
since
I love Zeyzal,
since
man.
he came back. So we have a bunch of Zeyzal quotes, and one of my
He stores the personality in the beard. You know, it's just the bigger the beard, the more
he's a
personality
very wise professional
Yeah.
player, and we do hope he sticks around. As this is one of the quotes as well. I was looking for this level 1. You know, we were talking in Champ Select for them to get the early vision to try and set up for Nefiri invades. Look at Nefiri as well on the mini map on the other side. But he's talking about contracts here. I talked to him on pros, and I was asking directly about this matchup. And he was talking about, it depends on how greasy my jungler is the word that he used. Contract sweats a lot in his hands. And so very clearly, Contract's hands were super dry in the first game. He was on point. His mechanics were clean.
Yeah, dry hands.
He was, exactly, dry hands. He actually was smurfing, and so they're going to continue it. The level 1 invade that I was expecting does occur. They do get the cross map here. So there's wards on both sides too. This is very important. You have vision on both sides, and Contracts can continue this aggressive play. And this is why I was really favoring the setup for the top triangle of the map for Shopify in draft, even at the first 3 picks, because they always have a plan for this. Level 2 on bot side first 2.
Yep, and that will get heal out from Core JJ as well as from Zeyzal, so both of them using it, but trade up for Shopify.
So I also want to point out the important part of this counter jungle are also the defensive wards, because you see the ramp into your side. So you basically have cut off all 3 quadrants, and now we're watching Jose on the mini-map.
This is
as he finds, and he knows that he's been counter jungled now, he's going through process of eliminations here. And he's like, okay, fine. He saw my red side. He either could have recalled, probably they have defensive wards on bot side, so I'll transition into the next closest camps, which will be the top triangle, and I want to see if Contracts, after his red, does come over to contest those, because he has pushing Rise, pushing M-Pesa, and usually you try and trap the jungler when you squeeze them out of options of camps, and you know they only have one place to go, and you have pushing lanes, you can have them collapse!
Oh, Zinni almost gets a solo kill on the Quid, one more auto. Oh, Quid's gonna snap right back to it. Flash is available, and ooh, that's first blood. Zinni gets it done solo, and even Fudge pushes out Jose from the jungle. He's able to get the buff, but that's just the one.
So I'm like, okay, usually this is exactly what you do. You squeeze them into a tough spot. They have no camps. They have nowhere to go. And you're pushing, solo laners can help collapse and kill them, but you're pushing solo laners actually solo killed. Now they're fighting over the crab.
Yeah, Contracts gets hit by
No
a
smites,
Vault Breaker.
by the way.
No smites available. Jose Dioto's just taking the trade here with the Conqueror. Both junglers have it stacked up now, but Zinni's still coming from the mid lane. Quid's going to be there early. Contracts has to back off. For now, another Vault Breaker there from Jose Dioto. He goes back into the Contracts. Man, Jose really wants to scrap as Zinni's coming up from the flank here. Doesn't have a lot of damage purchased here, but he's still unloading onto Quid. Now Contracts confident to walk forward. Quid still has the flash. He didn't use it earlier, holding it for quite a while, but he just used his TP already. Jose goes back in onto Contracts, and he walks back up. That's flash forward.
Slow.
Jose flashes defensively, and Contracts runs him down. Zinni with his second kill of the game.
Is it too early to talk about the Zinni world skin?
No, it's not, Kobe. I think he should go Rise.
Contracts and Zinni, are they possibly the best jungle mid duo in the world?
Top 5 at least,
Yeah,
I'd say.
We'll call up Cubby and get his opinion. Honestly, though, from minute 1 here, the design from Shopify has been beautiful from the draft into the execution, invading for the deep wards, fighting, and the individual play from Zinni in the matchup here versus Quid absolutely styling on him and enabling all of this gameplay for Contracts to play so aggressively and get this jungle domination in effect. Really, really crazy stuff to see here. The transformation that has been brought to Shopify.
Core's coming mid. Zinni has no summoner spells available. Core thinks that he can find an angle, but Contracts is there to cover. Zinni has backup, and Kobe. Zeyzal also talked about this on pros as well. As actually, it's Contracts getting engaged on right now. Gets over the wall, followed by Quid, trying to guess where he's going to go. Throwing out the Q. Contracts dodges it, and he's out of there.
Does escape. Flash is used. Aggression mid, but that another, go to Zeyzal quote, because we also asked him about Zinni's performance, and I was like, hey, gonna be honest, Zinni has had a lot of less good games, but he's just coming off his really good series. Is it gonna continue? And one of the big changes that Zeyzal pointed out was how Zinni's communication has gotten a lot better, and especially around the area of calling for extra resources, which we have seen in the beginning of this game, mid working very well with both jungle as well as with support, and it to be the great benefit of Shopify. And Zinni is the biggest gold lead actually on the entire team since he keeps on getting these kills.
Now, obviously, we don't know in that second kill he got whether it's him or Contracts calling. I would imagine more Contracts, but then Contracts being mid to back up Zinni for that look from Core JJ. Contracts has to burn flash, but he still gets out. I'm loving this new look from Zinni. If this player plays with confidence, we were shown the promise.
We didn't like the old look.
We did not like the old look. We throw that look out the window.
I'm definitely loving the new look.
Yeah,
I agree.
We're going to pretend that one didn't happen, okay? We're going to do some improv, some no-and. Zinni gets a good chunk out of Quid right there. Because if this is the Zinni that we get, this is a very different version of Shopify. They were trying to make a big upgrade in the mid lane coming into the year. Zinni struggled in the first two splits, but he's really coming online and technically could still be in the running for Rookie of the Year. He's making a pretty solid argument for himself in the last couple of weeks.
He is in the running.
He is in the running,
He's definitely in the running. He's not running at the forefront of the pack, but you're right. Now he's moving
a little
up.
late. Yeah.
A late bloomer.
Oh, here's Core JJ coming in to the bottom lane and just going to get the headbutt. The pulverize set up the curtain call. B-Boy's going to take a couple of those. I imagine the damage shouldn't be enough. Oh, but the deadly flourishes! Yan lands everything and B-Boy goes down. That's barrier and flash up.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, oh, he's going to take a couple of those. That's probably what B-Boy was thinking too. I'm just going to take a couple of these. I'm not going to take all 4 of these, am I? Well, he took all 4, and he took the W as well at the end.
Now the Fate sealed into the mid lane. Morgan's walked all the way down to shut down Zinni. That is gold to Quid. Team Liquid, signs of life.
Okay, well, good thing we got all of our hype and our narratives out for Shopify in time.
And you feel the deflation of the balloon.
We filed all of our narratives perfectly, and then Team Liquid are like, all right, relax. We're still at the top of the LCS for a reason. The comeback kills there for Team Liquid and the comeback dragon as well. Going to bring them right back into pace with Shopify.
Team Liquid just had to remember they're him. Actually, kind of, in North America right now. But it's still dead even game in terms of gold. Just a tiny little lead for Shopify, but essentially even Core is still mid. Has the flash available. Zinni, still no summoner spells. No Fate Seal from Quid means that less likely for the full burst damage, but Core will look for it as Zinni pushes the wave a little further just to deny the cannon, and out comes in Quid. Gonna be standing united from Zeyzal, backing up the mid laner.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that feels really bad to use a Shen stand united on something like that. If it's an engage and the threat is like the Alistar and a Yone with his Eon, it's so easy for them to disengage, but and of course support Shen ultimate is...
I'm looking at Fudge right now. He does not see the Vi in the brush, and there we go. Vault Breaker forward, cease and desist to lock him down. Morgan roasts him for the kill. The flash is wasted. Shopify will get the grubs for this, but Team Liquid get another kill. That's now 3 on the board for that.
Big stuff here for Team Liquid. They are not tilting, remaining focused, stick to the game plan here, and a lot of shutdown kills that they've been able to acquire has just fully deleted the early game gold lead that Shopify were able to build up. And on top of it, Flash there with the extra burn still on Fudge does go down. He had invested in the early Hex Drinker for the matchup as well, and is going to build the full Maw, actually. since he's got his Caulfields in inventory as well. So he is fully committing to that play into Rumble. And when everybody else on the opponents are physical damage here, we'll see about the usefulness there.
You're not a believer in the every other auto from Yone?
Okay.
I won't either, just for the record. I just wanted to confirm that we both were on the same page.
Okay. I'm like, yes, and
No, you don't need to think too much more about that one. His contracts will push Jose Deodo back into his own jungle. Ballbreaker's still being channeled here as Quid will roam down. But now Raz is officially flip-flopped to a Shopify Rebellion 2-0. Breaking news with the little sirens.
He doomed him. Okay, Raz.
Yeah, actually,
doomed
that
him.
might be a bit of a curse,
Yeah,
Raz.
Raz fully committing to your side is not always the best.
I guarantee he did that before the Stand United mid lane. On his mini right
well,
there.
good news is Raz can always flip-flop back. He has flipped, and now he can still flop back.
He could still flop, true.
And he could flip again.
Yeah, that's what he's known for. As Zinni is still winning this 1v1 matchup, something fierce right now. Yet to pick up any AP. But the scaling of Rise definitely known. He's in a fantastic position regardless. Still has those 2 kills, is up a lot of CS as Core JJ gets shoved back here. Throws up the Pulverize onto Zazel, who does not quite land the Shadow Dash. Will now have to walk all the way back. But point is, Zinni is in a fantastic position to carry this game. Next question is, can he do it when the pressure's on?
Well, trying to dodge some Qs there as the E from Quid does land some damage. And there are some other breakpoints. Cyclosword is a super strong item right now. I still really believe in this item, and it's just got completed for contract. So he's at a huge power spike advantage over the Vi right now. You have such an advantage when the ultimate is so easy for Nefiri to deal with. And then previously, Jose had not been able to complete his Sundered Sky. Now he does, but it's also nerfed Sundered Sky, so you're less tanky.
Yeah.
And the less AD as well. On that item, so still looks pretty good for the individual matchup. And I want to see if contracts can further kind of push this and go for some re-invades as well. It is a little bit worrisome because of the bottom lane. The TL bottom lane, every time we pan over there, they are making aggressive plays and making setup here. So with Alistar, with Jhin having so much extra CC, it makes it a little bit dangerous trying to press around that area of the map. And since TL are stacking dragons, that's where they're going to keep their focus.
Yeah, 30 seconds until that next dragon. Eyes will be on Team Liquid set up for it. Currently, they have a couple of wards down in the river as Quid will get a trade onto Zinni, who has finished that Rod of Ages. Quid still doesn't have the Blade of the Ruin King, so that will be an item advantage straight up for Shopify Rebellion as the public execution from Fudge in the 1v1 top lane, but it's not a 1v1. Contracts is coming in here. Ultimate popped. Morgan goes down, and Contracts gets the kill. Shopify find a pick in the top lane.
Yeah, 10 seconds before the dragon, so they actually have some more time to work with here. And Zinni trying to get a little chip damage onto Jose early on to set up for this.
That's Ghost, and he's got the Stand United coming in. Jose has to go for the Cease and Desist, and he's just dead. Zinni with the backup of his support.
Contracts.
And now Quid uses the Fate Seal to try and get out of mid lane. He will get out as Contracts had the flank onto him, but that should be Dragon to Shopify Rebellion.
Got the full scale, Kangas. If that first support Shen ultimate was a 0 or a 1 at the bottom of the scale,
we're on the other side.
That one is a 10. Your mid laner Ghost, and it's
bulking.
There you go. So beautiful support Shen ultimate here because Zinni could chase him out. He's already punishing him, and they didn't expect that timer for the Shen ultimate to be back up for real. I mean, Jose was still in there taking so much damage on the Raptors, and it felt like he was not worried about it at all.
No.
And it's a huge punish from Zinni. Very easy for him to stay in range, pop the Ghost, and Shopify. They're able to pick up what you're not usually supposed to be able to do, make your top play and make your defense play a success as well. So making the top gank successful while almost simultaneously, like right after, making the bot side defense, which earns you a dragon as well, is just a huge swing for Shopify, getting the dragon and the gold back.
I can always imagine maybe Jose was hoping for a Fate Sealed over the wall, but Quid had already used the Soul Unbound back to the mid lane.
Yeah,
so
far
it's just
away.
a tough position to be in. And now, speaking of tough positions, it's 1,000 gold lead for Shopify Rebellion, and they've equalized the dragons. When we talk about going into later stages of the game here, Kobe, I always will value a Rise very highly. When it comes to late game, you get that 3-item power spike, it is huge. It's now a 1v1 from Fudge and Quid in the bottom lane. Quid losing that one as well, still does not have the Blade of the Ruin King. Probably will get it off of this reset, though. But I want to ask you the question, Kobe. As this game goes later and later, because we're not going to get a 4 full Dragon rush, both teams are equalized at 1-1. Who are you favoring towards this mid game and as we're looking at the potential Dragon Soul fights later on?
Yeah, I think mid game is still fine for TL. Like, they still have a lot of options. You know, if they can group up and use the champions in synergy, you know, being able to layer your ultimates is a big part of 1, 2, 3 first drafting a Rumble by Yone. Bottom
There's
side.
the teleport coming in. Core JJ looking for that Team Liquid TP as the public execution will go wide. Budge taking a lot of damage right now. Fate Sealed will land on a 2 and Team Liquid make the play. Jan lands the final snipe and that is 2 to TL.
Yeah, there you go. You bring those champions together. Nice lockup here. They do get the combination for the extra kills, and it's going to allow you to get turret plate money just funneled into Yone. Everybody's always looking at the Blade of the Ruin King that you're talking about, which basically transforms Yone into an absolute beast. And then instantly when he buys the item, they make the play around him. And Team Liquid are able to clean up. If you take this bottom tower, free Dragon number 3 on the Rift, it really benefits your setup here. They have so much vision you can see through these Phallites, through the setup here, that even 2.5 minutes in advance, it makes it easier and easier for the next setups for Team Liquid. So nice swing for them on the bottom half of the map.
Core JJ goes for the engage onto Zinni. The Rise has to flash back, but now Jose follows up. The rest of Shopify Rebellion are coming in to back him up, but that's double teleports coming in from 2 solo laners. Fudge immediately gets exhausted. He's got to try and get out of there now, as in comes B-Boy, looking to get onto the back line. Can't quite take him out. Zazel still survives, gets a kill onto Core JJ, but Quid will land a double for himself. Still full health on the Yone, make it a triple. Team Liquid's mid laner has arrived.
Yeah, Quid got his Blade of the Ruin King and immediately got a bazillion kills.
Yep.
And Team Liquid are going to get the Herald too, so tower money on top of it.
That was literally Zinni 500 gold ahead, and then these back-to-back plays mean the Quid is now 800 gold ahead. Let's get another look at it.
Yeah, I mean, Quid has 5 kills now after all of this. Gets 3 of them up here, and this is even without the Vi ultimate, because they had just invested the ults on bottom side, but the Rumble did so much damage here and set them up that once Quid is able to arrive, they completely wrap this one up. Nice job here from Team Liquid. And I mean, Jan also, the sniping here from the Jhin has been quite nice. He hasn't been the focal point, but some pretty good utility out of him, as well as hitting a lot of these snipes.
Kobe, we are playing a fast game of League of Legends at this point now. It's 17 minutes into the game, a minute till that dragon spawns, and 13 kills on the board. It's been punch into counter punch, but the last couple have landed stronger for Team Liquid, as they now find themselves with a 2.3 thousand gold lead approaching this next dragon.
Yeah, nice engages from them. Bot side play, then top side play, and now map is getting a little bit more difficult for Shopify. Not a lot of areas of safety. Good vision toggle from the observers to show how hard sometimes it even is trying to finish off the push on the top side of the map. And now they're the ones trying to stabilize here for Shopify because of the incredible amount of gold that was just injected into Quid. He got a full shield bow. So moments ago, we were like, wow, first item here, hit for Quid. And then he instantly got 5 kills. And you instantly got, wow, second item here. And now he's also hard to kill because of the shield bow.
You know how we can look at gold graphs of the team and see the whole roller coaster when a team gets a big gold? I just want a mid lane one.
Yeah.
Because Zinni was so far, he solo kills Quid. He backs up contracts on the top River Scuttle Crab contest, gets a second kill. And then now we fast forward like 10 minutes, Quid has a massive lead, and that's going to get Team Liquid another dragon. This is their second of the game here, as they're also taking plates mid. Shopify Rebellion heavily on the back foot from this position forward, as Jose will get this next objective.
Yeah, and the engage just looks so good from them with both Core and Jose. Wait a second, Quid himself.
Yeah. Looking for Zazel with the soul unbound and just snaps back to safety. Teleport flank coming in, and now everybody's jumping onto Zinni. Core JJ leading the charge. In comes the Fate Sealed. Zinni's locked down for days, and he's out of there. Now Contracts in a world of hurt as Morgan completed the teleport flank. And everybody on Shopify is roasting under their turret. Team Liquid just got a 3 for 0.
So remember, in Champ Select, when we were saying, all right, it's kind of similar, but this time TL is more of a steamroller, and they don't need flanks.
Yeah.
Like last time. That's true. Yeah, Core JJ is the wait.
Contracts is going for the 1v1 right now to Jose, but Quid's over the wall. Contracts cannot continue. That means that red buff is gone.
Core JJ was driving the steamroller. The Alistar is.
He's licensed. He's got that tier 3 license. I forget what you need for like.
Oh yeah,
forklifts
for
and
a
stuff.
construction one.
Yeah.
That's an extra special. Wait, another 1v1.
Fudge. He's got the level advantage, but he misses the public execution. Quid's able to sidestep that one and just Mortal Steals to safety. Okay. Kind of surprised Quid didn't look for more there, but I guess you do always have Zeyzal in the wings. Staying united means it's never going to be a true fair fight.
And Bessa, no ult.
And Bessa, no ult. So that's what he's bringing to the team right now. Let's get another look at that mid lane play.
Yeah, Core JJ, the Alistar here, driving that bus right into Zinni. So he gets the combo, and then popping Alistar ultimate, he almost even died with the Alistar ultimate, but he's able to survive and gets his heal off. So he did the engage, starts the entire thing. It's easy for Team Liquid to keep it going on the full dive. Morgan flashing forward, Jose finishing the job there. And Team Liquid, they keep up the momentum here.
Team Liquid are playing a little angry right now, Kobe. That game 1 did not go according to plan. They're on the back foot in the series, but this is now more like the Team Liquid we expected. And the Team Liquid we also expect to see at Championship Weekend. Reminder, tickets are still on sale. Scan that QR code. Hop over to Atlanta Gas South Arena from October 3rd to 4th.
Contracts gets another smite.
Oh, there we go. Just add them up, you know?
Another one. This guy's pretty good. Let's see if they can actually steal an objective. Team Liquid, though.
Contracts looks at Jan. There's the Realm Warp coming in for the flank here, but Contracts already takes a huge chunk of damage, and now Zinni's all alone! The rest of Shopify Rebellion back off as Zinni committed to the flank, and Team Liquid will take the freebie and the Baron.
Yeah, there was a control ward right there, so it's a bit of a Hail Mary swing from Shopify. Clearly, you know, they make the call, all right, Contracts, you're just going to ult in there. Like, we see him. We got a Realm Warp available. Jan is mid. You know, maybe we catch the AD carry here. This team, they're willing to just go for it because they feel the game slipping away. They feel Team Liquid just taking control. And so you get a little bit of information. You don't have perfect information, and they just decided, all right, let's try it. And Team Liquid, they already had the control ward there. Core JJ lying in wait.
Yep. And yeah, before that last game, because the Team Liquid, again, only lost one game this entire summer split. That was last game. Nobody has been able to mount a comeback against Team Liquid. They're so oppressive once they get that gold lead. Definitely agree. It feels like a Hail Mary type of play from Shopify Rebellion, but when it doesn't work, and now it's a 5,000 gold lead, plus the Baron at 22 minutes, we start talking about Team Liquid closing out this game much earlier than I would have expected here, because they can also end games very fast.
They certainly can, and we definitely expect them to. So yeah, everybody's starting to look forward for game number 3. The decider, as Raz has already overcommitted and cursed Shopify.
Chat, did Raz curse Shopify Rebellion? Let's ask all the Shopify Rebellion fans out there. Are you fans of Raz right now? I have a hunch it's going to be a big no in that department here.
Light work for Raz.
But like you said, he's got time to flop still. He's
exactly.
Flipped. The flop is inbound.
He's a well-known flipper. He's also a well-known flopper.
Oh, another public execution miss from Fudge. Man, Quid is just styling right now in this game. That is back-to-back outplays on the Fudge.
So 2 of the champions that are most closely associated with Quid, Akali and Yone, in the first 2 games for Team Liquid. And this one, I feel like the first game wasn't necessarily as far. Yeah, he did have to teleport, And basically the first game was kind of like giveth and taketh from, Quid. He had some really good plays, and then he had some blunders as well. But he also had a lot of pressure on him, because they didn't have a lot of other characters on the team that were going to be able to be the big, win con or playmaker. And so there's a lot of pressure on him to go for a lot of that stuff. This time around, they have a lot of options.
They also have a lot of lockdown, Kobe. That is a very dead Contracts on our screen, as that's a rampage now for Jan, and the first death for Contracts in this game number 2. He can't even farm his own jungle camps. We're at that point in the game. 23-40.
I would go as far as to say those are not your jungle camps anymore. No, they've got Team Liquid flags on them.
They've turned coat. They're like Raz. They've flip-flopped.
They flip.
As Team Liquid, with that 1 kill, will continue the siege. They have 2 waves worth of Baron minions. Quid will go in for the Fate Seal, but he's locked down under the turret. The turret will have enough damage. That's a kill for Zinni, and a big shutdown. Jan gets the snipe, goes unstoppable, but Shopify can claim Morgan. 2 shutdowns for Zinni. A lot of gold just got injected into that Rise.
Hold. Okay, it was a good taunt, but is it too much?
Forward. Now the rest of Team Liquid is there. Jan still does a lot of damage. The 4th shot is good. Zinni looks to assassinate him. B-Boy over the top. Jan goes down. 3rd shutdown for Zinni. As how much gold did that guy just earn? Shopify continue the defense.
Objective bounties on the map. This is the slingshot that you have to use in the game, and Shopify are going to do just that. Objective bounties are here. That's going to even up the dragons. That's going to cut down on the gold lead massively, Kangas.
Let's get another look at that. Quid goes a little deep under this turret.
It must have been a taunt from Zeyzal. It must have been a good taunt from Zeyzal. Let's take a look here.
Yep.
Yeah, he goes in, and he does get the taunt onto the Yone so they can shut him down. And even with the snipe going through to take down Zeyzal as he's standing united with his teammates, it opens up the comeback play. And this is where you just got to press as Shopify. Yeah, it is going to be Fudge base checking, and he's going to be the price that you pay here, but it opens up for B-Boy to ult in onto Jan. Zinni had a good call there. They wrap around. They get another shutdown into objective bounty. So they get the Drake, and they do slow down all this momentum that Team Liquid had been building.
Suddenly that is a Rabadon's death cap in Zinni's inventory right there. Didn't even break the Seeker's arm guard. Also, we ran a poll. Results were 88%. Yes, Raz did curse Shopify, which only can mean he already flopped back.
Oh, so they're good now then. Now it's good. Now means Shopify will come back in the game.
After that, I can only assume that he flopped and just didn't tell us, because this is Shopify.
The power that this man wields.
It's crazy. It's a little concerning. I feel more nervous for him having that power, but it's still a 4.6 thousand gold lead for Team Liquid. I don't want to get anybody's hopes too high. It signs the life of Shopify. They're crawling their way back.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid,
but they're still crawling.
They're still crawling. Okay. They have yet to get their hand on the table to stand up and start waddling around.
Okay.
For anybody that has nieces or nephews out there, they'll understand the analogy here. Shopify
you know what?
Rebellion have a lot of ways to go.
I'm going to upgrade it to a waddle because I like that visual. I like the visual you just gave. So they're unsteady, but they're wobbling around.
They're getting their balance.
Yeah.
They're figuring out their footing and how to move.
Zinni's here.
Around.
He held out his hand. He's trying to lead them.
It's like, hey, come follow me.
Take Zinni's hand.
It's like you know, a parent pushing the kid on the bike and then they let go and they don't tell them to let go. Yeah. Well, that's coming up later. We'll see if they can get to that point. His contract almost gets locked down right there. We'll get out. 35 seconds until that Baron. That's the next big objective to fight over.
Okay. So, step number 1, control wards here so that your engage is very difficult for Shopify to deal with. And Fudge.
Don't get picked would be step number 2 in most books. And Fudge, a lot of things have just been thrown onto him. They did not kill him. And now the public execution onto Jose will not be enough for the kill. Core locking down Zinni. That's all the gold on Shopify Rebellion. It's a triple kill to Jan. Can they give him the penta? There might be an angle for it. No, Morgan's just going to take down contracts. And it's going to be a straight up sweep of a fight. That's a 5-0. Team Liquid wipe Shopify off the rip.
There you go. Shouldn't be waddling around through that jungle.
We needed a baby cage up in that jungle. Keep Shopify out of there. Team Liquid. Oh, that is a comeback. They found themselves behind in game number 2, but Quid with a monster carry performance and Jan holding it down in the bot lane. Team Liquid will even out the series 1-1.
TL right back on track here in the series. That's going to push us to the 3rd game, Kangas. I like it. Raz's prediction kind of holding steady here.
Hold. Shopify still showed signs of life, but it was not enough. Team Liquid had an insurmountable gold lead and smashed that team fight. Lounge, what do you think about that one?
I think Raz saved Team Liquid.
Raz first.
Good job, Raz. I was here when he was like, you know what? 2-0 for Shopify.
We're going back to the original
Let the cast
prediction.
No.
I forgot how many times I flip-flopped. I actually do not remember.
Your prediction before the series started did change to 2-1 before the game started.
Yeah, and then you changed it to 2-0.
To 2-1.
And then you changed it to 2-0 Shopify. And now you're back to 2-1 TL?
I'm going back to the second prediction, the
Okay.
original flip.
Well, that's good because
Yeah,
they
okay.
did take a game.
Okay.
I'm going to go through how Yone got so fed because it was actually two pretty key plays here. So we're going to start off in the bot lane. And initially, you're going to be like, okay, Core, what are we doing? We're TPing in on this wave. Zazel's immediately going to be able to respond. Fudge is immediately going to be able to respond. Contracts is here. You're like, all right, what's going on? Well, what's going on is that look who we have in position. Quid and Jose Deodo. And more importantly, Jan, who I think you guys are holding up his head.
He's trying. He finally succeeded.
That was the third attempt.
I know. I was like, I don't know how on target you're going to be. So even though Core immediately gets taunted as he goes in, he's able to get onto Fudge. This sets up for a beautiful ult coming through from Jan. Quid gets the kill. More importantly, he is going to be able to chew through this entire turret on the bot side. You're like, okay, that's cool. He's going to back. What's going on top side? Because guess who is back at the scene of the crime? It's Core. He recalled. He's already here. He's in position. Morgan's here. Jose's here. Contracts is still on the Rift Herald, right? So they're going to have to respond to this play onto Zinni. And this is going to set up for basically Yone to come back. Quid having based, having bot. I think he comes back with an extra noon quiver off of here. But he is going to clean up with the triple kill off of this play. This is where I think TL's comp is the most dangerous too, especially with this kind of rumble combination with the rest of the team. And yeah, Quid exits with a triple kill. I love pointing out how Core can just be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
You know? He was my player of the game. I know you guys thought differently.
Well, let's show who the player of the game actually is. As we've all voted on player of the game, Core did great, but you know, Jan, to me, the solo kill that he got onto B-Boy, half B-Boy's fault, half Jan's credit, was huge. And it's a split vote.
Oh, me and Kobe were on the same page. I actually don't disagree with Jan. I also thought he had a really good play. I did want to point out the deadly flourish he got into the ult that set up that bot side play.
Yeah. And the ult mid when they were on this, still like the first turret was still up and they were able to get an extra kill on towards Kaisa just because of his final bullet. Like I think every fight he had a major influence in.
Yeah, I think we also have another fight that was kind of the moment that broke the game open that we wanted to take another look at, because once the team composition really turned on is when they were able to just engage at any moment. And this one, like this starting with Quid just getting an easy chunk, and then Core JJ just sees the angle with the TP. The big thing to me here is that Fudge was splitting in the top lane as Ambessa with no TP, so Core knew he'd be able to hard force. Even if he dies here, it's okay, but Jan always opening up from the back. Like, it is a beautiful team composition when it works, with the triple melee flying in, Yone, Rumble, Vi, and then still having the long range from the Jhin. That to me was the comp coming together in that moment.
Completely agree. Actually, that was the play that I was talking about, the final bullet coming through. So to me, that is them just being completely on the same page. And every time I see these replays, I'm like, you know what? Core JJ, for sure.
Look, he was everywhere.
Are you flipping your vote?
He's always at the scene of the crime.
I'm not flopping on my vote.
If you flop your
I'm
vote,
locked.
that would then
Completely
give it
locked.
to, I think it would give it to fans to have the tiebreak.
No, we only have 5 voters.
And I think they gave it to Jan.
Yeah.
So there's not much we can do about
Stop
that.
it, Raz.
Yeah.
This series has been closer than the rest of the year, though. So if you missed the start of the day, we were showing that this year, prior to this series, it was 7-0, 117 kills to 43, and then we made the goal difference at 14 cumulative for the whole year. It was 10,000
Yeah, I feel like we
goals.
need to remind people this is additive, not averages.
Yeah, which just makes it look all that sweeter. But then Shopify popped off in game 1 and also popped off in the early game of this last game 2 with the solo kill that Zinni got on a Quid, but Team Liquid showed their resilience here.
Yeah. And I wanted to talk about the ramifications of this next game. Because for everyone at home, this is the first one that I wanted to talk to. If Team Liquid does end up taking this series win and Lyon ends up beating Cloud9, then that secures Team Liquid in their top 2 position. That means that extra bye. That is something that's extremely important to them. So they can resolve that today if they win this next game and also Lyon also wins. Something that is also on the top of people's mind is if you just erase this a little bit and you look at Shopify Rebellion, and you're like, they have a 35% chance of being able to get into top 2.
Which is crazy.
It's actually not that bad. It's not that bad. To have it in their own hands in this scenario, they need to clean out. Like 100%, Shopify landing at first place, all this stuff, like top 2, yes, they need to win out. Otherwise, it just is up to other teams. Then it's like, it's a little bit up to other teams to like, it's out of their hands.
It's completely in their hands though, which is cool to see after they went through, I mean, listen, lock-in, they lose the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
Yeah.
The only series win of Dignitas's year was against Shopify.
Wow.
Last split, they make playoffs by only beating Dignitas and Disguised.
Yeah.
And now they're 3-1. We're up in this game against Team Liquid. It would be so insane if they make this turn with Zeyzal joining the team and suddenly glowing up, because it's actually within their ability with how they started the split.
Especially at the beginning of the split when the roster news came out for Zeyzal and everybody, it was perhaps the least hype I saw from people. And then immediately has the most impact I have ever seen. No, but like that's the reality.
And he's been great, right? Like especially in their comms. I think he said like my goal is to provide a unifying voice when everyone is on different pages.
Yeah.
And also just keep the vibes good. And it seems like it's working pretty well.
Zeyzal's also just told us that Game 3 is up next and we need to go to commercial. So we got to listen to him like Cindy did.
We have to listen to Zeyzal, guys.
See you in Game 3.
He didn't know. Oh, I'm looking. Careful, Rise, guys. Take it slow. I'm on Rise.
Rise, no flash. I see a penta angle, guys.
Nice job.
From who?
Pass flash.
Ending angle? Saving. We see the same thing.
And it's gonna be a straight up sweep of a fight. That's a 5-0. Team Liquid wipe Shopify off the rip. Hello and welcome back to LCS Homegrounds, hosted by Lyon in Mexico City, where our first series is delivering. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Kobe, Shopify get game 1. Team Liquid strike back in game 2. it's going to come down to a third game to determine who wins the first series.
Exciting stuff here with the Shopify Rebellion really having some power behind them.
Really leaning to the Rebellion side here because everybody counted them out. They were like Team
Rebelling
Liquid
against the standings.
Rebellion against the standings and the expectations because Team Liquid hadn't dropped a game. They've now dropped one. Shopify already. I'd say that's a win for them. But man, it would feel good to win the
It's
series.
literally a win for them.
It's quite literally, yeah. But what I thought about, like, what do I want to see from Shopify this weekend? If they can win a game off of both their opponents, that already shows that they're continuing to grow. They are one of the teams that can be talked about for like a deep playoff run, but expectations were still Team Liquid, Lyon are going to be the top two, and everyone's talking about who's the third team representing NA at Worlds. It's kind of just given to TL and Lyon at this point. So already I think this is a really big success story for Shopify.
They have earned the angry eyebrows that you put over this comical dragon.
Yes, for anybody who caught that game number one.
That you had, Kangas.
Yeah. Maybe we can run that one again at some point here.
Make him even angrier.
Make him even angrier. Yeah.
And maybe put the tongue back in their mouth. You know?
They're no
focused.
longer. Well, it's kind of hot outside. If you've gone out, you know. I don't know if a
enough.
dragon. I think they're like dogs. You know, they gotta.
All right. So between games, you were talking about Quid is really well known for these champions and has been very successful on them. But what is he gonna carry with next?
So I'm looking at his all-time stats for mid lane champions. Yone and Akali are two of his highest win rates. 63%
And
for
two of his
Yone,
most played too.
61%
Very
on
high
Akali.
up there.
Yes. Ryze is also up there, second most played, and also 63% win rate. Can't play Ryze, it's Fearless draft, so that means we'd be looking more, if we're looking at the melees, would be like Sylas, which actually has a negative win rate, but more realistically something like Ahri, Talia, those are the ones that he sometimes leans back on. Azir is his most played of all time, so maybe if you still believe in Azir, but I'm expecting more of a mage. I think that those melee champions, I would be less likely unless it's specifically a Sylas angle.
So something that he has done a lot this split, not necessarily over his career, is the Syndra. Because Syndra has been quite powerful on this patch and does provide you with some very, very useful super long-range stuns there. You can get picks. So if you're going to go into more melee matchup, then I think it is going to be a Sylas style thing, because that is what he has constantly been back to, and Zinni also had a very good one.
Yep.
But if you're calling mage, the Syndra is quite powerful right now. Everybody looking at that burst damage, and if you get a Nocturne and you can turn out the lights, makes it a very powerful tool.
Nocturne has been banned so far this series. It sneaks through as it's Caitlyn, Lee Sin, Nautilus, and then Jace, J4 plus Cassiopeia. Lucian first pick for Shopify Rebellion. That had also been banned out. So both of these teams kind of letting one of the priority picks slip through. I definitely am always scared of a Nocturne on a Jose Deoto. It feels like Team Liquid knows so well how to capitalize on that paranoia. And Lulu as well.
And while Nocturne to get, well, actually we get the instant locks in. So you round out your Lucian Milio that you're expecting, but I really have liked the tank junglers after the change. The pet damage is actually noticeable with the increase, and Skarner was already in a good spot and utilized fairly effectively in pro play against melee carry champions, which Nocturne, while you do have a spell shield, you definitely are susceptible to Skarner like counter gameplay here. And so now you've got Milio kicks as well as Skarner trying to make the gameplay there harder for the Nocturne to operate within team fights. If you can group up, of course, with your teammates, then everybody's running around in circles with the lights turned off.
I also love it in things like Yanara. Like, yeah, she can kite back, but she wants to get in for splash damage, so then you might have an opportunity.
Long range.
Yeah, you might have an opportunity to like flash in, get the impale, something like that, or the Ishel's impact as well into the wall. I want to talk about
Somebody
Jan
got
for a
banned
minute.
by Jan?
Oh, wow. Ban Destruction Pobelter. Are you asking Pobelter to ban this person? Or
His friend is trying to get him banned in all the Team Liquid streams. I guess.
This would be the time to put your argument up. I mean, Team Liquid is right there, so maybe they can. Jan's been all over the place, so I want to talk about that for a moment as the next couple bans come through. Speaking of Sylas taking off the table, Jan's played Ezreal, and then that's like poke, long range, let your support go roam. Then Jhin, more facilitative. Now he's on more of a hyper carry. So Jan's kind of running the whole gambit of what bot lane traditionally has to offer. I know mages are not really on the table as much these days, but just want to give credit to Jan for his flexibility as an AD carry. This is what you want from your AD carry. No one tricks. He can play every style.
Every style of AD carry, not every style of bot lane carry, though, because you kept out the mages.
I did keep out the mages. You know what? I'll allow him Ziggs. How about that?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, honestly, that's the safest one.
Yeah.
Back to this, though, with the Syndra being banned and the Sylas being banned. Those were both of the ones that we were calling for. So,
and Azir. Yeah.
So all off the table here, getting further down. And if you are looking at the Nocturne, I mean, other semi-globals and globals and stuff like the Talia do look kind of good. Let's see about the last ban. What else are they worried about Quid carrying on? It's been his lock. It has been his lock with, I think the champion still is in a very good spot. The burst damage, it is insane right now. I still feel like it is in a good spot, even though the champion in pro play doesn't have the highest win rate.
Okay.
When it does look good, it looks very good. And I think if you are looking at a dive comp here, which you are with the Nocturne, then it is a good ban. And so they go a similar thing to Ahri that does have the kill pressure.
Not too surprising. It can still follow up the Nocturne, dive deep, even set up some picks. Shopify Rebellion now have to lock in a mid laner and a top laner. Zinni all year had been playing a lot of supportive mid laners, things like Anivia, Galio, Annie. More recently, he's been unleashed a bit. They're giving him some of the carries. I'd love to see him continue that, but there's so few left on the table at this point. They're going to give him some more time, locking in Gnar for Fudge instead. This is the blind pick, so Fudge just kind of has to accept it. And when it comes to blind pick options, not the worst one.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Vayne, if you counterpicked with a Vayne top, it would make your comp real weird for Team Liquid. And
yeah.
They're usually not the ones to be super fragile, full damage comps
also,
and stuff like that.
Live patch,
so,
the nerfs are in effect for the Vayne too.
Yeah,
so
I mean, those things are crazy nerfs on the Vayne. So maybe, yeah, the other counter picks to Gnar are pretty risky as well. So I don't think that's the type of TL would go for, so maybe they'll just round it out.
Nectin?
That is self-counter picking, so I don't like that one.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, it is the Anivia for Zinni, regardless. I've heard a lot of people talk about this. Jad even mentioned this as well. Like, Anivia requires some team synergy to pull off. They haven't shown a lot of that, but this is interesting to talk about.
Speaking of the patch, Genghis, this patch buffed up Kennen as well. We had the Kennen buff on his ultimate. So getting more reward for Kennen ultimates if you can find your way in there successfully. But the champion is always so interesting because it is so heavily reliant on that big moment of your ultimate. And getting the buffs into your ultimate is just like makes him even more like that. Yeah. So it makes everybody in the game look at where's my flank angles. Everybody mark this Kennen. Also, we probably want to take at least one exhaust on our team. Sometimes people will take like 2 exhausts on their team. Especially if they're facing this many threats for the engage, with Nocturne Ultimate making Kennen's job a lot easier, it does make it even more scary when you're trying to find out where's the Kennen flanking from, because even if you have vision, Nocturne can just delete it basically. So I do think they're going to need some exhaust. They're going to have to keep that in mind. And they're going to have to worry about the early stages there for Kennen, because Kennen is another one of those really good picks into Gnar for the lane. And I don't think you want to go like on hit Kennen or anything like that. It's so powerful for the team if you go the AP Kennen. So
just blow him up.
I'm hoping he just goes full AP Kennen, especially with the power of the ultimate right now.
We'll see if Fudge is comfortable in the matchup, as a big last-second counter pick for Morgan here could turn the tables of this game. Electrocute on Kennen. I'm expecting that will be more of that AP. Although the Doran's Blade early for the extra auto
Yeah, you
attack.
start it for the lane phase. Yeah, but I definitely still expecting him to go traditional Kennen.
And then get the ultimate hunter as well going down this skill tree. So you can have that ult as often as you can. Zinni going to go for an early look down bot lane here. Bone plating off from Jan as B-Boy throws out the W. But just dropping some early vision, and that is Jose dropping a ward deep in Contract's jungle to spot out those Raptors start. Looks like Contracts will still go there, despite knowing that that ward was placed. And a reminder, thank you, production, for pulling this one up again. Coming into this weekend, the narrative was one of these teams doesn't belong. They got angry with that sentiment. Took a very, very good game number 1 win. Had the lead in game 2.
Yeah.
He still had the tongue out.
It still looks like it doesn't belong, even though he's angry about it.
He's angry about it.
And if they actually win this game, then you're gonna have to redo the whole thing.
True.
You know?
Do we go so far as to put then the silly face on Team Liquid? That doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
Is it just 4 angry dragons at that point?
Everybody belongs, you know?
There we go.
Everybody's happy. We all belong. We're all powerful dragons. Truly, Kangas.
That sounds like a self mantra right there. I'm a powerful dragon.
We are all powerful dragons.
Yeah. There are no weak dragons in the LCS. Let's take a look here at some of the stats for the carries of Team Liquid. Last game, Jan put on a clinic, and Quid had a big comeback. So I want to ask Twitch chat, and I'm going to ask you as well, Kobe, after we run the poll too. Who's the bigger carry for Team Liquid right now? Is it Quid or is it Jan? Because there's an argument for both of these guys right now.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you're judging Team Liquid overall right now, or in this particular game are we looking at? Because Jan is on a hyper carry with a Lulu that could buff him up.
Yeah.
But you look at like Saint Ari games and some of the crazy charms that he has pulled off.
Yep.
He definitely has. You can be the main carry as an Ari, even if your bot laner is on a literal hyper carry. You can still be the main driving force in the win with some crazy charms from the Ari.
I'm going to say it's for overall Team Liquid's strength. As a team
Okay.
that's fighting for the championship title, which player are they going to lean on more to be that main character, to be that main carry? Twitch chat seemed to be a little split there, 50-50.
That's
We'll see if more votes come in.
Oh, man. Well, right now, Quid is lower on HP, but Jan already had to go back to Fountain to refill his.
Yep. Now he's going to walk up. Ooh, Zinni goes into the egg early, but big chunk back onto Quid, who looks like he'll have to go for the reset here. Zinni will not have the passive, but no summoner spells used.
Interesting. And we had the early recall from Jose as well without Scuttle Crab. So he did the full clear into Longsword Ruby buy before he goes for topside Scuttle Crab. With no egg in mid, honestly, I'm probably threatening like flash trades and looking for some charm plays on this Anivia.
Yeah.
Because without the safety of the egg, you should be putting some pressure on him, and don't let Anivia scale.
Shouldn't have the egg by the time Paranoia is up. Speaking of, Jose's looking to invade onto contracts here, looking for the big raptor. Currently, I think is in the brush. Oh, Jose's able to go for the smite steal. I think he got that. Both smites are down, so somebody hit a little raptor there.
Yeah. Splitting on the Raptor camp, and again, both of them knew because, as you pointed out, the red ping was on the blue ward on Raptors, so they knew Shopify knew that Team Liquid had the timer on the reset because he started Raptors, so they knew there was going to be a contest there, and does just go for the split. So not too big of an advantage either way, although Contracts, of course, still never went for his reset. So his next re-clear, like this is a little bit slower as well, and trying to clean up his wolves and his grump.
Also, want to give note there that Twitch chat believes pretty heavily Quid as the primary carry here for Team Liquid. He had about 75% of the vote right there. As B-Boy goes for another trade there onto Jan, gets a lot of damage down onto the Yanara. Had traded the exhaust earlier, and that's now heal out of Core JJ. So Jan pretty chunked out. Let's see if he goes for the reset here. He's backing up all the way to the turret as Core JJ will try and push back Zeyzal and B-Boy, and that's going to be resets for both bot laners.
Yeah, and if you're looking at Team Liquid overall in the course of this year and the team overall, then it definitely does have to be Quid. Although Jan, since they've gotten back from MSI, has definitely upped his game and definitely made it an actual question here as we see Quid.
Ooh, that is the flash you were looking for, Kobe. Zinni flashes the charm, but Quid now is calling to his jungler saying no flash, no egg. Zinni's in some trouble here. Hits level 6, doesn't get the wall quite right onto Quid, but that is advantage now for Team Liquid's mid lane.
Yeah, the small advantages are stacking up. So you're saying, ooh, no egg, no flash. Like, we got to pressure this. This guy should not be able to free farm for the next, 3 minutes at least. Maybe even the full 5 if they can get that paranoia like you're talking about fairly soon for Jose. It definitely puts a lot of pressure on the Anivia. Thankfully for Anivia, you do have a fairly safe pattern of clearing out minion waves, and it is going to be the objective focus on the reset from mid laners here for Jose, for Team Liquid, starting their dragons as Contracts just calmly keeps on clearing here, re-clearing for the Skarner, working towards his Heartsteel and all of the flat HP start.
But pretty early dragon here for Jose. That's 6 minutes on the clock now, 6:10, it just ticked over. He will get this dragon uncontested, unspotted by Shopify.
I know that nobody's around for that smite, But you can't be, leaving even 1 HP on an objective if Contracts is in the game. Later on that might be stolen.
His spidey senses just start tingling. He just like teleports behind the objective. Yeah.
Sometimes though, if you have 2 charges of smite coming really quick in succession, and you want the, start the timer on the next one coming up, then you'll use one a little early if nobody is around. But regardless, we'll see if there's any clutch steals or not. And the team that does have the Nocturne and Ahri, you are the dangerous mid jungle, so you want to put the pressure on those dragons pretty early on, especially if the Anivia has no flash and egg, as we were talking about. So you want to put as much pressure around that area as possible.
Yeah, really the area that I expect any pressure for Shopify is this bot lane. Contracts now is hit level 6. Impale's available. Kobe, if you're playing Skarner, how likely are you to say, all right, let's look at the counterpick top lane, let's look at the mid lane with no flash, no egg. Maybe I should look bot lane to that Lucian that's doing all right with the Emilio in lane.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, especially if Yon and Cord are playing it aggressively with the Yunar and they give you an angle. I would say you can make opportunities on each side. Even the Kennen lane, it is a counter pick and it does have a lot of pressure, but it is also a volatile one that you can turn around. If they both have flashes, then Kennen doesn't usually put himself in a dangerous spot, but they definitely could pull off the top side. And if you get an on-hit Kennen, because he does have the extra Vamp Scepter here. So he's got Alternator and Vamp Scepter.
Yeah.
So he's got the Vamp Scepter for lane phase, but then he still has the Alternator for the Proto Belt.
Charm from Quid. Looks like Contracts is going mid lane for his first play. That will get Spirit Rush out of Quid. No Summoner's Burn, but that will be ult down.
So Morgan's doing a split here then. Yeah, because he went Electrocute for the burst damage for ult for later, but then also Vamp Scepter for lane phase and Doran's for lane phase, and then also Alternator for Proto Belt. Getting subscribing to that Kaisa school of thought for
Gunblade purchase
for all
though?
of them. Yeah, Gunblade. No, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting at least here. That would be kind of funny though if you went for the Proto Belt first.
Yeah, for
Keep
the
us on
actual.
our toe.
No. It's definitely the Gunblade because that's the all-in for playing against Nar. You're right.
Yeah. Helps you stay alive in lane. But you're right, it is kind of that blend of both. You're getting that AD, you get the Vamp Scepter for lane to help stay healthy, as Contracts will get the Void Grubs. That was first Dragon for Team Liquid, but Grubs traded now in the extended play for Shopify Rebellion. 2.5 minutes until that next Dragon, and Kobe, despite how fast and action-packed and exciting games 1 and 2 were, it seems like now that one game decides the series, it's slowed down a little bit. 0-0 on the scoreboard, 9 minutes in.
The pressure sets in. Everything on the line here for the series. And honestly, if Shopify can just keep it steady farming here, then to get themselves into a good position to fight maybe Dragon number 3, then should be fine for a more stable setup. That did work for them in game number 1. And they were able to mark the flankers. They were able to kind of kite back and play to their 5-on-5 setup.
Contracts currently in the top side here, looking at Morgan. Flash is available. He will use it early just to get out of there. And that's a flash fall from Contract. Ooh, not going to land the Impale. Good sidestep from Morgan. So trade of Summoner spells.
Yeah, good moves here from Morgan. Does keep him alive. And you have to pull the play off fast because Nocturne counter ganks with Paranoia can turn those around pretty quickly. So flash and then immediately get out of there. 4 Contracts for the recall. Does have the Proto Belt harness for the cheaper Pro version. For solo queue, you're a lot of the times going for your Heartsteel for stacking up, but this game, he probably wouldn't get a lot of stacks anyway. And Proto Belt is a much earlier power curve and gives that guaranteed power for the Skarner.
Just because he's got that earlier power spike, though, do you think that's likely that they can test the Dragon? It's up in 45 seconds, but he just used the Impale as actually polymorph onto B-Boy, now calling out onto Jan. Wild Growth used to keep him topped off and healthy. So a couple of ultimates expended, as well as the barrier, exhaust, and heals. Jan still jumps forward. But the point I wanted to ask there, Kobe, was how likely do you think that Shopify even look to contest this Dragon when they're down that Impale ultimate now?
Yeah, I mean, you usually look for Dragon number 3, because it's a little bit more meaningful, more pivotal. So maybe that's the angle. If they can get their item though on Zinni, I mean his egg is back and his flash is back. So the Anivia actually does have decent time, controlling some of the space here through the river. So maybe maybe they have other ideas in the setup. They do have the angle.
Ooh, Contracts, the fun little Ishtal's impact there. Rides through the wall and gets another Spirit Rush out of Quid right before the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, now it's looking quite good for it. Zinni dodges the charm here as well, so Quid, no ulti here. It's all green lights for Shopify.
That's tough timing because Jose just finished the Hex Plate. This would have been a big moment for Team Liquid. Maybe they still do it because Kraken Slayer on Jan is a big power spike. They won't have ultimates for Jan. As Shopify already started the Dragon. Team Liquid, will they contest or will they not? They have Paranoia. Core JJ has to flash over the wall. Zinni with fantastic pressure in that Tribe Rush will get Shopify Rebellion their first Dragon of the game.
Zinni's Anivia has been actually very consistent, even when, he was not in his in the good times, in the dark times. Yeah, even when they were
lock-in in spring,
when they were still struggling, his Anivia did have some very good moments, and getting picks like that, the Anivia wall just to get at some summoner spells, no flash on the Lulu here. Open up some other areas that they can try and punish, and taking away Dragon number 2 already here for Shopify. Honestly, it bodes very well for them. Again, they have been so clear on their jobs of marking flankers that I expect Zeyzal to keep on repeating, keep everybody focused here, and allow them to pull off the 5-on-5.
Zeyzal faked the back action. Okay, no, he's just going to drop the goes campfire and then walk away, or the warm hugs. But yeah, that was kind of fun from Jan to actually walk up and delay Zeyzal's back, but not going to amount for a kill. Zeyzal will just stick around in lane. Contract's top side though, so is Jose. Still haven't seen that Paranoia come out yet. Could be a pivotal ultimate. Rare to see Nocturnes hold it for this long into a game.
Yeah, the real reason, of course, is the no ultimate on Ahri.
Yeah.
I feel like that was, if they had the ultimate on Ahri, then probably they fight it and they try and send a Paranoia and then Ahri in there. But because Contracts stayed there extra and was able to get the wraparound to get the Ahri ult out, it did put a pretty big wrinkle here in the TL game plan. They're still going to look for similar things though. The flanks and the cannon coming in for the big moment. And the exhaust is actually on B-Boy, as we were mentioning in Champs Select. You're always looking for your exhaust playing against Kennen. B-Boy is like, I don't trust anybody else. With Nocturne Paranoia, I think I'd rather me be the one with the exhaust because I know this guy is going to look to kill me.
I'm in control of it then.
Yeah, and if Nocturne is going to be turning out the lights, I don't know where my teammates are. Give me the cooldown. I'll use the exhaust.
And I'm expecting it should come soon. It's 50 seconds until that Herald. Kobe, if you're the Nocturne, are you trying to blow this before starting the Herald, get the fight, and then go for it? Or are you saving it for the objective and then try and use it to turn off the lights and set up the team for the big engage?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a good angle to get huge value out of it, then yeah, throw it out there. But probably going to want to save it till they come to you.
Ooh, Wild Growth used it early. Now the Paranoia, first time used onto B-Boy. Able to dodge out a lot of the damage, and now Jose's got to flash back towards the rest of the team as Fudge goes in. No Rage Bar stacked up. Jan's exhausted down. Zinni's over the wall. Quid looks for the flank and gets first blood on the B-Boy. Impale will land on the 1. Follow up with the knock up into the wall. That is Quid giving his life for first blood, but in comes Morgan. The flash slicing Maelstrom will only get onto one person. That is egg 4 for Zinni as Team Liquid. Can they have the damage to take down the egg? They do. It's going to be trade up and kills for Team Liquid, but that was everything from both teams.
They make the big play when the AD carries are trading so heavily, Kangas. Yes, if an opportunity presents itself and they're dashing in on you mid lane, then they're going to let it rip. And look at the mini-map. Quid is pretty far down, and they kind of could see him. So they go for it in mid lane. Jose does trade for the flash of B-Boy. B-Boy holding onto his exhaust, by the way, the whole time, waiting, and then he uses it there on Jan. But Jan held onto his flash, and then B-Boy gets assassinated in the back here. Ooh. Quid, he dives in for the pullback on the Q, and even though he dies afterwards, his job was done. He assassinated B-Boy. He was able to get the pullback on it, and then there's no exhaust here for the Kennen, who comes in, uses everything to scatter Shopify, get the egg, get the extra kill.
Ooh, Quid almost goes down, does survive that one. Should be able to catch his wave. But yeah, that was a very tight margin of error right there. That being able to snipe Zinni at the very end, Jose landing that. really meant the play did go more in Team Liquid's favor. Now up 2.6 thousand gold. Still haven't gotten the Herald though. I want to keep our eyes on that because that would be the big objective prize as they're going to look at it now.
Yeah. Jan also did a good job not panicking there. You know, he holds onto his flash. Even while they're all in his face, he knows it's pretty easy. If a Skarner animation starts channeling, you're going to be able to flash that one. And then once the Skarner ult was used on Quid, then he just fully opens up and he knows they can go for the chase down. So good patience from him. And Team Liquid are able to play the team fight out well.
Conjuring's looking for the Impale, gets flashed out of Core JJ as Jan now has some space to pre-fire. Paranoia number 2.
No egg.
Jose's going in here. No egg on Zinni. He flashed away, but Morgan was there this time. And that Slicey Maelstrom hits 3. A double kill to Morgan. Team Liquid find 3.
Yeah, Shopify really far out into the map here. And it's an easy collapse for Team Liquid. Nicely done again with a Nocturne ultimate and a Cannon ultimate coming in for a big effect this time. There's the Proto Belt now. Second for Morgan so that he can really close that distance even without his flashes. And when you turn out the lights and that Cannon comes ahead, full steam, it looks exactly like that. They caught him out in no man's land basically. And Anivia is a very slow-moving champion, Kangas.
She's just a little bird. Flying with ice wings. Those are heavy.
Blocking this guy.
Can I go see Herald? Anyway first.
Let's look on Anime.
91 more minutes into the...
What's here? This Anime is a flash.
No, pretty good. Fight. Yeah, ambush.
Anime the flash.
Anyway, it's good.
Keep going. Follow.
Boom. Cannon. Boom. Good job.
Boom. That's Cannon lightning bolts right there.
Sounds like my shot calling. Oh, B-Boy's just gonna die right out of the replay. Barely survives it, but Zazel, same cannot be said. Jan with one more auto there. Yeah, Team Liquid are not giving a lot of room for Shopify to breathe now that they have a lead. Oh, they want even more. Another charm. That Impale will land. Quid pulled under the turret. That's a kill for Shopify. Make it a double. Shut down for Zinni as, again, the Anivia walls catching Team Liquid off guard.
Oh, the blunder there from Team Liquid at the end. Both carries go down. So they still have the big lead. Still, have control of the game. But some extra money back to Shopify to make it a little interesting, maybe. I did like how early they started that replay, though, because, again, as soon as the Anivia is seen walking into River, they start calling, look this guy.
Yeah.
Skarner's moving up. Anivia here has no flash. Look this guy, move up, and look to play aggressively.
Boom, I believe, was the call. But I want to remind you and everybody at home, because during that Pros episode, Zazel dropped a lot of bangers on us. And one was, you might be wondering, okay, out of that replay, he immediately dies. He's gathering data, Kobe. That's what he said. Every death means more data gathered for Shopify Rebellion. How much can they gather from this fight? As another engage from Jose Deodo. Core JJ gets a wild growth on top of it, and Jan can free fire. Morgan now with the flank, runs straight at Zinni. Does not even care about Fudge. He knows who's the important one to take down. That's a double kill to Jan, and Team Liquid are relentless.
Yeah, the Nocturne Lulu Malphite combo is what that one's called. With the Nocturne engage into the wild growth. Beautiful here from Team Liquid. And they're going to wrap it up. More boom. Cannon follows up. They get the extra damage. He didn't have to flash for it. And that is going to be instant Herald. Instant gratification here for Team Liquid. They open up the map, and they open up a huge gold lead.
6.2 thousand to be exact. Shopify have made a couple of fun plays here, but Shopify have not been able to find purchase yet in this game number 3. It was a slow burn to get us into the action, but now that we're well underway, Team Liquid are looking very comfortable.
Yeah, and Jan is very rich, so they have a lot of the money in correct places. And again, I haven't liked how he's been playing these team fights very confidently. He's calling, hey, this looks good, let's fight, move up. He's charged up his Q and in good position. Yeah, he does have great setup from his teammates here to be able to free hit a lot, but he definitely has been filling the role very well. And as far as the big threat here, it is 3-item Yunara with the Hurricane. You can just see him annihilate anyone on Shopify, especially when they're grouped up.
And anytime I see them like this in the mid lane, I start to get a little scared, Kobe, because of how the last couple Paranoias have gone.
Exactly. It's hard because you're playing against Paranoia, against Nocturne, so you want to group up. Then you're grouped up, and you're getting splash damage here from the Hurricane Yunara.
Yep.
and the charged up Qs splashing back and forth and just melting.
Yeah, I feel like Jose's been making up for that really delayed first paranoia. He's been using it kind of on cooldown the last couple of fights. Not a lot to fight for right now. Baron would be a big pickup, but it's a little early to go for it. That said, Yanara with 3 items can burst it fast, but I'm more looking at that dragon in a minute 15 time. That is where I expect the next big fight to break out as Fudge will go Mininar, clear out this ward. I got a little scared thinking he could be the focus, but he'll back off just fine. Shopify will be down a lot of gold for this next fight as Team Liquid have control at the Baron access point.
Yeah, TL easily push the side lanes in here, and then Shopify are hoping for the the comeback team fight in jungle here, maybe catch somebody off, Skarner ultimate or something. Like, they do have flash on Fudge, so maybe if Fudge can control Narbar well here, they can, you know, try and get a good one where they actually mark the Kennen and they're able to keep Kennen from getting in there and really doing the big damage. But when Morgan has flash and they have Nocturne ultimate, it just seems so hard to be able to deny that engage. Even if you even mark him and know where he is, flash Proto Belt and Nocturne ultimate is kind of difficult.
And then if you're marking him, you're probably not marking Quid at the same time, who still has the Rocket Belt plus the Arya ultimate to be able to find those charms. So I know Morgan's the big scary threat because of the splash damage, but there's a secondary engage tool here in Quid. Not even to mention Jan and how much damage he's going to be doing. Teleport going early here from Quid. A Shopify Rebellion did not see Morgan. He flashes over the wall. Slicing Maelstrom only onto Zazel so far, but B-Boy will still fall regardless. That's too early for Team Liquid. Make it 3. As that's a flash from Quid. Flash follow from Zinni to dodge the charm. Throws down the wall, but he's going to run straight into Morgan here. Has Fudge behind him to help him get out. Throws down the slow field for Morgan. Jan walking forward, getting some autos down onto Zinni. Not gonna have enough damage. Shopify will get out 2 members, but damage is done. Team Liquid with 5 standing tall. We'll look at the Baron.
Yeah, they make it look easy. Out in the open, instantly attack. Teleport flank, Nocturne ultimate over the top, and just like that, Team Liquid gonna wrap it up. Baron acquired for them. They did stumble in the opening game to Shopify, but they're going to secure the rest of this series here. The game has been really secured. With this Baron, they can easily, instantly recall, go back out to the Dragon, and get right back out to pushing. They've just absolutely exploded again here in the open. Full flanks from all sides, Kangas. All sides here, and the Nocturne ultimate, and the flash for Morgan here to just delete the back line while also melting the front line. Jan is just dashing around this Skarner. And the fight is already over. Fudge was topside there. No teleport cooldown on him at the beginning of that. So even if he had been able to react before Nocturne ultimate, didn't even have that one, and they instantly get deleted.
I'm gonna call that one the 2-headed dragon. One carry goes this way, other carries go that way, split them apart, win both fights. Team Liquid have the gold lead to do just that, and now it's even bigger, 7.4 thousand in their pockets here, as it looked like maybe a miracle was brewing in Mexico with Shopify winning that game number 1, but Team Liquid bringing us back to reality, showing who the top dogs in the LCS are. This type of gold lead you don't really give away. As Jan, an early front runner for player of the series for me personally, he has smashed B-Boy in this game number 3. Also a reminder for everybody, if you're going to be joining us live at the Riot Games Arena, we're going to have some fun themes each week. They're going to scroll through here on screen, so make sure you mark your calendars for which ones you want to go to. I've already petitioned that Kobe could wear a swimsuit next week for the pool party theme, as Jan gets some good damage there. Another paranoia in onto Zinni with the wild growth for the knockup, but the damage is not there to follow this time. Jose does not have the team behind him to go for the easy kills. It will just be a couple cooldowns expended.
TL had both top and mid up to the towers too, and with the Baron buff. So honestly, Shopify pretty happy with that, stopping the siege here. You know, delaying some of the use of this Baron buff. Good hold here so far for Shopify.
And now Fudge can go up, get that top wave. Zinni, I imagine, will be able to catch his mid wave here, although he's actually passing all the way bot side. So Shopify Rebellion, they have objective bounties. Getting that turret would feel good, but they call it off and decide to back off.
Yeah, I mean, they've been pushed all the way inside their base from all sides previously, so It's like you have a whole bunch of like makeup work that you have to do before you're going to be able to go get some new shiny objective. So you're like, all right, we got to clear out all these minions mid and top side and push back.
Do the homework before you can play video games, Kobe, okay?
Yeah, so they do defend for now and wait out a bit of this onslaught, but Team Liquid can just continue to take away resources here. All your jungle camps are too far out in the open, so they are vulnerable. They are TLs as well.
9.1 is now the gold lead here for Team Liquid as they just continue to balloon that. It's going to be 2 minutes 45 until the next Dragon. It's not even Soul. So Team Liquid likely to just prioritize that Baron instead, coming up around the same time, just 10 seconds afterwards. And Shopify Rebellion are looking exactly for a miracle right now. Their AD carry is 0-4-0, essentially down 2 items over Lyon here, as Jan's going to be purchasing another one, I imagine, on this next back, but at least a full item down right now, as well as every other player on Team Liquid with that gold lead. This is what happens typically when the top dog matches against the underdog, Kobe.
Yeah, but it was definitely a fun series. I like the, game 1, give them a run for their money there. Shopify able to withstand the Akali and kind of punish Team Liquid very effectively. So I still like the improvements that I've seen from this Shopify team. Yes, Team Liquid is crushing this game and in some electrifying fashion, and it does look very explosive, but Shopify's improvements have definitely been very real. The Zazel edition has been truly beneficial, and the team definitely playing better together as well as individually.
But you know what, Kobe? The Rocky movies wouldn't be as fun if you didn't get beat up first.
True. And we're not even in playoffs yet.
Would not be nearly as dramatic if you didn't think that there was a chance they were going to lose at the Battle of Helm's Deep. You need to be down before you can make the comeback. So maybe tomorrow versus C9. There we go. Because I imagine this one's pretty much wrapped up here. It's such a big lead. We're just waiting for the next
objective. Had me in the first half. Yeah, I was ready for your comeback call.
Yeah. I mean, if it happens, I'm going to kind of go crazy.
Yeah, you're still going to take credit, huh?
Yeah. I'm playing both sides of the coin.
Called it. Yeah.
All right, let's see if Shopify can get their boxing gloves on tight. As they get one last fight, I'm going to give them before Team Liquid can just win it and close out this game. Baron in 55 seconds, Dragon in 44 seconds. Jan's leading the charge as Yanara just walking up saying, bet. If you try and engage on me, I got a Nocturne and an Ahri and a Cannon behind me. I don't think it's going to go well for you. And Shopify Rebellion, they've just done the same thing for the last 10 minutes. They've just been grouping as 5 mid lane. Has not worked out so far.
Jan's got his newly forged Infinity Edge to go hand out some crits. So he's trying to use it. And the extra pressure here is going to continue mounting until the objectives spawn. I reckon TL will just play it safe, though. Close this one out with Baron. I mean, the Dragon's pretty far away from Soul. Maybe they do the super safe and they're, all right, fine. We'll take the Dragon first, then we'll go get Baron, then we'll end the game. Just in case. This is Shopify. Budget Contracts has some crazy comebacks in their careers.
I think Contracts is in Jose's head. He's like, I can't go to Baron. He's going to smite skill.
Yeah, let's make sure we check out the box first. We'll grab the Dragon number 3 first, then we'll go over to this Baron, and then well, honestly, they'll just push out the waves again. So
yeah,
you're going to make you really wait. Do the Dragon, push the waves right back out again to get it all in your favor once again, and then force Shopify to walk over to you. And then don't even flip it, just Nocturnal as soon as they come and they try and smite steal it, and you just fully engage with Nocturne Ultimate Cannon again.
That's how I'm imagining it will go. Yeah. That Cannon, meanwhile,
don't flip.
Speaking of, has the death cap. So that is going to be a very, very painful slicing Maelstrom. It's going to slice and dice him. Chop them up like an onion, tears included, as Team Liquid are just waiting for that engage window, an opportunity to go in. You can always just pull them in, use the Baron as a magnet. That's what they're going to do. Jan starts it up. The damage per second with 4-item Yanara is quite intense here. Shopify Rebellion, if they even contest, would need to do so now. They're not walking up. They're just letting them take it. There's just no shot that you could win a fight from this position. Instead, they're going to try and get some gold on the Fudge, who's pushing onto that bottom turret. That is Baron for Team Liquid, as Morgan continues to push in that top turret.
Shopify are not magnetized.
No.
No.
They are made of
They're neutral.
They're neutral, yeah. I don't know how magnets work. I was going to try and make a magnet pun, and I just was like, you know what? We're going to leave that to the scientists. I don't even think we know how magnets work, personally. I think it's black magic.
Magnet fields, not quite sure. Kennan's in the game, so it gets a little weird.
Does Kenan have to do with magnets?
Yeah, electrical fields affect magnet fields.
See, I'm going to blame this one on the
American education
system, yes.
Fair enough.
Although, you know what? Room to grow for me. I can learn about magnets later on. Let's look at this from the positive side. Jan going to continue the siege here with the rest of the team. Liquid now the Paranoid goes under the turret. They just eliminated B-Boy. A 5th death of the game, and they want more. Flash forward from Jan to make it a rampage. He's locked under the turret, and Shopify looked to shut him down. He does fall, so Team Liquid lose their carry. And that stops the siege.
That's actually funny. It's like the freeze frame was one of those, like, you're wondering how I ended up here.
Yeah.
The moment that it actually
magnets,
froze.
Kobe.
Yeah, the moment
somebody put a magnet next to the screen.
They're too close to the computer.
PC. Yeah, got to worry about this.
But it actually froze right when he's under the two nexus. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well,
he did flash under that turret, so that would be how he got under there. Hey, you know what? Gave a shutdown. That's fine. They still got the inhibitor, and they still got the gold lead. It hasn't moved at all, actually. Although, Red Bull Baron power play, only plus 437 now. Ooh, our Shopify coming back, Kobe. This is that moment. This is Lord. Hey, Battle Helm's deep. Gandalf has arrived.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know who Gandalf is in this scenario. Is it Zinni?
Yeah, it's got to be Zinni. He could do the wall for the You Shall Not Pass.
Ooh, that's good. Different movie.
And he's a mage.
But it's good. Yes. All of these are good things. There we go. See, that's why I like asking you, Kobe. When my brain can't connect the dots, you're always there for the backup. The alley-oop.
Let's connect those dots. Kenan is connecting the top side of the map to the game because he has teleport. He's going to push the top side in. They already have super minions mid. So the path towards the Nexus is the exact same. It's wide open. See if they go under the Nexus turrets again. Jan can't flash in there.
Yeah.
But Jose has a Guardian Angel. He could just fly on in there.
He does have the Guardian Angel completed, 3 items. So we give him the pass to flash forward. Jan's gonna have to play a little more careful. Does still have the Lulu in his back pocket and is very strong at this position as it is a 2-point strike here from Team Liquid. They're sieging this tier 2 in the bottom turret while Morgan keeps Zinni busy top side here. Balrog versus Gandalf fight going Balrog's way so far, as the next turret will not have the Baron-empowered minions. So that is Baron for Team Liquid. They no longer have the buff, but they got another turret for it. Can be 3rd item for Zinni.
We're still alive. They're still in there. They are zone using in the fountain, and it's going to be fixed because
that was the party.
No problem.
Seeker's Arm Guard.
You get that because just fix it right back up.
Yeah, true. Just like Gandalf the Grey became Gandalf the White. That was the spiritual awakening. And he's a phoenix.
This Anivia is blue, though.
This is Zinni the Blue.
So how does that fit?
Zinni the Blue.
It's a little different story.
Yeah.
Okay. I
like it. There are 2 blue wizards, as our producer Big G did remind me.
Oh.
They're not in the movies. They're like, I forgot where they went in the lore. Read the Silmarillion, or don't. Just watch YouTube essays like I do.
All right, I've heard enough. Get Graham up here. Enough floundering around here.
What happened to the blue wizards in Lord of the Rings? I think that's what people want to know. As the Dragon Soul is, again, not even contested. Shopify give a Baron. They're giving the Dragon. Morgan just chunked Zinni down to half health for looking at the Raptors. Team Liquid, they haven't ended the game, Kobe. We are continuing.
What happened to Raiden in Mortal Kombat? Because that's what Morgan is.
I don't know very much at all about Mortal Kombat lore.
No?
Yeah. I played
that was a swing and a miss.
Played a Switch port, and it was not good. So that's really the extent of my Mortal Kombat.
I'm going to say Raiden was like, God of Lightning, some kind of lightning god for sure.
Yeah. Now, if you ask me like a Thor reference, I could probably give you that. Paranoia now, popped by Jose Diota, looking for that big dive into the back line yet again. And that should just do it. Slicey Maelstrom from Morgan will get the first kill. Second will fall to Quid and Team Liquid. They just needed to press their R buttons at the same time, and that is enough to win a game of League of Legends with this type of gold lead. Shopify Rebellion yet again will fall in the mid lane. The miracle in Mexico is denied. Team Liquid, remind us who the big dogs that run the LCS are. They make Shopify roll over in Game 3. GG. Team Liquid take the series 2-1.
GG, Team Liquid. They have dropped a game, but still undefeated in series as they look ahead to playing Lyon next at Homegrounds.
Yeah, the big dogs versus each other. We've been looking forward to that match for a while. Shopify did make it fun, though. This was an exciting series. Game 1, they made us believe. Game 2, they kept that belief going for a little longer before Team Liquid made the comeback. But once Team Liquid find their groove, man, this team is scary. And they are looking like the top dogs in the LCS still.
Actually a difficult player of the game because it definitely was the team effort here.
True.
So spam chat now and gloat when you win with the correct choice.
I would, you know what? I like giving permission to gloat. Twitch chat, first of all. Second of all, I immediately was thinking Jan, but Morgan also had a really good game in that Game 3 there, finding a lot of really good playing, some big engages. You know, cosplaying Raiden at the end there. Almost killing Zinni.
Mini Raiden.
Mini Raiden.
For some reason, he's shorter than I remember him.
It's
Raiden.
Expanded universe Raiden.
You know why? Because that was always my favorite character because I liked his lightning eyes. That looked the coolest. The little zap at the character
guy.
selection.
Get in here.
Character selection screen.
Get over here.
Yeah, Scorpion was super mainstream.
Yeah.
But,
He's more cool.
Raiden was cooler. Lightning eyes.
I don't think I can list a Raiden quote. Maybe a Scorpion quote.
Yeah, same. But it was cool. Lightning eyes.
I'm going to still go Jan. Jan's still my player of the game.
Jan?
I'm going player of the game. Because I also think Jan consistently throughout the whole series. It was Ezreal, it was Jhin, it was Yanara. Like, those are 3 very different champs, and he carried on all of them.
Honestly, I said Core JJ previously. I'm going to go Core JJ again because the Lulu ults on the Nocturne.
True.
This is definitely a reach, but this is the one I'm going to go for.
Okay.
You
As a jungler, you love it when your Lulu ults you and not the hyper carry.
And is it, AD carries. You're keeping him up. You're shutting down the opponents. I want to go Core JJ again.
Okay, Core JJ again. Yeah, you voted for him last game?
Was it the previous
one?
Yeah,
the one? Yeah,
the last
I think so.
Yeah.
They're kind of blending together at this point in my brain. Team Liquid, though, I want to ask you the honest question now, Kobe. Because, yes, they won the series. Yes, they still are going undefeated into Lyon. I'll ask you that question later, because we are actually ready for an interview with Jose Diaz.
First of all, we are also having the LCS back in home. So we are going to have a little interview with Jose in here. Lo primero que quiero decirte es, quiero saber tus pensamientos de qué pasó en ese primer juego, que las cosas se salieron de color, apostaron muy fuerte por ese draft y se complicó la partida. ¿Cómo lo afrontaron ustedes?
Creo que pasó mucho que el Pantheon tenía mucha ventaja en early game. Creo que no debería haberse salido tanto de control. Igualmente creo que dentro de todo nuestra compo no se sintió tan fácil de jugar con Tron de la Cali, capaz era mejor jugar otra cosa. Creo que eso es lo que estaba pensando en medio de la partida, pero también siento que estamos un poco desenchufados. La pelea del dragón fue la que nos perdió el juego y nada, jugaron bien la fight ellos y perdimos prácticamente por eso, así que...
Okay, I'm going to translate real quick for all LCS people back there at home. I asked Jose actually what happened on that first game. What was his take on the fight, on the draft itself? He told me that actually they were a little bit disconnected in the game, even though they have the Pantheon was so much with a lot of advantage into the game. They scaled better and actually quit with the Cali couldn't do that much in that game. Second question that I want to ask you. Segunda pregunta. Ahora sí, en el segundo juego y en el tercer juego se sintieron muchísimos más conectados. Yo siento que su fuerte son las peleas en equipo. ¿Cómo abordaron el tema de las comunicaciones, los all-ins que estaban presentando como equipos?
No cambió mucho. Creo que lo único que cambia es como el ruido del público más que nada, como que es como confuso, pero ningún problema. Obviamente siempre hay que estar contento de eso, pero... No sé, muy divertido la verdad, siempre el apoyo de la gente. Creo que en el LCS es más calmado, pero acá es como muy explosivo y es muy divertido.
Okay. I did ask him about the communications they have here on the arts program in Ciudad de Mexico, because the people we have here, they're so loud, they're so crazy in the best way possible. So it was a little bit chaotic, but they have the trust between each other so they can perform really well. LCS is a little bit more quiet. like Jose is telling me, but he loves either being here or there. Última pregunta. Es un poquito spicy. ¿Estás listo? Okay. El día de mañana se viene tremendo enfrentamiento. Van a estar contra Lyon, que también estuvieron performeando. Esta es la casa de Lyon. Tírame una predicción de en dónde se pueden complejizar las partidas o qué es lo que ustedes tienen en confianza que les va mejor que a ellos.
No, creo que Lyon es un equipo muy sólido. La verdad que nos sorprendió mucho cómo jugaron en MSI, siendo sinceros. Creo que jugaron muy bien. Y nada, para nosotros es quien juega mejor las teamfights. Creo que hoy tuvimos una buena conexión al final del día. Así que nada, para mí si jugamos bien las teamfights le podemos ganar.
Oh, okay. Last question that I ask him is that it's a little prediction for tomorrow's match they're going to have against Lyon. They're here in Lyon's Arena. Jose de Oro told me that he's really surprised about Lyon's performance overall after MSI. They're really connected as a team, but after today's match, they really feel connected as well. So it's gonna be a great match after all. So you can't miss that guy. Jose, Brandon. Querido, muchas gracias por venir. Acá está la gente. Disfrútalo. And back to you guys at the LCS.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to our second series of the day. C9 versus Lyon. Couple of big things. 3-1, the only two teams in this series that are 3-1 left in the LCS, and Inspired's back.
He's back!
He's back. We haven't announced Jan was player of the game for the last game. Congratulations to Jan. 4 out of 5 votes. Kobe.
Is it with my boy, bro? Both games in a row.
Both games.
Big hater.
JJ.
Big hater. But Jose always.
2.4.
Bro always wins the
He's
fan
on the
vote.
board.
He's on the board, true.
But big stuff for this C9 versus Lyon series. Raz, you have a photo behind you. It's called Assist Mountain.
Oh, yes, we do have that.
So Vulcan is tied with Afromu for the most assists in LCS history.
Neck and neck.
He's going to break it in less than an hour.
He's climbing the mountain.
You think Cloud9 are going to get a kill?
Could you imagine, bro, if they get completely shut out 2 games in a row by Lyon?
Or they get a kill, but it's only the top side of the map or something.
Oh my God.
If Vulcan doesn't get to touch it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's going to be a monumental moment for Vulcan.
The fact that he tied the record, then went off to Mexico City.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for that one assist. A single assist.
The first assist of the game for Cloud9.
Yeah, which, by the way, we know the Cloud9 roster. We don't need to announce, like, still the same 5.
Yeah.
The 7-man roster thing, Vulcan said it's not happening right now.
Yeah, it's a 5+2. And the fact that he, in pros, kind of mentioned that they weren't even scrimming with him, it's like, they'd be watching it, but they won't be always watching, like, every single scrim, but they're in the room.
They're definitely still with the team, too. I mean, all 7 came to Mexico. They're all doing the morning workouts. They're all still part of the team.
Yes.
But in terms of who's going to be starting week to week, we know.
And that was why I know this has
Surprise Pikachu face.
Exactly.
All the fans are
Whoa!
What in the heck?
Whoa! I guess that's been the biggest question for everybody going into the split. Obviously, now we're winding out going into playoffs, but that's been a question of, like, are they going to be swapping players at some point? Because when you're going to playoffs, if you haven't tried them at all, then you're not going to make that gambit in a best-of-5 series.
Yeah, I mean, and the biggest thing for me is that while this is not determining whether they get into playoffs, this is not literal make or break on this choice that they made to change players. For me, this is when I want to see results of this change because they have committed. These are the 2 players. They made a change because they want to make internationals. They made these player changes. Lots of other players on different teams have talked about, oh, maybe APA this. He was playing really well. They're literally like memeing and joking about justice for APA or, you know, justice for Sven. And so I want to see the actual results here because we are getting towards the end. You're playing at the peak competition of the LCS.
True.
Yes. I think this requires a longer discussion. But I'm going to make the statement and then we're going to leave it. I am more confident now that C9 will make Worlds than I was before the split.
Okay, so you're pro change.
I'm pro change. I'm pro change to create some uncomfortability that they can then use to improve. Whereas they had too high of a floor before.
Yeah.
They lowered their floor.
They lowered the
and now
floor.
they can break through the ceiling.
They lowered the floor in order to raise the ceiling?
Yeah, like how, you know how trampolines work?
Yeah.
It needs to
But
be
there's some disasters. I've seen some highlights of
boom.
trampolines on YouTube. You can do some incredible flips, but you need to land.
Well, on the other side, Inspired is actually making a Summer Split debut. So one of the craziest stories I feel like of Summer Split is the fact that Inspired literally wasn't here, but he has become the jungler GOAT of this era. So this is a graphic that our stats team cooked up. It's a rough approximation of the eras and when you won your titles within the eras, because I know Inspired's title with EG kind of overlaps, and there's a few things here.
Yeah.
But he's been crushing. The last 5 titles have been his.
And this is doing a good job of displaying the general feel of, you know, jungle conversation in the LCS. It did transition. It started with Meteos, you know, and his 12.8 or 12.6 KDA, you know, godlike jungler, and then it transitioned into Xmithy, winning a lot with Team Liquid himself. And then for a long time, the conversation of Blabber, and people were ready to move to Blabber as being the next North American like jungle GOAT.
Yeah.
But Inspired came in like a wrecking ball. He put a stop to that real quick.
Dude.
And since he's been here, he's just been winning.
If Inspired never came to NA,
It would be
Blabber would be the greatest of all time.
Yeah, we'd be singing
Blabber
That would be a long era.
It'd be King Blabber, man.
It'd be a very
He just keeps
long
losing to
era.
Inspired.
Blabber the Great is what we would be calling him.
Instead of Blabber's Crabbers?
Instead of Blabber.
It'll be Crab Mountain. He will have ascended to the top of Crab Mountain.
Yeah, that would
He'd
be
the king of the mountain.
He
of
would be
crabs.
feasting. He would be feasting. And so, like, it's interesting. Kind of reminds me of like the whole NBA dialogue of like Blabber, like the face of Cloud9. You can even say the same thing about Meteos during his era.
Yeah.
But Inspired just being somebody that you always seek after in the offseason, because those 6 titles you look towards. He was on FlyQuest when he did it and completely dominated. And the whole sweepstakes of, are you going to get Inspired on your team? He goes online. There's still some question marks. Will they able? No, they just are once again sweepstaking the year. So it's like now it's the idea of whatever team he is on, that will be your golden goose, and you will get championships for yourselves.
But do you have to actually play with the team in order to get those rewards? Because he hasn't been there. He hasn't.
Even just having the name on your roster is good enough.
Because he hasn't been here for 5 weeks.
So he put in the work to play with them before.
I know. And then time without Inspired kept getting longer. They lose to Sentinels, looking a little shaky.
Okay, so his effect on the team lasts a while even after he leaves.
Yeah, I mean, look at JoJo. He was able to propel JoJo to an LCS championship. And now JoJo's struggling, so he's got to rejoin Inspired.
Hey, he's doing well. His teammates.
If Fnatic wins tomorrow, JoJo's coming back.
Right.
Yeah, because he's going to miss playoffs. He's going to miss Demacia Cup as well. He's not even going to finish.
He's not going to make Demacia Cup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're going to have Inspired's calendar and move him around to all the different teammates that need refreshers.
Absolutely. He joked that he made JoJo. JoJo's an amazing mechanical player, but I mean, we're getting too
I
off
want
the
to
rails
get
here.
on this one, though, because one of my questions for when Inspired does return is the team going to look a lot different? Because they looked a lot different when he left. The combined kills per minute went through the roof. When Inspired returns, is it going to slowly get back down to normal?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be like an immediate snap back to reality?
It'll slow down. Because week 1, without Inspired, that was the bloodiest we will ever see Lyon.
Everybody's trying to skill check. Everybody's going for their 1v1.
Yes. Especially if you ever hear Inspired in any interview, especially pros, the one thing that will tilt him is if things go wrong that should not be going wrong theoretically with the composition that they have.
That's true. That tilts him really hard.
He hates that.
Yeah.
So if you get a solo kill, great. But if you take a risk and a chance in dying, we're reviewing that. That we will look back on that. And I think, to me, the interesting idea is, what state is Inspired in right now? Because when he was back home...
Right, how much was he playing?
And so, at least the account that I was looking at, he wasn't playing at all. And then he comes here, and I'm hearing that he's playing a lot, but that's because his account was decayed. So he's probably playing the most tilting solo queue experience with, low Masters players. So for him, I wonder how unrusted is he? Because also you're traveling to Mexico City, so you're not really practicing or really getting much opportunities there.
Sure.
So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, we did hear he came back during their off week.
Yeah,
Thursday of last
Thursday of the previous week. So about a week and a half.
Yeah, so he would have practiced Friday, Saturday. He was with you Sunday.
I think Thursday was his first scrim.
Okay.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, so
then this whole week
should be enough.
One other comment I really loved when he was on Pros with you was that he was glad that LCS only plays once a week because otherwise they'd get too bored playing scaling. If we were playing too many games, he's like, surely you can scale for a couple hours a week. That's because it's clearly the best. We need to scale. We need to play safe. We need to have low kills. But now, 2 games, back-to-back days, team's going to get bored of scaling.
This is more condensed,
It's condensed
formula
scaling.
for them. Are they going to get bored, Raz?
They will not get bored.
Okay, everyone's
You can calm them down.
Okay.
If it was games throughout the entire week, at some point, Saint's going to ask for a Jace game. Berserker. We have too many Jace players on that team. And now, so they will not be scaling at that point.
Then really, all of this discussion, is it meaningful at all? Is anyone going to choose Cloud9 even because Inspired just came back to the team? Or is everyone going to look at this and be like, nope, Inspired's back, so...
Let's check the predictions real quick. Actually, if we have the predictions before they're going to walk out on the stage, Kobe's asking, is anyone going to predict Cloud9?
Did you do your prediction?
That's interesting. That's really interesting. I'm going to predict Cloud9, Kobe.
Whoa!
They haven't played with Inspired in a month and a half. There's going to be rust. Of course there's going to be rust.
I accounted for rust. I gave them a game. I just think they're a worse team than Lyon.
I didn't account for any rust. I was like, I don't care. Even with rust, no games. No games for Cloud9.
Yeah, I believe we're ready to toss to casters because the players are moving to stage. Is that what I heard?
That's what I'm hearing too.
That's what you're hearing too? Not
I
yet.
heard not yet.
Not yet. So
Jumping the gun.
I got clear.
yeah, much like Kobe's jumping the gun, calling it a 2-0 with Inspired coming back right away.
Clean.
How foolish of you.
Nice transition.
How foolish of you.
Very foolish.
So here's my idea, though. And this, just in talking with Inspired a bit, it did not seem like he felt rusty. And so I think he will slot right back in. And all of the teammates that he has on Lyon, to me, and talking with them also, it felt like they were like, please come back. Like they've been so ready. They're like, we're ready. Like we want Inspired back. You know, they were like, we're still winning with our Mayo, but it's, you know, it's a little more difficult.
That's the reason I was able to predict Sentinels 2 weeks ago to beat them. I was the only one.
Oh, true.
Yeah, it's because I'd been hearing the number of scrims days had just been canceled.
Yeah.
The team was booming a little bit.
Yeah.
There was no discipline. I'd been hearing from other teams how much they've been surrendering scrims. So I literally don't think Lion's been having good practice. Now, does that mean they can't get good? Of course not. I think Lion's still winning the split. But right now, Kobe, I'm going to be right.
They're going to lose
You're gonna be
2
wrong.
games.
But I'm also hearing something else, which is the casters are ready to take it away. Let's start the games.
Thank you very much, Raz. Welcome, everybody, here to another exciting, well, I'm hoping it's going to be exciting, best of 3 between Lyon and C9 coming up in just a few short moments. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand here for this one. We were talking a little bit about it while the analysts were having their opinions out there in front of everybody just leading into this. I think that Lyon's got to be heavily favored heading into this one as the teams head the stage.
I mean, that's the question, right? Is how much has Cloud9 improved? They start off the split getting clapped up by TL. Then they kind of scraped by DSG and Dig. They 2-0'd FlyQuest last week. Have you improved enough to challenge a team like Lyon? Because this is the kind of team you need to be able to beat if you want to accomplish your goal of winning this split. That is what C9 is trying to do. And Lyon here at their home grounds in Mexico City, entering the arena and first out on stage.
Yeah. I feel bad for, I was looking at the crowd and it's like almost entirely Lyon fans and then Jose Diodo fans. And then there's one guy in a C9 jersey holding down the fort
Stay
for
strong,
C9.
brother.
But like for C9, I think it's like, okay, they looked a lot better in their matchup against FlyQuest, right? Where are we measuring FlyQuest in the pantheon of LCS teams? And have they improved enough, like you said, Isaac, to go up against Lyon, where Lyon, we're looking at them and we're being like, okay, Inspired's back. Is it just going to immediately click, or are there going to be some growing pains reintroducing them to the roster as we see C9 come out now? Yeah, there he is. There's the one C9.
That's me every time Worlds is in Korea and we're playing against T1.
Hey, the pink jersey next to him is C9 as well. I think it was. I think it's their like. It's like the breast cancer awareness jersey or something.
They're multiplying.
There's 2 of them. They're just both not the Cloud9 blue. Okay, so the Cloud9 fans. Clearly not the favorite in the audience here in Mexico City, but we'll see if they can step it up here on the Rift. Emily, you're talking about C9 looking better last week up against a FlyQuest, wondering where they are in the pantheon of LCS teams. If you guys remember the 1990s Disney film Hercules, a lot of the film is portrayed through the muses on the pots that are depicting the images of everyone else that actually matters in the story. FlyQuest is the pot at this point in time. The story of those teams which are competing is being written on FlyQuest as they take loss after loss. You could say that it's harsh, but I would riposte that it is true. FlyQuest have not been a competitive team so far throughout this split. So for C9, I'm going to say, great, I'm glad you looked really good beating FlyQuest because that's the floor. If you don't look good beating FlyQuest, you're in the trench, brother. You're in the basement. You're fighting to break out. The windows are bolted shut. How did you get here? Why?
FlyQuest is better than 2 teams in our league. They're in playoffs.
Well, that's exactly it. And you got to be better than just barely making it into playoffs. You got to be good enough to try to challenge for that 3rd Worlds spot. They were talking about it earlier already today. Everyone feels like TL and Lyon are so far out in front that those spots are practically claimed. 4 Worlds, 4 international competition, for the opportunity to go to the playoffs finals weekend. That 3rd spot is what everybody else is fighting for.
Yeah.
I agree. It has looked like that for the most part. But we did see Lyon lose to Sentinels, which I obviously was not expecting. That was not with Inspired, to be fair. But even with Armeo, they have been undefeated up until that point, and then they did actually drop the series. So the question is everything right as rain? Inspired walks in the door, you're back to being the best in the team in the league, or will there be some growing pains here for Lyon? That is what we're going to find out.
Okay, so immediately, as we start off our first draft here, it's Lyon on blue side, it's C9 with first pick. Ezreal and Cassiopeia banned out by Lyon, so that Ezreal first pick that we see so common in game ones, if it's left available, is not going to be a choice here in this one. Meanwhile, C9, they're targeting that Olaf, which has become so popular in the top lane, even as a blind. They're also going to remove the Nocturne, so Inspired, welcome back. We're not going to give you one of these big power combo type of junglers, and we're also not going to give you the Pantheon. So both of these semi-global playmaking ultimates from the jungle kept away from Inspired's fingers.
Yeah, and he's done super, super well with both of these champions, right? So it completely makes sense taking them away in his return, making sure he's not immediately on something that's super, super impactful. Or as impactful as these two. I think he's Inspired. He's always going to be impactful.
And I mean, I think the main thing is when you're looking at these two jungle bans, it's about the semi-globals, right? It's about the fact that Nocturne and Pantheon could affect the map, in a way that other champions cannot, because you cannot ban out all the AD junglers early on. Vi is still up, Jarvan's up, Xin is up. There are so many different tools. It's really just about shutting down those globals, because that is very difficult to play around, especially if C9 want to play more of a 1-3-1 style. Looking like it's probably just Lucian Melio here, 1-2 for Lyon, to answer the dive that is already being showcased with this early Vi.
Exactly. Seeing a Vi on the enemy team, I really like having Melio. If nothing else, just for that. Ultra Mega Fire Kick is so good at creating distance between Melio, whichever carry he's trying to protect, most likely Lucian, and whatever diver is going to be flying in towards them. But the response from C9, they've got the wave clear bot lane mage. They've got the Ziggs picked up. Even though bot lane mages, despite their rather prickly reputation amongst the community right now, their win rates haven't been spectacular in a lot of cases. Ziggs has been one of those exceptions where he has been one of the highest performers. They'll lock it in alongside the Nautilus for Vulcan.
Yeah, and Ziggs is something specifically that I love to talk about when it comes to tactical, who I think has been doing really well. It's something he's been playing pretty much since his debut, before his debut even. It's a champion he is very, very comfortable on. So it is cool to see this response from C9, especially because of how well Tactical's been doing.
Absolutely, and with this Ziggs, it's also kind of enabling what I'm expecting C9 to play, which would be more that 1-3-1 style. Given that you're banning out Pantheon and Nocturne, I already expected that they wanted to play side lanes. Ziggs enables that very, very effectively. Obviously great when you can rotate over towards mid, have strong wave clear. They have multiple forms of hard engage. And if you can get some sort of strong side laner here for Thanatos or Loki, or maybe even a combo, things like Rise plus some sort of a strong pick for Thanatos on the top side, this can really enable you to play through those side lanes very, very heavily. And clearly Lyon is considering that here with the Jace ban.
And I like the LeBlanc ban coming out of C9 as well. LeBlanc was buffed on this patch, and it's something that I think could be absolutely deadly in the hands of Saint. So taking that away, I think, is pretty crucial. And then Lyon taking away the Jace, which would be a very huge power pick in those side lanes that you mentioned, Azale.
Yeah, and the TF as well, right? So clearly Lyon has the exact same read that I do. When you're banning out semi-globals, you're saying you want to play through sides. So we're going to ban out some of the best enablers of that.
Yep, they take those out of the picture. I also just really like Inspired picking the Xin Zhao here. Isaac, you already mentioned how you've got pretty much all of the AD junglers up, but up against Ziggs, who's going to be standing a screen away, chucking bombs at you, Xin Zhao's going to get a lot of durability through the Crescent Guard. So I really like the pick here. LeBlanc and Annie, that last ban on the C9 side. Lyon's going to go ahead, save their mid lane pick for very last. Dokla, they will just give him that Gnar. Works into a very large majority of matchups unless you're willing to go into very specific counter picks. C9's not going to do that though. C9 quick to lock in both solo lanes. It'll be Rumble for the top side. It'll be Yone at mid.
Yeah, really, really quick lock-ins from C9. I was going to point out how crazy it is to see the blind Gnar coming out without the Vayne ban for people that want to be reminded. She got absolutely crushed on this patch. I do not expect to see her at all.
Yeah, she got nerfed in all kinds of different ways.
That tumble cooled. feels so bad. I'm not going to rant about this
Tumble
again, but
cooldown,
it feels
silver
so bad.
bolts basically got nerfed across the board. And this is going to be a lock final pick here, but there is quite a bit of CC there between both the Vi as well as the Nautilus as well as Yone for follow-up here. Should be pretty exciting though. Very high risk, high reward style champions here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's, again, really nice to see this coming out of Saint, who I think we were talking about players who really, really continued their stellar performances post MSI. It was really Saint and Berserker, and Dokla was also performing super well too, but Saint and Berserker who really, really stepped up and are contending for, or are unequivocally considered the best in their position in LCS.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a number of people that you can consider for MVP, you know, when you are looking at Lyon. I think Saint and Berserker are definitely in there. Dokla, for me, is playing as the best top laner in the league right now. I think Thanatos has taken a step back this split. I don't feel he has been as lane dominant. I think he's still team fighting well. I think he's still playing well overall. But his laning stats have definitely been a far cry from what we've seen in the past. So I'm going to be very interested to see if that remains the same here in this really important matchup for C9. How will Thanatos look against Dokla?
And talking about those two specifically, with Thanatos being the guy that we always praise for his laning, his mechanical prowess, his 1v1, his ability to generate leads, Dokla, when he would fall behind in those aspects, when he might give over a kill early on or he might die in lane, Dokla's redeeming factor is the fact that he would come up clutch in the team fights. He would find a way to be relevant. He would find the angle in the team fight that really mattered. And so if Dokla can stay even with Thanatos, I trust Dokla to show up when the team really needs him. And that's what makes him such a fun player to watch.
I mean, the interesting thing, you know, everyone does talk so much about that, about Thanatos' laning phase, but laning stats-wise, when you're looking at CSD at 15, Dokla has better CSD. He has a bigger gold difference. He has a bigger, XP differential as well, right? Like, he is actually doing better than Thanatos really across the board here in the laning phase.
Yeah, but as we are getting into this game, since we didn't have like a crazy level 1, I want to bring up that Vulcan just needs 1 assist to hit the all-time LCS assist record and get that 1 assist above Afromu. And I'd be floored if it does not happen in this game, win or lose.
The funny thing was, he could have got this the last time they played 2 weekends ago, because remember, they did not play any games last weekend because of the schedule change, but he actually got a kill instead of an assist.
Should have gotten that kill
so
on
if he would have got the assist on that one, he would have already secured this. But yes, currently tied at 4,819 for #1 of all time. And it just feels so rare that we see somebody actually claim one of these #1 slots. I feel like a lot of times we'll have an update on somebody broke into top 10 all time.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody made top 5, sure. But a lot of these #1 records are so long-standing from players that have been in the league for so long, they feel nearly impossible to approach, and Vulcan is knocking on the door.
Yeah, and I think it's really, really cool, and to be able to take that away from one of the most legendary LCS players of all time in Afro, and one of my favorite LCS players of all time, is very, very cool. But Teacher is back. There's no more fun to be had in the classroom. Lyon, we saw them playing all kinds of wild stuff, messing around, going for dives, being crazy. Well, guess what? Inspired's back. It's time to lock in. It's time to scale. It's time to play side lanes. There will be no fun to be had. It will only be winning.
Can I just shout out our graphics team for finding the most devious expressions for the Lyon pros while substitute teacher Armeo is trying to look over. And here you see why it's so important that Inspired is back, right? Not just because of what he's done for Lyon, but because he is on an incredible title run currently. I know they were talking about Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Saint's taking a lot of damage there. But I know they were talking about on desk about how, if Inspired hadn't come, we'd still be talking about Blabber, his opponent here, being that kind of #1 LCS jungler. But since his arrival, he's pretty much run the region in a really impressive way.
And it's very similar to kind of the run that Double was having, right? And it's not apples to apples because it is obviously, not just the same 2 championship a year system, but he is on a 5 title streak. And Inspired here, taking some good damage onto Loki.
Yeah, we're going to have a 2v2 here, but Loki is about to snap back with Soul Unbound. Inspired going to take another chunk of damage before that happens as Blabber's coming in, but Saint ready to try to block the Vault Breaker. Blabber doesn't want to go any further forward as Isles and Berserker have made their way over. Now Blabber is forced to flash away defensively. You know C9 was thinking about trying to flash past the protection of Saint to try to land the Vault Breaker onto Inspired. They don't want to full commit on that. It does cost Blabber's flash when it's all said and done.
Exactly, and you know, if he goes for that Q flash, Inspired still has his flash and is very likely to react to that, and then you'd be too far in. You would very likely be getting knocked down. But this is pretty big because you do get some damage down here onto Loki after he teleported back. Of course, Saint was TPing in. It takes forever for those early TPs to arrive, so Inspired did get quite low, but still ends up being pretty positive here for Lyon. And I wanted to go back just kind of briefly here to that point I was talking about, you know, with the kind of comparison to double-elimination, because double-elimination, when he had this 4 championship run with Team Liquid, the back-to-back-to-back-to-back, no one had ever done that before. He was actually, in total, on a 5 championship run during that time. And Inspired is now on a 5 title run, not exactly the same, but still is getting up there, and he is second all-time in total championships in the LCS as well. And similar to double-elimination, there was that time in the LCS where it's like, okay, double-elimination is on CLG, he wins. He goes to TSM, he wins. He goes to Liquid, he wins. It's just kind of like whatever team he's on is the one that's going to win the LCS. It's starting to feel that way with Inspired. With EG, gets them their first title. With FlyQuest, gets them their first title. With Lyon, not their first title, but first title in the LCS. He's bouncing around to rosters, and wherever he goes, he wins.
He's certainly proven that he's got what it takes to bring success to any roster that he finds his way towards. And right now, his roster is finding their way towards the enemy Tier 1 turret here in the bottom lane, as Berserker and Isles do have control over that push. You expect Lucian and Melio to be strong in the laning phase. You can see that they do have more than a full wave of farm advantage over their opponents. It's slight advantages everywhere for Lyon, except for the top lane, where Thanatos does have a very small lead over Dokla for now, but nobody's building anything really huge. Nobody's building anything noteworthy so far with these individual matchups in the first 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I was curious to see, like, okay, is Inspired back? Are they just going to play it out super, super slow, focus on either getting something cross-map to seed objectives or putting themselves in a good position? I have liked the way Saint has been playing the lock. He had a really nice feint up top side to see if he could do anything there after pushing the wave and then returning to kind of catch it. So I'm glad that he's at least looking for some looks. He did have a really nice topside roam earlier that didn't amount to anything, but good map awareness.
Well, it did get the flash kind of because he was missing, right? And when Dokla jumped in, you know, because you had to be a bit worried about that roam, I think that's why Thanatos early flashed in that situation. So that implied pressure, pretty big.
All right, ooh, Vulcan with the dredge line. Does find the initial engage onto Saint, who immediately jumps back in after Loki. C9 does secure their own blue buff with the smite from Blabber. That means now you do have the level 6 on the Vi. Inspired already level 6 here on his Xin Zhao, so matched strength between the junglers. Lyon does not want to overcommit to any sort of a fight here around the enemy jungle with nothing to fight over. That first dragon did spawn a minute and a half ago, but nobody has gone for an early take on it, despite the fact that it's Ocean Drake. And we have about 60 seconds on the clock until the grubs spawn too, so with no attention on the early Drake, we could have one of those handshake objective trade types of moments. We'll have to see what decisions they want to make getting towards that, as Dokla jumps aggressively to try to use the Mega Gnar for a trade, but can't quite get Thanatos in the range up there in top side.
Yeah, I think Dokla is basically saying, I just want to base at that point anyway, so if it hits him, great. If it doesn't, I kill the mini wave and I go back to base. Doesn't really matter. It's not a long cooldown, and as you can see, he just backs off immediately, uses that to get the push, so it's good if it hits, good if it doesn't really matter, and Dokla in a good spot here early on, up on that top side, has been holding on well. And as Gnar, you kind of just get to a certain point where you can start to shrug off a lot of the damage that the Rumble can put out. But of course, Rumble is really set up for success in the team fights in this game. This is much less about the 1v1. You have Nautilus ult, you have Vi ult, you have Yone ult, and then you have Ziggs ult and Rumble ult over the top. And even with Melio, this is not an easy combo for Berserker to survive.
Yeah, Berserker having 2 different I click on you and you are hard CC'd ultimate to have to deal with. The cease and desist plus the depth charge is so obnoxious for a champion that once he presses culling, he must be in a pretty short range to actually be effective in putting out DPS. So The challenge is on for Berserker in this one. Fortunately for Lyon, he is one of our most mechanically talented AD carries in the league, so I'll be excited to see how he rises to that challenge as we do have the first Drake secured by C9. You're going to see Inspired securing the grubs just about at the same time. It's that handshake I was talking about
I was
earlier.
going to say, it's exactly what you were talking about, Flowers.
Inspired's home. We're trading. We're not fighting.
Inspired is trading objectives on the map. We do not have a kill yet in this game. I keep waiting because I'm just like, when is Vulcan going to get that assist too, right? Because I want to miss that. It's a big milestone. But yeah, like Inspired and Inspired teams overall, but whenever we talked about Lyon earlier this year, they're so famous for this in terms of giving up certain objectives to get other ones.
I mean, generally, I just always see Inspired as a player that has such supreme confidence in his team fighting that if he can trade objectives for gold, he is always happy for that because he is so confident that if I get a couple thousand gold lead and you get a couple dragon lead, I will show up to the third dragon. I will just win the fight. So your 2 early dragons will not amount to anything. And he has a lot of confidence in his teammates as well. I was talking to him recently doing some content, and we were asking him, who do you think are mechanically the best players you've ever played with? JoJo was one answer, of course, because it's JoJo. But he said JoJo or Saint, right? And so he has tremendous belief in his carries as well in these team fights, which I think just kind of lends itself to that play style. So it is going to be very effective. And even if Berserker does get taken out, if he's positioned well, you're trying to fight through a Locke and a Gnar and a Xin Zhao, and these champions can be the ones that punish you. Even if Berserker dies, if you commit too much to it, and you're trying to run through all those other characters, you could just lose a team fight regardless.
Yeah, definitely some explosive potential from both sides here once we get to these larger fights. Once we get to any fight at all. 10 minutes. And the closest thing we saw was that C9 look earlier on, roundabout back at level 3.
Hundreds of minions have lost their lives, and it means nothing to you.
Yeah.
Not a damn thing. I don't care about those minions even a little.
Flowers does not care about minion lives.
Minion lives matter.
We are not doing minions as something that is going to be considered action in this game. That is not important. As Loki, he's running towards Saint, but again, Saint just runs away. The soul ignition for Locke. So easy to make that distance.
See that satchel?
Yeah.
It hopped right out of there.
Incredible. Look at that. Now watch the minions
Zig's
walk
got
into
some
the
real
bind.
airtime.
Goodbye, minions.
You would think you would need like a fast car and a ramp. Nope. Ziggs just needs a satchel.
He's just gonna
get that kind of airtime.
Sit there. Okay. Look, man. I play League of Legends. I want to play a PvP game.
Yeah.
A PvP game. It's not PvM, not player versus minion.
This is a story mode.
Yeah, I feel like people need to know how you just slowly wilt, like your body just kind of like sinks down.
We're just here for the vibes in this one,
But the vibes are not minions. Oh, look at MasterCard Power Spike. Titanic Hydra completed. Thank you, MasterCard. I would like to purchase a can of whoop ass. I need Inspired to open that up right now on C9 with his Titanic Hydra and make sure that he is leading the team forward as the spearhead. You get what I did there with the wordplay? Because he's Xin Zhao. He's got to be the leader. I want to see this man return to the stage. We have been all summer split without Inspired. Now he's back to the team. He's back to his old ways, of course, but I also want to see the other side of that blade with the old ways. As now C9 going in for the engage. Inspired looking to flash forward, going after tactical. Forces a flash back over the wall. Inspired now focused down by the rest of C9. It's first blood over to the Rumble as Thanatos gets one. Inspired is down. Lyon try to collapse and make the play, but it's Inspired who's alone for too long. He falls, and ladies and gentlemen, with one assist in this game, Vulcan is now your all-time support leader in the history of the LCS.
Most assists, all time here in the LCS, passing Afro Moo, an absolute legend of the league. Congratulations to Vulcan. That is a huge achievement, taking #1.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And again, I know we've talked about this multiple times as I was wondering if they were going to try to make a play on to Saint with Vulcan there in the mid lane. But other supports, right? Like we heard from Zeyzal about how difficult it was to know that Vulcan is kind of always there, so consistently good, and it's so hard to catch up to that, right? So.
Ooh, okay. Flash away from Thanatos, trying to get away from Dokli here. He does not quite have the full Trinity Force power spike here on the Gnar, but Thanatos doesn't have much of a way to defend himself. The Frenzy proc, the Hyper, excuse me, doesn't quite have enough damage because Thanatos has the shield. Vulcan shows up in time to protect his top laner from a solo death.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
Dokla would have killed him for sure if he was not there because Dokla had flash. Thanatos did not from that earlier team fight. But because he shows the cover on the top side, Inspired immediately on the Dragon on the bottom side here. They have pushed through mid lane as well. So Lyon will be able to utilize that pressure that Dokla got them with a really nice Gnar. Just smacks the minions back into the tower, clears out that wave, forces the flash there, and is able to chase down.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about Dokla, Gnar is one of the champions that I think about how well they played around his Rage Bar Flowers. You might want to read the screen there.
How do you feel about that?
The same way I felt about it before I knew the exact number. I feel nothing.
All right.
Nothing at
They've
all.
got little minion brothers and sisters.
Not anymore, you
Families.
don't. They, were, they just marched down the lanes. They're already gold.
Killed too?
What about the minion babies at home?
Those the minions yearn for the lanes, Isaac. Let them go where they want to go.
Dad's just going out to
yearn
do a
for the
little bit of tower damage. I'll be right home, little Timmy.
All right, Emily, if you don't want to talk about the minions marching to their inevitable demise, let's talk instead about this Rift Herald coming up here in 25 seconds. There's no dragon alive. Azil, you already mentioned Inspired took the last one when they saw C9 playing around that top side of the map. So now, hopefully, we get ourselves a little bit of a battle over this Herald, because look at the vision placed down by C9 in the Lion blue buff jungle. They want to have this forward vision to track Lion's movements around the objective.
Yeah, and one thing that having this Lucian Melio also allows for you to have is pretty much consistent mid pressure as soon as you send them in. So we see Locke having pushed out top side. Saint's going to go back and push that out again. And having this Lucian kind of parked mid really forces C9 to consistently respond. We already see Inspired off of some of these map movements starting up the Herald.
All right, Inspired's there, but he is alone for now. C9 has already rotated Tactical and Vulcan over to the area. They have Loki down in the bottom lane. Dokla also down there. Dokla has no teleport, so he's walking up here because it does look like C9 wants to potentially take the fight. Saint jumps back over the wall, getting away from the dredge line. Herald down to about 3,000 HP. Blabber is nearby, so is Inspired. It's going to be Blabber securing the Herald as Inspired is already dead again. Loki charges forward, snapping right back out of there. Now Vulcan's got to be a bit careful. Does find the passive lock up onto Saint. Vulcan still trying to get away. Purgatory flies out. Vulcan going to be taken low, not quite killed off yet. Saint about to die to the bouncing bomb. Flashes out of the way, gets the kill onto Vulcan as Dokla's looking for an opportunity to attack from the right side flank. About to turn into Mega Gnar, goes for the ulti, but a nice flash over the wall from Blabber keeps him safe. Ultimately, we get a 1-for-1 trade on kills in the extended fight, but C9 stealing away the objectives gives them the edge.
I mean, C9 just had a better setup there at the end of the day because both top laners did not have TP when we were looking at that setup. So what Cloud9 did was just send Loki down to bot lane because he had the teleport. So Dokla had no TP to answer. He TPs in much earlier, but Loki gets chunked out here pretty heavily, and Inspired decides to just go for it. But the great steal there from Blabber secures it. Inspired dies very early, but Lions still felt they could take the fight.
Yeah, and you see it's because Berserker is getting topped off, but here comes Saint.
Well, there goes Saint. They
There
tried to go
goes Saint
after him,
again.
but he just got right back away with the soul ignition, heals it all
Isles
off.
is here.
Yeah, Ritual Nails really slowing Vulcan down a lot, and Purgatory blocks off any sort of an escape. Saint picks up a kill, so as soon as we jump out of the replay, Vulcan jumps into the grave for the second time this game as Lion get a payday.
Oh, they're looking bot. Multiple people down here.
Okay, Herald summoned up as Dokla will not be allowed to try to get away from that one. He wanted to use the teleport to get out, but immediately Blabber's just ready to respond. Hops on inside the Herald to drop the turret aggro, and C9 got away with that one nice and easy. Dokla wanting to use TP to get away there, I think it's just a little unlucky, or maybe he used the teleport to get back down to the turret. We'll have to take a replay to see exactly where that was used, but either way, Dokla getting punished, C9 getting the kill, and now they'll take the tier 1 turret to respond to Lion taking first turret in the top lane.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Lion there is that recognizing that, okay, we can just feed all of this gold into Locke. Both teams trying to funnel this gold into their mid laners because of how important they're going to be in these later fights. So again, a nice little response from Lion on the top side. in return to that C9 dive on bot.
Okay, Thanatos has the wave shoved on up here, just trying to control top lane while waiting for Dokla to return. Big Dokes still within striking distance of Thanatos, but it is Thanatos and Blabber who have the advantages on the C9 side. The gold pretty much dead even between the two teams, with Saint and Berserker having slight leads for themselves. Berserker critically hitting 2 fully completed items here on the Lucian, but the same can be said for Tactical and his Ziggs. So power spikes for both of our bot lane carries as the third dragon of the game does spawn. Keep in mind there's also the Seeker's Arm Guard available for Saint. So the lock can go in and still have that safety if he needs to full commit to get one of these early kills. Try to start the reset train rolling, but C9 has enough control over the area. Ziggs can block off the entryways with the minefields. It makes it impossible for Lyon to approach, and C9 get the Bloodless Dragon.
Yeah, and Lyon aren't the type of team who are, especially with Inspired back on the roster, not going to contest if they feel like the setup is bad. And for that, it would have been incredibly risky to try to contest this Drake. So they're just going to do kind of like a quick little invade onto the jungle camp, which isn't, I mean, they would have vastly preferred to get something else on the map, but it does make sense given how well C9 were set up.
Yeah, C9 has had really good setup around these last couple of objectives. You think back to the Herald, the earlier TP that they had available, allows them to secure that with the steal. Now they have a bit better setup here around the Dragon as well. And because they had pushed out their waves, there wasn't really much of a trade to be had there for Lyon. They steal away a red buff, but kind of who cares if you are Cloud9. But we have ourselves a very, very close game one thus far. Gold is basically dead even, is just that one Dragon advantage here for C9 separating these two teams, and it is, as we kind of expect, gonna come down to the team fights, to the execution. How well can these two teams that are playing kind of very different styles pilot their comps in the 5v5s? Can C9 coordinate perfectly to burst down Berserker? Can Lyon kind of avoid that engage and be able to take a longer fight?
So my question that I pose to you two then is, if it's going to come down to kind of the one big team fight, does that team fight happen before 9 minutes from now when Lyon must fight to prevent the soul?
No.
Because that's kind of what I'm expecting, is it's going to be the full, most inspired version of Lyon possible, where they want to wait until they are forced to fight, and then they take the fight.
Yeah, I also think it'll be that. However, if it's not, it will be because Lyon sees a favorable setup, right? Like it'll be because they see a situation where they feel like it's worth taking the risk. Which can be difficult with a composition like this from C9, where they can play with fog.
Ooh, Vault Breaker right into the flash as Berserker tries to get away. The culling misclick there, firing that one backwards as he makes his escape. Berserker does get out there. Isles committed the heal. He did not have to use the Breath of Life, but Berserker also used his barrier. So both non-flash summoner spells used by the bottom lane duo here of Lyon. Meanwhile, up in the top side is Loki going in after Saint. Tries to burst him down, but the Seekers keep Saint alive long enough to prevent the detonation damage from the Soul Unbound. But it's still a really good look there for C9 for Loki in that 1v1.
Yeah, it's really good for sure. I mean, Loki now has 2 items completed here. He is very, very strong. So much survivability, you know, between the Immortal Shield Bow, the Blade of the Rune King, the lifesteal on the Gunmetal Greaves. He's playing Grasp, which is going to give him additional healing as well. And Saint, obviously, with his Zhonya is more for that team fight rather than the 1v1. Is not going to be able to keep pace, and you can see why C9 wanted to focus on some of these semi-global bans to allow for these kind of plays in the side lanes later on. It was a pretty nice engage around mid lane, though, from Blabber, but just not quite the damage to follow it up, and at the end of the day, you're pretty happy with Lyon because that is a flash off the Vi here, which might make them want to take this next Dragon fight.
Okay, 90 seconds till we find out whether or not this is the moment. That fully completed Zhonya's feels great on Saint here, now having that ability whenever he's going to need it. We do have teleport available on Saint, on Thanatos, on Dokla. It's Loki, the only mid laner missing that TP right now. However, that is covered by the fact that Tactical has one of his own. It's +1 TPs overall for C9 in this game, so they can still match whatever macro play Lyon might try to do. But right now it is C9 establishing control over the enemy jungle. They're walking around the red buff side, trying to steal that away as Loki again goes in for the maneuver onto Saint, who once more pops that Stasis keeping himself alive with the Zonias. Now Loki's at an HP disadvantage. Saint looking for a little bit more. Jumps in, tries to get some of the burst down. Loki wants to commit onto it because Saint can't survive alone. And now Berserker's going to get cooked by Thanatos. He gets back to the safety of Isles as Inspired is also jumping in, looking to keep the Lion AD carry alive. Inspired gets the kill on Thanatos. Dokla moves in to finish off Loki. An early outplay in the 1v1 from Loki ultimately turns into a 2-for-1 for Lion as they descend faster to punish C9.
Yeah, initially I thought, okay, this is great for C9, but the Lion kind of counter collapse after that initial fight between Saint and Loki just ends up with both mid laners dead. However, Thanatos also dying as well.
I mean, you can see Saint, even with the last breath missing, he just doesn't have the consistent damage. It's so much upfront burst, and you're like, great, this is going amazing for him. Uses the stasis there, chases after Loki, but Loki still has the shield bow proc, and the shield bow proc at this point of the game is about 600 HP, and Saint cannot deal with it. Even with Berserker coming in, Loki can still finish him off.
And Thanatos, he wanted to chase after Berserker, but Berserker has help. That Melio, the cozy campfire, the warm hugs, all of these very fun Disney Channel original sounding ability names, keeping his carry alive, and now Lion is full sending it. They're ending it against Cloud9's top laner as Thanatos already dies. Loki very low, 200 HP remaining. Blabber tries to get away here with a ball breaker, but Inspired leads the charge. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to do enough here as everybody on Lion is still kicking. Nobody falls in the two-man play. They take out Thanatos, they take out Blabber. They even managed to tie the Drakes here around the same time, so it's not like C9's even on sole point, and now Lion have a 2,000 gold lead.
This is what is so dangerous about this Lion team, right? Because they get the favorable trade on top side, off of there, up.
Oh, Tactical, he tries to outplay it, but the Soul Ignition heals Saint back up. He gets out of the range of the turret from any further follow-up. The Ziggs is supposed to be that pain in the butt that makes taking Baron so difficult. Now that Tactical's dead for another 30 seconds, Lion feels confident. They feel emboldened to take the Baron. And as we get ourselves a nice little cinematic tour of the top side of the river here, they'll do just that. 3,500 gold lead. Lions wearing purple 25 minutes in.
Yeah, and again, you can see why this is, we talked about how much faith Inspired has in himself in team fighting, in the rest of...
No, we can just fight it here. Flash or buy, if you see it. Okay, not. Oh, look, Rumble and flash. Nice. I knock up this guy.
Okay.
No flash on you, no flash on you.
I just look first.
Two.
Yeah,
Still.
Keep low. My ult is in.
Back. It's too much now.
I'm back.
Really great to hear the crowd behind them too. Obviously, again, this is Lions home ground. Tactical trying to hold it down for C9 with the damage in that fight.
That's literally what the ulti is.
I mean, he got everyone to 1% HP and no one to 0.
Hey, man, unfortunately, that doesn't quite count in League of Legends, so Tactical doing what he can.
You know what it does count for? Saying, where's my team?
You look at the damage chart at the end of the game, say, not my fault.
Yeah.
Click Q up again. We've all been there.
This wasn't me, guys.
We've all done that. 3,500 gold lead still for Lion here as they've got the Baron for the next 2 minutes or so. And now you can see C9 trying to make the move. It's a full send on the Berserker, and they wombo combo him down instantly. Loki arrived with a teleport, ready to try to cut off the escape if Berserker didn't die to the initial onslaught. But C9, when they can manage to get the combo, it hurts.
Yeah, they get that onto Berserker and are now going to push down mid. It's definitely worth it if they can take down this mid tier 1 as they're going to, because Saint is still pushing on the bot side of the map. He is at their bot tier 2.
I mean, that was such a sick Q flash from Blabber. He hit not just Berserker, he hit Isles and Berserker over the wall there. No hesitation, and they just nuke Berserker down. That was a beautiful pick from Blabber.
Blabber showing up, wants to remind them that it's not just Inspired, the only one in the jungle to be afraid of, as now Lion, they've got everybody back on the map. They're going to make up for some of that lost time, some of those breaks having to be slammed when they lost their AD carry while their Baron was active. They've still got their Red Bull Baron power play for another 45 seconds. They're rotating through the enemy jungle, trying to see if they can find anything, set down some vision on their way through, sweep out some of the C9 wards, make the map scarier. Once this Baron expires, it'll be about 1 minute until the next Drake spawns. It is 2-2, so nobody's fighting for Soul here just yet. But with Inspired and the rest of Lyon controlling the Rift so far, I would have to think they're also going to be in control of that bottom side river when the objective is ready.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see a few wards kind of dotting down, not only in the river, but also pinging out the C9 jungle as they're headed to complete that setup, probably sweep out some vision in this area. And we'll see if C9, it's basically now with where this game is at, they might be looking for a play onto Loki.
Okay, Loki does get chunked by the culling there a little bit, but it's nothing crazy.
I feel like if I'm C9, I probably don't really want to fight this. I mean, you look at Tactical, he's close to death cap. You look at Loki, close to IE, but they're going to go anyway.
Yeah, they want to go after Saint. They drop the depth charge, but now the focus switches over to Inspired, and they critically kill off the Lyon jungler. The Xin Zhao can't even use the Crescent Sweep. He's already dead. He will not be respawned until 15 seconds after the Dragon is alive, and even then he would have to walk all the way over here. It's a nice pick from C9.
Yeah, I really like how C9 have been so quick to pull the trigger, recognizing like, okay, if we take out Berserker, we stop this Baron push somewhat, right? Like if we take out Inspired at this crucial point, they now can immediately just take their third Drake of this game and be on Soul Point, force Lyon to have to fight them.
I mean, that's actually such a big deal for C9 because, like I said, you're sitting on pieces of IE and Death Cap, two of the biggest spikes in the entire game, and you're still able to win a fight when your counterparts on the other side already have 3 items in both mid and in bot lane. So that is a massive fight there for C9, and it is completely game-changing that Inspired doesn't get the Crescent Guard off early. If he gets that off on the engage, he is basically shrugging off all that damage, and Lyon may have the time to come in, reinforce, and then C9, if they've overspent their damage onto Inspired, might just lose that fight, might just lose a lot.
Yeah, and as we see Lyon making a play onto Thanatos potentially.
Yeah, Thanatos chasing after Saint there, but Lyon has the backup here this time around. 3v3 staring each other down in this top lane.
Yeah, the most important thing is for the next fight for C9, you have IE on Loki, and you have that all-important hat, which Tactical had pretty much locked in exactly after that fight, right? So, I mean, this has bought C9 not only so much time, but the ability to just set the map in an advantageous position around objectives.
So talking about itemization here, also worth looking at the third items being picked up for the junglers and how they're different. Because Blabber has the item with the better stat profile and the general higher usefulness in the Death's Dance. But Inspired has the Guardian Angel, which of course, during the active, when you have the cooldown ready to go, is going to give you so much value in the extra life. So what I'm looking at here is the value on Inspired's Guardian Angel proc. If he gets caught, if he gets exploded, if they paint his guts all over the wall in the river when nobody else is around, this is worthless. But if you get a lot of value out of that Guardian Angel, this could be the big difference maker.
And one of the things I really, really like about Inspired is how he plays fights differently when he has GA. In team fights, very frequently you'll see when he has GA, he is going to flash on the head of the carry. He's going to throw his life away to make it impossible for their carry to play the fight properly, knowing I'm going to pop back up with the GA. The rest of my team is going to win the 4v4 because I'm making your carry's life extremely difficult. So I want to see, can he get in onto Tactical, W flash, go on his head, make Ziggs just run for his life, while Berserker is just free firing.
Guardian Angel increases your width, it increases your depth, it increases your mass. It makes you occupy space because it allows you to force the enemy back because you have that expendable life that you're talking about. But now the Baron is alive yet again, and the fight for control over topside river seems to be the name of the game, as C9 will want to use the Ziggs to try to poke whatever they can as Lyon approaches. Important to note, Tactical is almost level 16. Look at the EXP bar, about 90% of the way there, so almost has the third level Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yep, and Berserker now also has his IE. So, I mean, this fight is going to be incredibly explosive, and I'm glad you guys talked so much about GA, because if Inspired can kind of draw all that aggro onto him and somehow manage to survive, it leaves so much space for Lyon's carries. However, if C9 are able to do what has kept them in this game and pick off a priority target, including Inspired himself, that will change the entire fabric of the fight.
And that is why, with comps like this, it's so much about the first second or two of the fight. It's all about the engage here because there's so little tankiness and so much damage, as Saint has a great buffer there on the hook. So if you have that perfect engage, the other carries are dead before they can play, but if you do not, you can lose the game, and they are standing off right here, right now.
Yeah, that dredge line onto Saint that he buffered with the Ashen Pursuit like you're talking about, but Inspire goes over the wall, Culling ready to follow it up. Blabber has to flash away, just barely staying alive. The Death Dance still bleeding him out. Blabber still on the run. Equalizer dropped down by Thanatos as Loki has to retreat on the left side of the fight as now Dokla's in the front of everything, but he's still charging up the Narbar. Vulcan with a flash out again. C9 trying to create that distance as Lyon is ready to pounce, but they don't have the damage to secure any of the kills.
Yeah, and with no one going down, neither team can start Baron, right? Like, neither team feels comfortable, especially with everything that they blew in that last fight, starting the actual objective. But there you could see exactly what you were talking about, Isaac, with how aggressive Inspired will be now that he has GA locked in, immediately going in and popping his ult.
And the two critical things, though, are the flashes now missing for C9 here for this potential soul fight. They lost flash on Blabber and Vulcan. You can see Vulcan tried to predict that dash from Saint. He was hooking to the side, expecting Saint would react with an attempted buffer like he did the previous hook, but Saint did not go for it. So he ended up missing on the hook. They can't find the engage, and they have to just retreat. But C9 has control of the river, and they are missing those flashes. We'll see if Lyon can find their way in.
All right, Blabber invading for that red, but Inspired's ready to smite it down. Trading auto attacks here with Blabber, who immediately retreats back out. Lyon approaching. Loki meets Saint on the right side of the fight as Isles is nearly killed at the very start, with the Culling nearly doing the same thing to Vulcan. Supports both chunked. Dokla down to half HP, transforms into Mega Gnar. Dokla using the point-blank teleport just to get the big shield. Lyon wants to fight for this. They've spent summoner spells for this. Inspired jumps over the wall, trying to be ready to contest for the Drake here. Dokla goes in, tries to find the Mega Gnar, gets nothing at all. Now Dokla's going to be bursted down. Loki grabbing the first kill. C9 fighting back. Stasis being used here on both sides. Thanatos tries to retreat. Inspired in the middle of everybody, looking to put the pressure on the Tactical. Almost kills him, but he can't quite get him down. Tactical grabbing the kill into Isles here at the same time. Loki with a snap back. Berserker on the chase. He gets a kill, but he dies doing it. Lyon lost so many men. It's a 3-for-1 for C9, but the Drake count is 3-3 when the dust settles.
What a banger from these teams now that we're seeing them fight, as we see TPs going up on the top side of the map, both from Tactical and Saint. However, like, C9 turning onto the Baron.
Yeah, they have, look at the timers.
Yeah.
Dokla's dead for another 18 seconds. Berserker for 25, Isles for 10. Inspired and Saint, sure, they can try to contest it. Neither one of them have ults, neither one of them have flashes. If they go in, they are dead. Even if you steal the Baron away, it just feels rotten. So C9 seizes the opportunity for the free Baron, and they will take the lead in this game.
Yeah, Lyon were able to get the Dragon, which is why they were fighting so aggressively there to deny this soul. You can see Dokla TP's in early, point blank for the shield, but the shield is expiring as he goes, and it's so telegraphed because the Narbar is expiring. So as he goes in, easy response from C9. They flash out, the TP shield expires, in goes Saint, but the Zonias is available for Thanatos. Inspired now, this is exactly how I was saying. He was going to play out the fight, flashes on Tactical's head, tries to finish him off, but look how frustrating this is. He gets knocked back by the Vault Breaker. He's incredibly low. Loki survives with no HP. Berserker can only finish off Thanatos. Those blinking health bars for C9 are enough, allows them to get back out on the map and take the Baron.
It is an exciting game one. Now that we got past that scaling phase early on, the whole game teeters on a knife's edge. C9 approaching for the right side as Berserker chunking Loki, but also taking a big bunch of damage himself. Now Vulcan here from the front line. Inspired's already lost half HP. Mega Inferno Bomb taking the bot lane on Lyon very low. Vulcan getting away here in the front as the Cozy Campfire heals everybody up. Dokla's going to be your target from Blabber, but he can't quite burst him down. Blabber dies. Berserker grabbing a killing spree on that one, but Saint has to be sacrificed. Loki diving back, snapping back, as he loses his own Guardian Angel. Now Lyon still in retreat as C9. It's a 1-for-1, but they're the ones controlling neutral territory now.
And they got the GA off of Loki, which is going to be really big. I thought this fight was going to be a disaster for Lyon when Berserker just dashed point blank onto Loki's head, but Isles kept him alive, and Berserker found a way to be so effective in the team fight, even with low health. When Blabber re-engaged, he just goes right in on Blabber, bursts him down, is able to get the damage onto Loki after he goes over the wall with the Sealed Fate. and able to proc that GA. So Lyon giving as good as they take in that fight. Very, very slim margins in back-to-back fights.
Yeah, as we see Berserker right there on your screen, he's going to be the super important one. Still manages to get ult, and it doesn't matter that Vulcan finds himself in the middle of the team fight. The Rumble ult comes across. Berserker still alive, able to get so much damage back onto Blabber. And even though Saint loses his life, this was so close too. And they do manage to get that GA off of Loki, as Blabber's getting chunked out significantly by another culling.
Yeah, and Loki very close with that Fate Seal, with that ultimate, went over the wall, couldn't quite find his man. And all of these fights are being so close. This late in the game, if there's one decisive fight, the game will just end. But people from both sides keep limping away with 5% HP, 10% HP, one auto attack could seal the game, but neither team has been able to take that decisive team fight win just yet.
Yeah, the fights are so close, the gold is so close, the Drakes are even.
And now a teleport from C9 tells me that we're about to see another one. C9 has control over mid lane. They are going to push up with about half of a minion wave here, but they decide to let it go as Lyon are on the right side of the lane here. It's Lyon with control over the river. 55 seconds on the clock until the soul will spawn. No matter who gets it, it's Dragon Soul. It is guaranteed 3-3 on those elemental drakes. Vulcan wants to go and find the dredge line, but he won't hit a target with that first shot. C9 trying to back away again as the culling is ready. Blabber going to lose a little bit of HP, but honestly, Berserker doesn't get a lot for it. Inspired jumping in, goes after Tactical, who flashes over the wall, keeping himself alive for now. As Inspired takes a major hit of damage there, but they do get Tactical Splash.
But that's huge, because he can go heal up off the red buff, and he didn't use his Crescent Guard or his flash. He greeted them when he went in, and he is rewarded for that greed, getting the flash off of Tactical here, holding onto those major cooldowns. Now for the next team fight, he can flash in on Tactical's head, and Tactical is going to have so much difficulty playing the fight.
Tactical does have Seeker's Arm Guard, so keep that one in mind. Blabber here on the front line for C9 yet again. Berserker got to be careful. Trying to maximize that DPS while still staying safe. Loki charges forward here with the Q3, finds Inspired, who immediately responds with a Crescent Guard. Now Lyon looking maybe for their opportunity. Dokla does have maximum rage ready to go, about to transform into the Mega Gnar. Vaultbreaker being charged. Dokla jumps into the middle of everybody, but he's going to be chain CC'd before he can find the ulti. Goes for the slam. Tactical. His burst down. Saints grab the kill. Inspired in the middle of everybody here still, but Thanatos has already killed Dokla. Inspired's going to burn down. Resurrecting as Thanatos tries to flash away. Lyon still hunting for a little bit more. Inspired still alive. Vulcan tries to get away. Dredgeline takes him to safety as Berserker goes forward. More auto attacks pouring into Blabber's health bar. Saints here on the front line. He goes golden, but he's gone very far, and he heals up with a soul ignition as Loki wants to get one back, but he's going to be shut down by Inspired here, going all the way in. C9 lose 2, Lyon lose 1, and with control over the rift now, Lyon should be able to secure themselves the soul. They may even hunt for more kills. Saint looking for Blabber here on the side as Lyon takes control over the Cloud9 jungle. Blabber charging up the Vault Breaker, getting away for now. Saint throwing Ritual Nails towards Thanatos, respectfully keeping his distance. Berserker jumps over the wall. There is no respect with that one. Vulcan tries to engage on him, but now Vulcan has committed a tragic sin. He goes in and serves himself up on a silver platter as Lyon's rampage continues. The soul is not even their focus. Instead, they crash through the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. Saint gets back over the wall with another Ash in pursuit, making sure he doesn't get caught in the Mega Inferno Bomb. And finally, Lyon head back to the bot side river.
Berserker just gliding on him, man. He is just so confident with his positioning every single time, walking into the face of Vulcan, daring him to go for the dredge line, and then casually sidestepping time and time and time again. And that earlier flash off of Tactical, even the Seekers that you pointed out, did not matter because Dokla got in on top of him. The Seekers is popped. Dokla bides his time, waits for it to expire, scoops him back into the team, and wins them the team fight and the eventual soul.
All right. Cloud Soul, 1,500 gold, but 42 minutes into the game, it's not that big of a lead.
No. And I mean, it isn't that big of a lead, but I do want to point out, Berserker now has GA, right? Which is absolutely massive in terms of, we talked about how aggressive Inspired has been playing with his. Berserker has also been playing these in fights incredibly well, getting as much damage out as possible, and now he has that extra item to keep him safe when they do want to go all in on him.
And Blabber's bot side, so I don't even know that they're going to challenge this. He's just doing the blue buff right now, so I think C9 is just saying, you know what? We can't risk it right now. We have to give this up.
Well, even if you give it up, as long as you're confident in your ability to defend and clear waves with Ziggs, there's only one inhibitor exposed in bottom, and this Baron disappears with still another minute left to go before the Elder Dragon spawns. So C9 is just saying, all right, dig in, grit your teeth. This is going to suck for a couple of minutes, but it's our best chance.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree, but I think the thing that is going to make it so difficult is we've seen how close these fights are. How Lyon and C9, when they're winning a fight, is an auto or two away from getting a kill. Now, there's almost no retreat here with the Cloud Soul. It's going to be so hard to exit that fight. If it is a losing fight for C9, I think the game will just end.
Well, it's certainly close to the C9 Nexus, I'll tell you that. As Lyon, they do have their stasis ready for Saint. They've got that Guardian Angel on Berserker that you're talking about. Inspired's GA still has 1/4 of the cooldown left. Saint has his, or Loki has his own GA, excuse me, on the C9 side. Tactical also with that fully completed Zhonya's. We've got the Zhonya's fully completed on Thanatos here too. Equalizer summoned up, used on Berserker, Mega Inferno Bomb as well. They're sending the entire airstrike squad after this guy, but they can't quite take him down, so Berserker walks away from that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad call, right? Maybe you get him to somehow burn something.
Throw a barrier or something, I don't know.
He did not.
No, he did not.
He's still in a great spot, right? And now
he's 7 items. That's pretty great.
And now Lyon back out on the map, probably going to end up pushing up mid and bot and try to link up and see if they can crack it further into the base.
And now Berserker has a shield bow completed as well. So he's got shield bow, he's got GA, he has Isles in his back pocket. Inspired almost has his GA back up. There are so many tools here for Lyon that Cloud9 have to deal with. It is going to make it very, very difficult, but there is double GA and Zhonya's, on 2 members on the other side for C9 as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, I apologize for whatever I miss in this next fight, because it's Guardian Angels and Zhonya's everywhere as Isles is going to be bursted down, but the Breath of Life keeps him alive. After the snapback from Loki, the Soul Unbound could have been an execution there, but Isles heals himself. That's Flash, that's Heal, that's Breath of Life, all used by the Lyon support to not die to Loki there. Loki didn't use the Fate Sealed. He didn't have to commit anything crazy for that, so that's a lot of resources from Isles.
Yeah, and it's massive for C9 because they not only get to stop this push, but also set up on the bot side for any sort of potential fight later on. And just being able to stop whatever Lyon was, because if they end up winning a fight there, it's either game over, or at the very least, even if they only get one, they're pushing into the base. This gives them a little bit more time.
All right, Baron's going to expire here in 10 seconds. Good God! Saint just took Thanatos out. 100 HP down to 2%. Thanatos lives because of the stasis, then immediately dies out of it. That might just be the end of the game right there, because now it's 2 inhibitors exposed. Mid lane inhibitor immediately destroyed. Bot lane inhibitor going to die right thereafter. Lyon has a 5v4. Saint, sure, he spent Purgatory. It's up in 5 seconds because he got the cooldown refund. And now Lyon just pushing with a 5v4 straight towards the C9 Nexus. Tactical trying to get away. The calling following up. Berserker straight into the back line. The Mega Inferno Bomb looking to protect Tactical a little bit longer. Stasis and Guardian Angel all over the place, but Tactical's already down. Loki going to be your next target here from Berserker, who is knocked into the Guardian Angel. Finally, the rest of Lyon will execute Blabber as Berserker is still alive here with Isles protecting him yet again. The campfire is cozy, but it's not enough. Loki here with a shutdown, still fighting, surviving, trying to keep the game going for C9. It's Loki and Vulcan against the world. Thanatos respawning here in 10 seconds. Nexus turrets made of paper about to fall. Loki's got Guardian Angel, but he has no health to work with. Lyon charges in. Nexus still exposed. Down to 10%. Lyon, 47 minutes in. Take game 1.
Just like that, blink and you miss it. Saint one-shots Thanatos and effectively ends the game. Inspired is back, and Lyon are on top in game number 1.
Yeah, congrats to Lyon for winning their first game at their own home grounds. It was so close, but also congrats to Vulcan.
This is for Vulcan. Even though they didn't win, he got...
He got the helping hand for #1 support. And now we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to support us in commentary. Let's go.
Yeah.
We'll catch it. Thank you, Flowers.
Lyon wins a lot. Vulcan only gets rank 1 in assists.
Yeah. We got to do the official one.
Yeah. We got
Officially.
Vulcan, top of assist mountain. Move Rafford down a little bit. Vulcan's king.
Let's
Assist mountain.
go!
Let's go, Vulcan.
Lions. Vulcan, 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 Vulcan.
Crowd surfing
Pick
is
him
very
up.
dangerous.
Okay, there it is. There it is. He's back up. He's back
Vulcan.
up.
We're number
Vulcan, Vulcan.
Lion may be on top of the series, but Vulcan is on top of the history books.
He is on top of assist mountain and could still win the series. However, that was a banger game. So it was the longest game in the LCS this split.
Yeah.
Inspired being back did in fact mean a slower game.
Confirmed.
The combined kills per minutes definitely went way down.
Berserker and State, still good mechanics. Dokla, still a good Gnar.
Yes. And I think one thing that I noticed with Inspired back is it's all about, they care so much about tempo and they get so much off of previous plays. And I'm going to show you a good example of it. I want to show you the point in, I want to say 22-12, around this area. I think you guys will remember this. I'll zoom in just because it's about Saint versus, there it is, versus Loki. And so this level, this 1v1 that happens here, a lot of people love this
This is
because
crazy.
he spaced this so perfectly and then goes for it. So this was Saint performing incredibly well around Loki's consistent DPS. Goes Zhonya's here, so the snapback doesn't do anything, also dodges the Q. You're like, Saint's gonna get this pick. Unfortunately, he does not get this pick, but that's not the highlight of this fight. Because even though Loki does wait, and I want to just highlight the fact that he's waiting on his unsealed, like his E to come back up so he can chase the kill. So all of this looks great from C9's side. Only one problem is you zoom out and look across the map.
Where's my jungler at, Raz?
My jungler's not here. My jungler's not here. It's not his fault. This wasn't a plan to play. Loki started the fight, all right?
Fast play.
But unfortunately, every member from C9 will not be here for this play. So this eventually turns into a major win for Lyon as they just simply send the numbers. But by the way, as I can kind of show here, 25 seconds until Dragon. So they use this opportunity to be able to get a base quickly, then get back on the map. C9's like, damn, this is gonna be our third Dragon. Maybe we can start this up. Tactical trying to be cute here. You see also Blabber doesn't want to let this go. They think maybe they can sneak this. Immediately Doklet's here and you're like, okay, the jig is up. So immediately you would think C9, you have to look for a different play. You do not have the numbers for this, but they think hopefully they can get the band together for this fight. So you see C9 coming in for this, but they finish the Dragon way too quickly. They have no eyes on the CS or the HP bar of it. So while they're loitering in the area, they get the notification, and now they're indecisive. Do we take the fight? Do we not? What's the next play? Blabber's around here. Thanatos is also thinking for something. Dokle's already on top of your head. And so this turns into an immediate pick. Also the wall of also hitting Loki. So while he is stunned, the immediate follow-up from Inspired to knock him up and then just take the rest of this one. I thought that was good.
Big Dokes.
That was very good. And that all started from the top lane 1v1 that bled into a Dragon that, guess what now, bleeds after this fight into a Baron. And this is what you love about Lyon, is that they recognize the tempo that they have a play, they look for it. They have numbers, they fight for it immediately. And I think that was what really got them the lead in this game.
I think that was a great breakdown.
Uh-oh.
My takeaway is that C9 made back-to-back mistakes. Because it needed to be a fast play. I like him going for the 1v1. I don't like Thanatos flashing in when they have the numbers disadvantage. And then when Loki's dead with no TP, you give up the Drake, deploy top lane, get some minions. I think they were overforcing in that moment, but Lyon did a good job to capitalize for sure. Also, player of the game.
They got kind of pulled into the Lyon pace. Player of the game is going to be the big DPS. Zerker wins.
As he clapped them.
With a couple of shout-outs here. Raz to Big Dokes. I like the shout-out. A lot of the early game, I was actually Team Dokes in the early game.
Yes.
Because he 1v2'd, he drove so much pressure top side, and then he had that big play. But he fell off pretty hard late game, so I think you're kind of holding on to old vote there, Raz.
Yeah, a little bit, just a tiny bit.
But Saint also got a shout-out there from Flowers.
I did a little dive in this game because there was a moment where Saint died and was like, you know what? I feel like it's time for Medjai's. Had a 6-stack Medjai's, instantly died, sold the Medjai's.
Yeah.
But I did some digging.
Yeah?
I'm glad I did this. It only costs you an additional 240 gold if you upgrade your Dark Seal and then sell the Medjais, because the Dark Seal has the 40% sellback value and the Medjais has the full 60% sellback value. So you actually upgrade the sellback value of your Dark Seal by upgrading the Medjais. So it's actually something you should do way more often.
Yeah.
You make a little bet. You say, all right, I'm going to put in 250 more.
Just a little bit.
So
just in case, maybe I'll pop off.
Would you slot this in the usual Jad segment when you're focusing on a team and saying, not that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I respect it.
Refuse to give any credit to any lock players, though, because that damage is disgusting. I hate the one-shot capability of this champion.
Yeah.
So I'm not voting for Saint.
Yeah, Locke delivered him some kills. San Santo. You can also get some food delivered on Uber Eats, so don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Game 2's up next. We will see if Lyon continues to win with Inspired. They're undefeated this split, actually.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Look, they're face checking.
Yeah, I mean, we can fight soon.
Look.
Look,
Flash.
Six side.
Yon.
Yeah, slow.
I have no ult now.
Not bad, just keep front. They cannot damage it. We can chase, go.
And Lyon, 47 minutes in, take game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS and our best of 3 between C9 and Lyon at Lyon's Homegrounds event. Our teams are currently in, our top 4 teams, I should say, are currently located in Mexico City, squaring off at this event. This is super fun. This is the weekend we've been looking forward to for a long time, having a lot of the top squads go head to head. In this first game, Lyon and C9 were super evenly matched for the better part of more than 45 minutes of gameplay, and it all came down to Saint essentially one-tapping Thanatos' Rumble in the jungle that gave Lyon the chance to push with unfair numbers and ultimately win the game.
I mean, we went back and watched it, and you can pause it at a moment where he essentially loses 90% of his HP in one global, right? Like, it is insane the amount of burst that was done to Thanatos, and that, like you said, essentially ended the game. There were so many fights where C9 was winning, but Lyon limps away with 5% HP. Then Lyon is winning, and the C9 members limp away with no HP. That could have decided either way. I think both teams had a really good performance in that first game.
Yeah, and I think it kind of answered some questions we had of, okay, what will Lyon look like with Inspired rejoining the team, not having been there for a long time? To Flower's dismay, it did mean that there was not a lot of fighting early on in this game, and you did see those kind of trading.
But it was worth the wait.
Trading objectives around that. Look, you got some great team fights later on.
I did.
Flowers.
I was really happy with what we got later on, and hopefully we'll get some good stuff. Already a great sign from C9 here in this second draft.
The Ryze.
They have banned Ryze from their own mid laner, so they will not be playing that.
I use that often with the teammates I play with.
But the trade-off is C9's bans are the same thing as game number 1 here in this first half, with the exception of they have replaced the Pantheon with the Ryze. So Pantheon now left open. They still have the Nocturne and the Olaf banned away. It's still Ezreal, Cassio, and Poppy banned out by Lyon, as Jarvan for Blabber is the first C9 pick.
Yeah, and a question I kind of posed at the beginning of the day was whether we were going to continue to see a lot of these same jungle picks, or maybe see junglers kind of branch out. Instead, with the Sundered Sky Nurse, we just saw them build slightly differently, right? So it's like, okay, now we see the Jarvan locked in. I do wonder whether Lyon are going to go towards that Pantheon where you do just have so much playmaking. Nope, they're going Lee Sin, a different kind of playmaking.
So you know what I actually really love about Inspired is, you know, people do obviously talk a lot about him being, oh, he's just going to trade sides, he's going to power farm, he's going to do these things, but it is not always true, right? That is his preferred playstyle. We saw this a ton of MSI. When he was going for Lee Sin, he is skipping camps, he is 3-camping you. He plays whatever he believes to be the highest percentage chance to win the game. If that in his mind is ganking on repeat without taking a single jungle camp, that is what he is going to do. And generally when he is on Lee Sin, he does play a lot more aggressive. He's saying, you know, it's less about me on the Lee Sin. I'm going to sacrifice camps. I'm going to try to put my laners ahead. So I'll be interested to see if he goes for that sort of play style here. With the early Lulu, we're expecting a Yunara, we're expecting a Zeri, we're expecting something very berserker-y.
Yes.
And, you know, so that might be, you know, a lane that Inspired wants to play towards.
Yeah, and as we see, the Caitlyn Bard immediately locked in for Tactical and Vulcan. We know how powerful this lane can be. We also just know how phenomenal that Vulcan can be on this Bard, right? So really strong lane there for C9 locked in. And we'll see, I am expecting some sort of hyper carry for Berserker. The Yunara.
It will be berserker-y, whatever he picks.
Yeah. Yunara, there we go. We'll see if we can get a repeat of the Doggo pentakill we saw last night from them against Vikings, right? If you haven't checked out that pentakill, Yunara with Rudens and a bunch of other items evaporates an entire team.
He did.
In a very
we just
short
saw Lock
amount
do,
of time.
but to 4 people at once.
But I love Berserker on these types of picks, especially with a pocket Lulu. Like the way that he and Isles have learned to trust each other allows him to play so far forward, like he loves to play on something. We initially saw it earlier in his career with the Felios, but Yunara fits him so well.
I mean, absolutely. He just has supreme confidence in these team fights. And we saw the last game of Evolution where he's walking up and auto-attacking the Nautilus that has hookup, right? And just saying, nah, I'm just gonna dash and avoid every one of your CCs. If I don't, I will get one shot and we might lose the game, but like that's fine because I will dodge them all, and then he did. So it was really, really impressive stuff here. We do see a couple of different styles of bans here. We have top lane ban there coming out from Lyon. It's a mid lane focus right now for C9. And the Gwen ban as well, which kind of makes me think that you're considering a top lane tank here for Lyon. You know, I start thinking about that because Gwen is obviously very, very adept at cutting through those tanks, and Vesta can be pretty difficult as well. So you're thinking about, you know, Cassante or Ornn or Sion or things along those lines.
And I mean, I really like that because since you're Lyon, you know, you've got C9 wanted first pick, you're getting last pick. You want to get value out of the counter pick. If you've got blind one of these solo lanes, do it topside, get a tank in there, say, Dokla, you're on meatball duty. Sorry, bud. Just enjoy weak siding. Hope that they don't dive you too much. We'll ban Gwen for you. We'll throw you a bone.
Yeah, and the immediate response, taking out the Cassante so that that will not be the pick for Dokla. Jace would be an interesting pivot from what I was expecting to go top lane.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I think it's Berserker having fun.
Oh, no.
I think it's Berserker having fun that he had played.
Because
he was the Jace, yeah.
Yeah. Renekton is going to be locked in for Dokla. So something that still has like good lane prio, but something that can contribute really well towards team fights.
Yeah, and a lot of the counters for Renekton are more risky picks, right? Things like Vayne that has been nerfed kind of out of the meta. Things like Quinn that we don't really see very often. So even in some of the kind of less preferential matchups, you can just clear waves, you can scale. And you need some sort of a front line if you are going to be playing Yunara Lulu. But they are pretty lacking on hard engage right now. Of course, you can look for insect type plays. You can look for flanks with the Renekton. But there's a lot of ways to start fights for C9. Jarvan plus Orianna. There's Bard ults. And on the side of Lyon, the engage is definitely not inspiring. So these kind of comps, unless they can find a way to bring engage in through mid lane, you really can't lose early, or it becomes very hard to play the game oftentimes when you do not have any agency as far as starting out those fights. And Baldabear, very difficult matchup for Renekton. So Thanatos picking for the lane counter. This is one of those matchups that you can just fight toe-to-toe. Any extended fight for Baldabear is going to be extremely favorable. If you can ever stun him into your E, it is an unwinnable trade for the Renekton. And in the extended trades, you get multiple W's out. The healing starts coming through. Renekton can't really win those either.
And here we see the LeBlanc coming through from Saint. Something we mentioned was banned in game 1. So yeah, this comp, we are saying, okay, Inspired is going to be much more involved with his lanes. We are going to try to absolutely smash you early so we get to a point where this entire composition is just running at you, buffed by the Lulu.
Exactly. And I mean, in those later stages, of course, Berserker is your insurance policy, but still, you will not have agency on how you start the fights unless you are ahead. If you are ahead, if you win the early lanes, you're first to the objective. Now, all of a sudden, you're trying to face check a brush that could have a LeBlanc in it, that could have a Lee Sin in it. Then the engage becomes pretty frightening there from Lyon. But if C9 can withstand the storm early on, I feel like their comp is much stronger in the later stages.
So hard to bet against Berserker on hyper carries, though, and C9 would know it so well during the abominable age of Zeri, where she just got a pentakill every single game, and there was nothing you could do about it. Berserker was one of those pentakill Pikachus, shocking the eyeballs of every viewer tuned in every time he got to have the pick. And so this guy being that insurance policy like you're talking about, the rest of the map, you have these early, active, scrappy fighters that love 2v2s and 3v3s like Renekton, like LeBlanc, like Lee Sin. Cool, let him have the action. If you're Yunara and Lulu, you're happy to just stay away from all that violence early on and scale up to the point where Berserker can do Berserker things.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking at what both junglers are going to do early, because J4 and Lee Sin can both get involved, and more importantly, Inspired kind of needs to be involved in whatever his team is doing to help get these lanes ahead.
I mean, especially mid lane, right? We're playing Ignite LeBlanc against TP Orianna. Like, you need to be playing with Prio. If you do not get an advantage, in the first 10 minutes of the game, and you're just stuck in a wave state where Ori's just constantly pushing you in, you are going to lose control of this game so fast.
I mean, it's an experience that goes all the way back to just like playing solo queue, playing ladder games. Everybody's had that experience where it's either you or somebody on your team taking Ignite versus a teleport matchup, and then you press tab, you see that guy is behind. It just feels so doomed no matter what the rest of the game looks like, because that matchup just becomes so heavily favored to the TP user.
Exactly, and I mean, it's really kind of LeBlanc's MO is that, you need to have as much damage. And Cloud9 did lose game number 1. Are they going to bring in some of those 7-man rosters? Emily, what do you think?
My investigation says no. But my investigation has also been helped by Vulcan saying that it's a 5-man roster, right?
And so by watching the games.
I did the investigation, and then Vulcan just said the thing on Pros that same week, right? So, but jokes aside, I do think we did see some rough spots from Loki and Tactical initially. However, like just in this last game, I thought we also saw some really great moments from them, and they seem to be significantly more comfortable with the team now.
And I will say, Tactical to me as an individual has really been shining on Cloud9. I think Ezreal in particular has been stellar. It has been banned out, throughout this series. Another reason though that they have even said is Inspired 3 camp.
Oh, beautiful hit with a Sonic Wave. He's trying to wait on Resonating Strike to see if Tactical wants to flash away. Inspired flashed back over the wall, predicting the flash of Tactical. Tactical doesn't flash at all, so Inspired instead reverts his position to slap the ground in victory as his team finishes the
celebration.
job.
That's exactly what I want to see from this Inspired Lee Sin, right? And the kill goes on to Berserker. So he is already off to a fantastic start as we see this play again. Yeah, he just says 3 camp gank, wrap around, going to land that Q here, waits, and yeah, anticipates the flash. Flash is back. Berserker cleans up the kill.
I mean, it's really, really well played until that moment. Obviously, it looks pretty funny.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he hits the early Q and then just waits out the Cosmic Binding. That whiffs. And I think Tactical at that moment realized, oh, I'm just dead. The Glitter Lance hit me. The Q is still on me. I'm probably not going to be able to outplay here. Exactly. Yeah. He already netted. But Inspired, of course, knows he has Barrier here as Flash. So he's expecting Tactical is going to barrier Flash over the wall, try to survive it, and try to get out. And so he tries to predict that. Ends up looking a little bit silly, but still, this is what I talked about. When he is playing a champion that must gank early, he does not just sit back and farm. He will play to that style. And that is what I really appreciate about Inspired. There's not a lot of players that can play all of the different styles, all the different variations at the highest level.
And he's already headed up towards top side to get that crab. I was thinking he might actually go for a wraparound onto the Volibear because this Volibear is pushed up so far. But nope, just gonna kind of take a look.
Ooh, Blabber walking up here. Oh, the plant didn't see Inspired, but Inspired's like, you know what? I'm cool. I'm good with this.
Yeah,
Just wants to jump back over.
He hasn't based yet, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be pretty hard to take that fight. There's Ruby the Crystal Longsword on Blabber, and Berserker is just pushing in and.
Ooh, and there goes Tactical's barrier this time. Meanwhile, back over in mid lane, Loki having to flash away, trying to stay alive. Not quite enough damage from Lyon to finish off that Orianna. But critically, even though they don't get the kill, they get the flash, and look at Loki's cooldown on teleport. He had only recently teleported back to lane. Now down back in the bottom lane, it's Isles dying, but it's a trade 1-for-1 as Berserker gets away. Critically, it's the support of Lyon traded for the carry of Cloud9 as the wave continues to stay shoved, and Tactical's not there to collect.
Exactly, and it doesn't even cost a summoner from Berserker. They go for this dive. It looks risky. Yeah, Isles dies, but who cares? You killed off Tactical. You denied more CS. The Caitlyn Bard are getting starved now thanks to this early gank. And here it is one more time. Isles, I think you know it's a one-way trip. You are very, very low. Of course, you're going to try to survive. But he flashes in, gets that damage down, had already been hit by the net, by the Piltover Peacemaker. So you're probably going to make that a one-way trip 100% of the time. But Berserker is able to get the damage down. They finish him off, and Berserker gets out without dying. So up 400 gold early as the Yunara over the Caitlyn. You are laughing.
Yeah, this Yunara is in such a great spot. And before that, we did see Inspired making a little visit over to the mid lane and crucially getting that flash off of Loki, right? So we'll see if he wants to revisit that. Currently headed up topside to clear out his Gromp. And we'll see where he goes next. But I love watching, I mean, I just love this kind of jungle style more than the like power farm style, like personally. But I
think a lot of people would probably agree with that, Emily.
I'd say so, yeah. Like the most exciting junglers. But I do love how we can see how quickly Inspired can shift what we consider to be his signature play style.
And we can see how quickly C9 are focusing on the Drake here in this game. First, Drake did take all the way until Grubs for a trade in game number 1, but C9 is happy to put the pedal to the metal, grab this one fast here. You can put the pedal to the metal and get your butt down to the Gas South Arena in Atlanta, Georgia on October 3rd and 4th for the finals. We got single-day and two-day tickets available. Both of these teams, you know, are wanting to be there, competing for the LCS title, competing for spots at Worlds. It'll be an exciting thing to see as we still have some trading up here in the top side. Ulti is going to be traded back and forth as Thanatos uses that Stormbringer defensively once he sees the dominance from Dokla.
Yep, and he is going for that Fimble Winter Rush, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's just full tank volley, which can be kind of a brick wall when you're looking at the kind of top side of the map. Of course, Yunara is going to be able to deal with you, especially if Yunara is accelerated. But volley can cause a lot of problems for the rest of these members on the top side there from Lyon. Can be very, very durable, is great at play denial. You flash in, you get Q stun from the Volibear when you're trying to go for a flash kick or something like that, and it can make your job very difficult.
Speaking of difficult jobs, the job of C9's bottom lane continues to be a pain as Inspired shows up again. He is level 6, but they aren't going to give him the angle to make any kind of a move down here. However, Berserker cannot be denied his opportunity to attack the turret. Will just continue bombarding those, working on the plates. You see him constantly flinging out that Arc of Judgment towards the Caitlyn as Loki goes for the shockwave here in mid lane, clears out the last little bit of the wave, forces Saint back, allows Loki to take his reset since he's out of mana.
Yeah, and that was a nice attempt there from Loki. Tries to catch him on the shockwave as he distortions back, but he did have the Mimic Distortion. Alt W, gets back out to safety after snapping back, so good job avoiding that from Saint. And you know, Berserker and Isles, to me, are just clearly the best Yunara Lulu in the league and have been for a very long time. This obviously was the meta a while ago, earlier in the year. Then it got some nerfs. It really kind of fell out of favor and had just been chain losing games in the LCS, except for these two, who were still finding ways to win time and time again.
Speaking of winning, really like how Dokla played that trade against Thanatos. He goes for the quick, snappy burst. When the Sky Splitter comes down, he dodges away from it and then doesn't waste any hits on the shield of Thanatos either. And now, with that Volibear down to about 40% HP, yes, Tactical is up here, and that's going to prevent Lyon from doing anything else. But Berserker and Isles have already both arrived. Tactical does end up getting a headshot, followed up by the ace in the hole there on a Berserker, who had to use the barrier to stay at a decent amount of health. Vulcan's going to join back up with Tactical here as Thanatos takes his recall. We'll see where he wants to go. Looks like pathing down towards bottom lane.
Yeah, Berserker obviously loses the barrier, loses the ult, but at the end of the day, you are buying time for the triple grubs, right? And they're winning in this 2v2 with the Yunara early. Now you have 3 grubs. You're going to have that pushing lane to try to capitalize on, and Volibear down towards that bot side is going to be matched now by the Yunara Lulu. So we have those disjointed lanes at this point in the game, and Dokla is going to be able to see that the Caitlyn and the Bard are backing off. They're going to be looking to swap once again and try to continue matching.
There's Saint just disappearing right back to that original distortion point. Remember, Lyon, they've got their biggest game of the split coming up tomorrow. They are up against undefeated Team Liquid. Lyon themselves undefeated except for that surprise loss that you mentioned earlier in the day, Isaac, against Sentinels, that I think for all of us and for pretty much everybody watching, you were expecting Lyon to also be heading into this week undefeated. So Lyon, they want to have a really impressive showing. They want to be feeling confident with their victory over C9 after that first game. You know, that was a long and close one. C9 definitely looking like a squad that's not just going to give them a free win. So for Lyon, you've got to make sure you're staying locked in this whole Homegrounds weekend.
It's absolutely true. And while they did lose, at the same time, everyone is going to say, yeah, wasn't with Inspired, doesn't count, right? And so, you know, they are going into this, especially if you beat C9 here today, as a favorite to win the title, you have to think still. People are so intimidated by them, but even with the ult, you can see how Volibear can win these extended trades. And Thanatos looking like he's watching Dragon Ball Z. He's collecting the Dragon Balls up there. He's got 2 so far.
Yeah, he's making sure that inventory feels nice and full of health and CDR. And extended trades against Volibear are such a nightmare. Sky Splitter is damage and shielding. Frenzied Maul, once you've hit him the first time with it, is damage and healing. Generally, any ability that does something offensive and defensive at the same time is a great extended trade tool. Meanwhile, another great playmaking tool is bring everybody to one place. That's what C9 does over in mid, forces the flash out of Saint. Generally pretty hard to get that summoner spell out of LeBlanc, but C9 successfully doing it. Now they got to be careful around topside here yet again. Thanatos down below 1/4 HP. Got to be careful, but Tactical and Vulcan are nearby. Once more rotating up, making sure they can cover for the Volibear. Just trying to work as a unit to facilitate these macro moves, as Loki does get caught there by the chains. Inspired flashing forward for the Sonic Wave, but Loki mashing that flash key to get himself out of range so he doesn't die.
Thank you, Merc Treads.
Yeah. And now neither mid laner has flash, right? So,
Okay, level 9 for Blabber versus level 8 on Inspired is the 1 level advantage here for Blabber as Inspired wanted to get out of the Cataclysm, but he goes forward and Thanatos was coming down to reinforce, catches Inspired unaware and gets C9 a kill. Now it's Thanatos and Blabber going after Saint. Yeah, he distorts away, but the problem is if you go back, Thanatos is waiting, Blabber's still ready to chase. Dokla can at least rotate over to provide an escape route for his mid laner, but nice punish there from C9.
Yeah, and C9, as we saw in game 1, we see it again, recognizing when they are able to actually jump on someone, and this will give them their second Drake of the game, right? So this is really important. They were able to get the first one off of a reset, despite the fact that Lyon had controlled that kind of bot side of the map. Here, they get it off of a pick, and this is crucial because you are kind of forcing Lyon to be like, okay, you did get off to this nice little early lead, but we are still in this game, and once we get to a certain point, we have faith in our composition to be able to just kind of scale better and take over.
The fact that they get that kill, I mean, the gold lead is not really anything to write home about, right? It is just the 1K, as we do go into a pause here, and you know, with those multiple Kindle gems, we are expecting it's going to be Fimbulwinter, probably Unending Despair as well. It is going to be that tank-style build that I was talking about early. You know, early CDR boots there too for Thanatos, and it's just about getting multiple rounds of spells out over and over and over, being really tanky, being really disruptive for these champions that are reliant on mobility to make plays. Champions like LeBlanc, champions like Lee Sin, it's going to make their life difficult.
Yeah, plus, like I said, you know, Volibear W, the Frenzied Maw, it's already constant healing throughout a fight. The Sky Splitter is already constant shielding throughout the fight. So now we've got constant healing and shielding through abilities, then we'll get constant shielding through Fimbulwinter, plus constant healing through Unending Despair. It's quadruple stuff that makes him not die, and it all procs every few seconds. If you ever wanted to shave your head, but you didn't want to go out and buy a head shaver, just play against this. You'll want to rip all your hair out anyway.
Wow.
I'm serious.
For people that don't know, there were a few, like, people on Lyon were DCing, which is why the pause has been issued. So
yeah, that's no good.
We will see. No, that's not fun. Yeah, they were talking about it in chat. So we'll see. Hopefully that can get solved as quickly as possible. You need to be in the game to play the game.
In chat, like LCS chat, they were talking about that? How did they know? Hold on, I'm going to LCS chat.
Oh, no, I was talking about in-game chat. In-game chat.
Oh, in-game. Oh, okay. I was, all right, never mind LCS chat. Sorry, I thought you guys knew stuff that I didn't know
Lock
somehow.
in, buddy.
Right.
We're back in game.
We're back in it.
Time to get back into the game.
Oh, there's Lau.
Yeah, got a giant King Poro.
Throw it over here.
Yeah, toss that Poro. There we go. All right, we're about to get back into the game. The King Poro is getting tossed around the audience. The vibes are good.
I like the shades. It's kind of the Men in Black vibe, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We just got to be careful about that memory blitzer thing, whatever it is.
Hey, I don't think we have to be careful with that. That would be useful when playing League of Legends.
Honestly,
make it back.
Oh.
What's? Oh god. No.
You guys miss it. You just.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
I got you.
We both got it. We both got it.
All right. Well, what we apparently don't got is internet. So we're still waiting on that to be resolved. As let's see how good these Poro tosses are. All right. Come on. Somebody put some gasoline in it. Let's see that Poro fly.
Yeah. I
saw. Okay. A little bit of contact
DC.
damage on that one. PvP, player versus Poro.
Oh, good catch.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's difficult to do something like this with the weight of a Poro. Like a beach ball is really easy, right? Like you just kind of tap it and it stays in the air. But yeah, a Poro is heavier.
Emily wants him to throw a kettleball in the audience. Just it's a physical test. Do you deserve to watch League of Legends today?
Yeah.
Or have you not proven yourself
You got to
yet?
be able to withstand the
I said a
50-pound
beach
medicine
ball.
ball flying,
wow.
flying through the stands at high velocity.
Hand that to Lau next. Apparently, everyone but Inspired was still having the issue.
Yep. So they're all restarting clients.
They are all restarting their clients.
What if this is just how Inspire punishes them for playing fast and loose while he was gone? You're just, all right, you want to play fast and loose? You're going to play on dial-up internet. We're going to teach you how to slow down.
There you go.
Do you want to hear the worst story of internet while we have time?
All right,
Or,
Emily, regale us with
You're
the
really
tale.
selling us here.
Yeah.
You want to hear the worst story?
It's a League of Legends related. So I believe it was
Okay.
a Demacia Cup game between EDG and Masters 3 when Dade was on it. And basically the internet at the venue was so bad that everyone kept DCing, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they literally could not finish the game. And so as soon as the one person who was able to get in game was Dade, and they were like, okay, Dade, just push the minions so we can end the game. It'll be fine.
It's one guy playing versus 0 in a 10-player game.
Yeah, and so he had to like push the minions all the way in. And then because I think, I forget this part. I just remember Dade had to finish the game, but then Masters 3 ended up losing.
That's a good sign. Sorry.
Couldn't afford a C9 jersey. All right, we're back in game.
All right, we're back in game. Dade pushed the minions. Somebody pushed the reset button on the router. The internet works again, and we're ready to continue playing. And honestly, Lyon has themselves a hell of a gold lead here. Not even 13 minutes into the game. Okay, never mind. It actually just shrunk by 400 as the scoreboard updated. But still, it's 1.3 thousand gold 13 minutes in. That feels good early on.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, especially when you consider it's all on Berserker. And you were talking about how Thanatos is, going to be really frustrating, going to make you pull out your hair. Well, guess who can kill him? A Fed Yunara. So that is going to be pretty difficult for him to deal with. Of course, they do have good engage tools. If you can actually catch Berserker, that's easier said than done. But they have some pretty strong tools with the Shockwave, with the Flag and Drag Flash, with the Volibear Flash Stun. There are ways to lock him down and burst him down, of course. And Cloud9, going to be looking to just continue stack these dragons. Expect Lyon to try to show up to this next one and try to put a stop to that, though.
I feel like I'm always just expecting Berserker to be smashing plates every time he steps up. You already mentioned it when they took the grubs, Azael. It's like, okay, they got ahead early in the 2v2. They've stayed ahead the whole time. They constantly have shove in the lanes. And with these grubs, it's just plate money after plate money for Berserker.
Yeah, and that is where getting that early lead with the Inspired gank was so important, not just for the Yunara Lulu to get ahead, but more importantly to get Tactical and Vulcan behind on this Caitlyn Bard, because Caitlyn Bard is another lane that can just absolutely take over a game, especially when it comes to early turret taking, right? So because the Yunara is so far ahead, because she can play so far up, she is getting so much more gold off of these plates.
Yeah, and Caitlyn's getting nothing. Caitlyn has been in the side lanes. Look at the two Lion towers. They both have 5 plates in the side lanes, right? Caitlyn has not been able to get access to the tower whatsoever. Might have a fight down here, though. A lot of members moving down. You can see 4 members of Lion in the area.
Blabber jumps in for a quick trade on Dokla, but the dominance is popped. Dokla taking a lot of damage here in the front line. Has to try to slice back away to the safety of his team. Flashing away now to try to avoid the Stormbringer. But Tempered Fate will seal Dokla's demise. C9 collapses. They find the pick onto the enemy top laner.
Yeah, they get that pick onto Dokla, and kind of the trade / reprieve for Lyon is, okay, we are going to give all of this money into Saint's pocket as he's going to be pushing in that top side and getting first turret off of it.
And we have seen that one before. They are very happy to give gold over towards Saint. And yeah, Blabber has a little bit of gold lead, but you talked about it was 1.7K. Now it is 2.8K. They get the first tower gold. Yeah, you lose a kill, but you're farming plates across the map here. You are really starting to push these advantages, and it is getting to a very difficult spot where I just don't think C9 is going to be able to challenge this next dragon.
And for any viewers in the audience who were really attached to that 1.7 thousand gold difference, don't worry, it's still here. Berserker has it over Tactical individually, as the Yunara just continues to have a great spot here in the game. We've already got the Kraken Slayer, Zeal in inventory, just continuing again. More and more plates, more and more Void Grub damage for this Yunara. Isles on the Lulu already has the Ardent Sensor completed too. So once it comes to the team fight, I really feel like this first big fight comes down to, does C9 have an angle to insta-give Berserker? And if they don't, they need to reconsider participating in the fight at all.
Yeah, and the ideal thing is they also get Rift Herald, right? Because Rift Herald is such a great tool for them to be able to set up for this third Drake fight.
I just think realistically, C9, unless they can get like a random pick before it, shouldn't even be trying to fight it, right?
Yeah.
You have a very strong scaling composition. We talked about the power they're going to have in the late game. yeah, you're down cold, but you got the first 2 dragons. You don't have to worry about soul for ages. You can give up a dragon or 2. You can play cross map. You can try to take a bit of a page out of Lion's book, steal away some camps, push, get some plates. There's going to be a lot of plates available to farm for them. So if they can kind of shrink that gold lead a little bit, it will be beneficial. And I mean, you look at Berserker, he's on 2 completed items. Saint is going to be on 2 completed items, you know, relatively soon as well. I just don't think C9 are in a position where they should be able to fight for this, but they're here and they disagree. So they're going to try to go for it. And right now, it's actually Lyon that are late to the show.
Yeah, C9 are catching them a little off guard here, being first to the stage. Remember that they will have those Caitlyn traps to try to use to protect themselves, but it's already Inspired driving the Herald straight towards C9 lines. He drives in as Saint's already on the right side of the fight. C9 backing away for now. Dokla's already popped the Dominus. Dragon down to 2,500. Blabber's going to be your target. Blabber jumps in, but he's instantly killed. The burst coming in from Saint is more than enough as Inspired secures the Ocean Drake. Blabber, he thought he was going in for a smite fight, but he gets jumped by the solo lane combo there from Lyon.
And that's disastrous, and it's exactly why we were like, don't fight this C9, because Lyon are in such a great position. The Battle Herald to start it off, Saint on the flank, immediately onto Blabber. As soon as he tries, they get the Drake, and they're gonna get this tier 1 bot as well, right to Dokla.
Exactly, I mean, it's I just feel like it was really unrealistic to think about a way in which they would win the fight unless it's lying in 5-man shockwave or something ridiculous. So now you lose the fight that you're already going to lose, and we'll see if they can get a kill back here.
Yep, they're going after Big Dokes. Thanatos can do plenty of damage here on this Volley Bear, but again, it has to happen slowly over time. Vulcan does provide enough follow-up CC, though, for Thanatos to keep this Crocodile locked up. Just gonna need one more Thundering Smash to hit him over the head. Take a bite, the Croc is dead. Thanatos grabbing his 2nd kill of the game off of that one.
That is something to get back, but I mean, you could have just traded for gold, right? And at the end of the day, we do see Blabber here trying to go in, uses the Blast Cone, but Saint has no hesitation, goes immediately on him. It's QRQW, you lose all your health, goes in, gets kicked in the head there by Blabber, Dragon is secured, and C9 just has to retreat immediately. You could have been taking camps on top side, you could have been pushing in, trying to get plates, and tried to shrink that gold lead. Instead, you lost the Dragon anyway, and the gold lead went from that 2.7K up to about 4.5K. Now it has shrunk down as they got the kill onto Dokla. They made some plays back, farmed up some waves, but I just feel like C9 should have kind of seen that one coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
QRQ. Kirkwa.
There you go.
It's the Kirkwa.
It's the Kirkwa combo.
He hit him with the Kirkwa, and there was nothing left. There was no way for Blabber to try to get out of that one. I mean, Blabber has his Death Dance completed as his 2nd full item now, as Berserker gets away there. Vulcan trying to flash forward for the Cosmic Binding to catch the Yunara. However, Berserker uses the Transcend oneself, manages to make that extra distance with the Conmaze step, avoid the potential catch without spending his own flash.
And this is how Berserker can be so annoying, right? Because again, he feels so comfortable playing this aggressively, sidesteps the Bard ult right there as I say that. Even despite the fact that C9 could see that the 2 solo laners are on either side of the map.
All right, now Isles has to be a little bit careful here. He was the frontmost member of Lyon, but he can just walk back away there easily. You can see Cosmic Drive fully completed for Saint. Lots of extra cooldown reduction, lots of extra poke potential. Next Scuttle Crab is going to spawn as Blabber jumps forward, looking to contest for that one, but immediately gets shot as he tries to enter into the battleground, but should be able to secure this crab nonetheless, thanks to the extra damage coming out from Tactical. Saint with some damage onto Thanatos as Blabber has to continue retreating. Thanatos very, very low. Stormbringer over the wall. Thanatos going on a magical journey, getting away. That tier 1 turret still standing is a pretty big deal here for C9. The low health bars don't turn into deaths as they all exfiltrate.
I mean, that was a little bit crazy. That was 10 members topside for a crab fight, and Thanatos TP'd for it.
It's a C9 game, bro.
There you go.
You gotta get that crab.
Wait, who got the crab?
It was C9.
Yeah.
That's a win.
Yeah, they got
That's
the
a
crab.
win. That's an easy win,
crabbing.
too. Yeah.
That's why it was always fun talking to Sven last week about how Blabber always calls for these plays so he can get crabs. However, if you're around in the next few weeks, you can come see us at the Riot Games Arena. We will be back in the Riot Games Arena for the rest of the split until finals weekend, as you can see. So scan the QR code to get your tickets because we're doing a bunch of fun stuff over here.
Yeah, we got themes every single week. We're going to have all kinds of fun stuff going on here. And then, of course, we're going to be going on the road to Atlanta for finals, which should be a blast. And C9 trying to find some action there. Maybe felt like they could try to force something because Berserker had no ult. He had already transcended oneself, and he could not again.
To transcend oneself when oneself has already been transcended is not fortuitous for one, now is it, Isaac?
Facts.
Correct. However, one thing that's also not fortuitous for C9, you mentioned a little bit ago that for C9, they've got good scaling. They had the first 2 dragons, so they can kind of put it on cruise control for a while. But the problem is, they're on cruise control on the highway to hell. That gold is 4,000 now for Lyon, 22 minutes into the game. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for the boys in blue. As Dokla pops the Dominus, goes in after Loki, takes about half of his health bar, but trying to be a little bit careful here. He knows that backup for C9 is coming, so not going to commit any further.
Yeah, and I think the crucial thing is who's that gold lead on, right? We've talked about how strong Berserker is at this point and how he is kind of their late game insurance policy. But Saint is no slouch either. He's going to be really dangerous in these fights. Basically, Volibear is kind of the only person he can't really go in and like blow up, as you kind of saw from that fight over Crab. However, everyone else, like Tactical right here, is in trouble because of the amount of damage that Saint can pump out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blabber, a lot of pings onto him. They spot him on that top side. He could be in a bit of trouble as well.
Meanwhile, that's going to be Ocean Drake number 2. Therefore, Inspired Blabber, he uses the Cataclysm to get to Dokla as a gap extender, and then just continues to immediately flash as soon as he lands. He does not want to allow Dokla to land the point and click a Ruthless Predator stun.
He had to get out of Doke.
Yeah. That was terrible.
You both laughed. You both laughed.
That's not, bro.
Oh, no.
Bro. That's...
I call that an absolute win. I got laughs and boos. I've won on both sides.
No, that's...
Now I feel bad.
All right, Emily, we're going to move straight past that this way over to this Lion squad. It's 4,500 gold ahead. The Dragons are all tied up. Berserker has his sniper scope with his Hex Optics C44 alongside the Fiend Hunter bolts. Why would you put a sniper scope on a crossbow? It doesn't matter. It's still going to hurt when C9 walks in range of it. But Berserker has almost been passed for largest individual lead on the team by this LeBlanc, by this terror for anyone that is not named Thanatos. Vulcan there immediately just pops the magical journey to get away from the proc on the ethereal chains. Now, Tactical does have 2 fully completed items of his own. The only bad part about that is Berserker has 3.
Yeah.
So these are the playoff implications here. So if Lion wins, TL is locked for top 2, which would be the bye. So that is the all-important thing here for those top teams, fighting for the top 2, trying to earn that bye, and Lion would move to that 64% chance to lock it. C9 would have a very slight chance, but they would still have some scenarios where they could get it.
And this is huge because that top 2, that bye matters so much. It's such an easier path to qualifying as one of our world's teams. And we've talked about how desperately C9 want to be able to prove that they can make it back to Worlds.
It has been 8 international qualifying matches in a row that Cloud9 has lost. It is not just when number 1 team goes. Well, if number 1 team goes, they're getting second. If number 2 team goes, they're getting third. If 3 teams go, they're going to get fourth. And that is how it has been for year after year after year, 8 times in a row now for Cloud9, which is a historic drought for them for sure. They used to be a shoo-in for Worlds every single year. You knew they were going to go. You knew they were going to perform well. And they are trying to get back to it.
I mean, you remember the last time that North America made semifinal or made it to semifinals at Worlds was 2018 Cloud9.
With Zazel
and
Licorice.
It's a throwback, but it's true. This is one of the orgs that has been able to take North America further at internationals than other organizations have. And for them to be absent, like you're saying, for 8 qualifiers in a row, they've got to not just be hungry for this, man. They got to be starving.
And the crazy thing is, it's not even like they weren't competitive. It's, they're just a bad team and then they didn't go. No, they're dominating so many of these regular seasons. They're number 1 in the regular season, and then they don't go, which I think makes it hurt that much more. But one of the teams that has been stopping them is their opponents here today. Last time these 2 teams did actually play each other, Lyon won that matchup 3-0 here, and was part of that denial of another international trip.
And also accomplished the feat of having you say something nice about Misfortune, because Berserker absolutely popped off on MF.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, they looked like they were in a losing position, and then Berserker destroyed people on Misfortune, and they won.
There you go.
Berserker berserked. As Cloud9 is still kind of just chilling, scaling. We do have our first Guardian Angel of the game up and running over there on Inspired Lee Sin. Azale, you talked in game number 1 about how when he has the Guardian Angel, he turns himself into a human missile. He flies towards the carries, he causes a ruckus, he creates so much space for the rest of the team, especially on a playmaker like Lee. I expect that to be the case here. And you can see Inspired kind of just soloing Baron very slowly right now while the rest of the team keeps an eye on the C9 approach. Inspired's not really taking any damage from this. So he will finally back away now because they get the commit of the teleport from Thanatos, who walks all the way over, sees that Lyon has left, and now, meanwhile, Dokla's going to push bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is really clever from Lyon because Dokla is going to end up getting this entire tier 2 turret for himself as the minions finish it off. And really nice, again, to be able to pull that teleport off of Thanatos. Initially, I actually just thought Thanatos was going to rotate up to try to stop it, but they must have thought it was a greater threat than it initially ended up being. But again, this gives Lyon complete bot side control just in time for the 5th Drake on the map.
And critically, it's Lyon first to the river. Because of that control, it means that there are not Caitlyn traps set up on the approach to this area. Dokla trying to find his way around here, does get caught on the right side of that river. Taken very low, but he will not be shot down by the ace in the hole. Inspired is there to soak the bullet. Tempered Fate's not going to find anything onto Berserker or Isles. Berserker has already used the ultimate here on the Yunara. You can see Dokla's going to go ahead, take his recall. His teleport is not available. He will not be able to rejoin this fight here immediately, and now that Caitlyn trap line is being set.
This is actually such a good start, though, for C9. Right after Dokla DPs, he loses his ult. Then, yeah, sure, the Bard ult got avoided, but it was Isles Flash and Berserker that had the RE to dash out of it. So they're going to try to go other side and force on the Baron here, but they're missing some key tools.
Exactly. Lyon is saying we can't challenge for the Drake. It's soul point over to C9. They have the trap line. We can't do anything about it. They go for the Baron potentially, but C9's ready to follow it, so Lyon has to pull off the objective. Now Inspired, maybe still looking for an angle to engage here. Dokla slices forward, but the Ruthless Predator's not going to get much. Vulcan buffers through it with the Magical Journey, gets himself away. Tactical setting down traps at the entry to that portal to try to catch anybody that would follow.
And this is just great play here from C9. They show up, and it's kind of on a bit of a fishing expedition, right? If it's an even fight, you know you cannot win, but they spot Dokla having TP'd in. Yeah. They can get the jump on him, and Lyon have no hard engage. They have no real way to force C9 to stick around, so they push Dokla out, they take the dragon, move to Soul Point, then go over and say, yep, you're off the Baron too, and still Lyon cannot force a fight. There is no hard engage, there is no Nautilus flying in, there's no really anything to force C9, so they deflect the Baron, they move to Soul Point, they back up, and they continue scaling.
And it buys them so much time because now they are on the team that does have Soul Point, as Blabber going to take some damage from Saint. They're going to kind of get pushed out. I'm also glad you called out that Bard ult in that fight too, because it really separated Isles and Berserker from being able to do anything. But now Lyon are back on the Baron.
Yeah, it's Lyon's turn to dare C9 to answer them. As C9 grouped up as 5, ready to try to approach this. Blabber did heal most of the damage that he took from Saint with the Honey Fruits. Baron down to about 1/3 HP. Lyon not trying to rush this on DPS. Dominus popped by Dokla to at least charge up that rage, as the Tempered Fate was already used onto the Baron itself. Berserker keeping C9 away. The Baron still at about 5,000 HP. Inspired and Dokla still on it, but still not burning it. Control ward from C9 over the wall is a little bit dangerous to try to clear out because you would take the poke damage if you stand there and hit it. So Baron instead, the call is to let it go from Lyon.
It's another pretty good play here from C9. They move it enough, they pull Lyon off, and then you notice when Inspired pulled off is when Loki has held his Shockwave, gets over the wall, places the ball on the Baron because it is so hard to outsmite Shockwave plus the Flag and Drag smite. You know, that combo there from C9 can be pretty difficult to deal with. So, of course, didn't want to just flip it and risk losing a fight like that because while Lyon is still fully in control, one really bad fight, and all of a sudden the scaling is going to kick in. All of a sudden, C9 is going to be ahead enough. So that's why we see Lyon just coming back to the Baron on repeat, trying to force this because they're not the ones at Soul Point, and they don't feel like we can wait till this next dragon, then the one after that to be able to force something.
Okay, C9 again, still grouped up, putting down these defensive traps in the brushes for when Lyon tries to step up and control vision here in the C9 red buff jungle. Lyon with the control ward here in the Baron pit, gives them the green light to start up the objective. Yet again, once more, it's on C9 to answer this challenge. Control ward over the wall, scares Lyon back away. Berserker throws out the Arc of Judgment. Not gonna find Thanatos with that one, but the Ethereal Chains do hit the bear.
Ooh.
And the damage from Berserker's Yunara is massive. He transcends yet again, so they have spent that powerful teamfight ulti, but it forces Thanatos back. Keep in mind though, the teleport is available on the Volibear, but the ultimate is not. So he will be limited in how he can enter into the next fight. C9 is going to bring Thanatos back with that TP now. So once more, it's the TP being forced out of the C9 top laner as now Lyon backs away.
But this game is just becoming a stalemate, which really does favor Cloud9. And we're seeing Lyon, because of that lack of engage, because the game is not just 100% in their control now, they're trying to force C9 in. They're trying to make them take a fight, and they are just refusing to. And this is Lyon without Inspired. That's the number at the top. Their fight, that is Inspired in game 3 here. They are the ones in control. C9 are refusing to fight, and combined kills a minute going down.
Yeah, we're now at 0.23 in this game.
It's not a good number, Emily.
No, it's not.
It needs to be a bigger number.
Yeah.
I wish that number was a lot
It
more.
will go up before the game ends.
It will be more.
I give you my personal guarantee.
Well, actually, it could not, right? Because even if we get more kills, the time is still going the entire time.
We're going to get like 8 kills in one fight, and then the game will end.
In the time we were just talking, more time passed with no kills.
But only 7 kills in 33 minutes. We're pumping those numbers up, Emily.
I hope we do.
Well, we have a really good chance here in about 20 seconds because it will be Ocean Soul if C9 secures it. As Lyon stepping forward, trying to get a chunk onto the enemy jungler before the objective spawns. Turn this fight into not quite a fight, but Blabber staying mostly healthy. Should be able to heal up a little bit off of the Gromp here. As Vulcan and Blabber going to step forward. Vulcan is caught by the Ethereal Chains. Half HP from the Bard. Thanatos also has to be mindful. Berserker does not want to commit the Transcend here just yet. They know they're going to need it for the following fight. As they continue clearing out the vision, Berserker going to step forward, Arc of Judgment yet again, single auto attack. This time he has to pop the Transcend to use the Conmay step to get away. And now Berserker looking for the opportunity to find a little bit more. Dokla coming around here with the Dominus. They try to jump in with Inspired, grabbing the Wild Growth. It's Dokla into the back line, finds the damage on the Tactical. There's your assassination. Loki's about to fall here too, and Blabber also dies. Everybody on Cloud9 is wiped out. If you're wearing a blue jersey, you better close your eyes. It's good night, Cloud9. And Lyon just tear them to ribbons. Ace for nothing.
That is the Lyon team fighting we are so used to seeing. They wait for their moment. As soon as that damage came out from Berserker, you saw Dokla immediately coming around. They absolutely wiped that fight.
It might have been a slow burn, but it's C9 who find their Nexus on fire. Lyon find the team fight they were waiting on. 8-4, 34 minutes into the game. Lyon will 2-0 sweep C9.
Inspired is back, and let me say, Cloud9 didn't miss him because he gives them another sweep on his return. Looking good, looking in control. Lyon setting themselves up for this battle against the undefeated Team Liquid tomorrow.
And doing it in such a classic Lyon fashion, right? Where like it's building up. We're like, okay, they keep baiting out this Baron. They keep trying to get C9 to fight them because they don't have the same amount of engage. They know that they're going to end up getting outscaled as we see them bowing victorious in front of their home crowd. And yeah, Inspired is definitely back because this is just classic Lyon. We saw the seeding objectives to get other stuff on the map. We saw the decreased combined kills per minute. And most importantly, we saw these insane snap team fights where they just decide, okay, we have the opportunity, we are going now.
And I would just say we saw an incredible understanding of exactly what they need to do to win the game, right? That is really what defines an Inspired team to me. Whether it is play slow, play fast, he knows exactly how he wants to play. I think back to very early on in this game, the 3-camp gank completely changed the entire story of this game. You put the Bard Caitlyn behind, Berserker stayed ahead for the rest of the game, and then from an advantage, they are constantly pushing on Baron, trying to draw C9 in, waiting for their moment, building up those incremental leads until it is a mountain of gold in Lyon's favor, and then one fight, the game ends.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we talked about how the scaling is so powerful on C9. Lion's got to get ahead. They got to use these playmakers that can give you the momentum to allow Yunara to scale. Inspired, getting that first blood in the bottom side, setting it up for Berserker, also forcing the flash early out of Saint over in mid lane, or out of Loki in mid lane, excuse me, to allow Saint to have control through his LeBlanc. And wouldn't you know it, both of those carries end up just being massive throughout the game, despite the fact that there's not a lot of blood all over the floor, because honestly, we weren't having a whole lot of kills either way. It was still big moves from Lyon as a whole, making it all work out. And now it's time to join Calypso and Inspired for an interview.
Muchachos, estamos inspirados el día de hoy. Tenemos al capitán acá de Lyon finalmente de vuelta. Inspired, you are finally back. But before we start the interview, I cannot start without you probably saying hi to the audience in your home. Hola chingones, nos dice acá, Inspire. First of all, I want to know like your thoughts on Lyon regular season without you, because you had your well-deserved time off. How do you see like the game overall?
They did very well. Honestly, I'm surprised with how big of a leads my teammates are able to create in the laning phases, because I think in Split 1 we were winning more of team fighting, same honestly around Split 2, but today at least it felt like we just farmed for 15 minutes and we have a pretty big lead in the game. So my job is very easy.
Okay, I'm going to translate real quick. Acá Inspire nos contaba un poco, yo le pregunté cómo se siente con cómo vio a su equipo con este tiempo que estuvo fuera, y me dijo, la verdad es que sí estoy muy confiada con todo lo que resultó dentro del equipo. Está muy contento con lo que fue el laning phase en general. Ellos se mantuvieron bastante bien. Antes eran más fuertes en teamfights y ahora están completándose como equipo. Inspire, I want to ask you a little bit of the games this series overall. I felt like the objectives were a little bit like 50-50 overall, that didn't have that much of commitment as a team. What are your thoughts in that, and how do you guys like figure out that first game that lasts so much for you?
I think there was a lot of miscommunications during today's series. I felt like, I think we were a little bit nervous, even though it was just a regular season game. And I think enemies also didn't want to fight us too much, so it was like up to us whenever we wanted to do something on the map. And the games felt pretty in control, except maybe the beginning of game 1. But once we got into team fights, it felt like we were just a stronger team. So.
Okay. Good point, actually. Yo le pregunté un poco de las situaciones de los objetivos neutrales, porque la verdad se sintieron de que iban a Baron, volvían, iban a Baron, volvían. Pero también es mucho el playstyle de C9, ¿no? Como que ellos esperan a que se cometa algún error, y si no hay ningún commit, pues obviamente es mejor dejar los objetivos y jugarla a la safe. Last question that I want to ask you, Inspire. Tomorrow you're having this match against Team Liquid. You guys are doing amazing, both of you. So what do you think Lyon has as a key feature that you can win the series against Team Liquid?
I'm not sure. I think we are just better players individually. I think.
Okay.
I think if we play well, we should be able to win. But I'm not really thinking about it too much. Honestly, it's a good test before playoffs. Like even today game, I think. We need to play better in playoffs against Cloud9, because I do think that they had situations where they could have won the games. So I'm not feeling super confident yet. I'm happy we won, and just gotta keep working.
Sleep on that. You gotta save your forces. So thank you, Inspire, so much for taking the time to make it into this interview. Any last words you want to say to the audience?
Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for all your support. And
this is amazing.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Back to you guys on the studio.
Great interview. Great to have Inspired back.
Yep.
I was tired of Lyon playing all these like up-tempo, high-kill games.
Yep.
I think it's nice to
You were
have.
tired of?
Yeah,
You were
8
tired of everyone
kills
trying to solo
in
kill?
38 minutes.
You really needed to slow it down.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a 3-way tie for player of the game.
In there. We need to get in there.
Which means Twitch chat is going to get to decide the vote. You can spam the ballots at the moment. I said it was Saint. He's not doing well. So I'm going to type Saint a bunch of times to try and boost that up.
No.
Boost your own?
I'm trying to boost it.
No.
Get my boy Berserker. Oh, he was already
so
winning.
much faster than you
Oh,
are.
we already got it.
We were already
I'm
right.
so much faster.
Stop the vote.
Right
we
now.
We don't need this happening right here.
You can't save
Look
that,
at it. It's going up so high.
No.
Oh, Berserker wins.
There it is. There it is.
Vote manipulation. He won with less than a majority. It's a Canadian election right here, Raz.
Yeah, actually. We need combined votes.
It's a minority player of the game right here.
We need combined votes. We all need to agree to get the majority.
Yeah. Call for a new election. New
yeah. We're not pro-roguing
Berserker can decide whenever he wants it, whether this happens. I mean, still a 2-0.
Yeah.
For these guys. And Berserker was incredibly steady. I'd say Inspired had some good early game ganks. And I'd say the unsung hero for me would be Dokla.
Yeah.
Just because of how ineffective Thanatos was in the series. And normally we're always talking about Thanatos in this game. So, pretty good.
Really good. It's very interesting to see Dokla's progression throughout the year, but also game one, in my heart of hearts, still believe he gets that one. And there are so many fights.
Dude, he fell off so hard in the later stages. Past 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Pre-20 minutes, I'm with you. You got my vote. I'm big dope.
But they got that tactical kill at the end of the game. Got their flash. That's all I'm saying. But yes, I feel like everyone is doing their part. And I was actually kind of shocked how good and unrusted Inspired was.
True. I gotta say it. I think they're gonna win again, the split.
Oh my God!
I agree.
TL, you gave up on TL already?
Yeah.
Before they even played?
What? Line looks good.
This is crazy. I'm not sold yet.
Here's today's player of the games. Berserker.
It's a Berserker barrage.
Contracto.
80 carries OP or what?
Oh, I like this. Rather than having a duplicate Yawn and Berserker, they're just like, oh, by the way, they both won twice.
I feel like this is all stages of a confrontation happening here. Contracts. All 3 stages.
Get over here.
Come over here.
And Berserker guns him down.
That's perfect. Well done, everyone.
No.
Remember to walk away. Remember to walk away from a confrontation, friends. But yeah, take a look at the standings here. Remember, Team Liquid, top of the table, might change tomorrow as they face Lyon.
True. They could clinch top 2 with a win, though, which is the playoff bye. So we do have our 6 playoff teams. Disguised and Dignitas have been eliminated. The other 6 are going into playoffs. But top 2 with the playoff bye yet to be decided. And this is tomorrow. Right off the bat, do not be late.
Woo! Been waiting the whole split for this. I'm waiting all summer to see Team Liquid versus Lyon.
Yeah, Lyon. Inspired's been waiting an entire day to get to play Team Liquid. Now that he's back on stage. And then C9 Shopify, actually super interesting. C9 looked very impatient today. Shopify had that really good game 1 that Kangas was thrilled to see. Check Raz's Twitter for that photo.
Please check it. Check my Twitter account. It was
It's on his Twitter. It's safe.
Yeah.
For Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a safe photo. That's it for us.
Kangas was really excited.
My coffee. We gotta finish the coffee.
4 Eastern, 1 Pacific for Lyon versus Team Liquid. We're rating double if, so say hi. See ya.
She just hit Emily.
Roger, Raz, it's time to start the show in Mexico City with Shopify Rebellion up against Team Liquid to kick things off for this Homegrounds weekend.
Nico Spar, we can fight.
IMGA.
I'm hitting
Kali.
I'm killing a Kali. Killing a Kali.
Nico flash out. Try to kill a Kali. It's still winning.
Yeah, we can still win.
Trundle no flash.
Trundle no flash. I'm looking. Anyone have spells?
Shopify Rebellion weather the storm, and they will give Team Liquid their first game loss of the summer split.
Zazel with the soul unbound, he just snaps back to safety. Teleport flank coming in, and now everybody's jumping onto Zinni. CoreJJ leading the charge. In comes a Fade Sealed. Zinni's locked down for days, and he's out of there. Now Contracts in a world of hurt as Morgan completed the teleport flank. And everybody on Shopify is roasting under their turret. Team Liquid just got a 3 for 0.
This anime is a flash, Nico.
Fight.
Anime the flash.
Anime is good.
Keep going. Follow.
Boom. Cannon. Boom, 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 boom.
They make Shopify roll over in Game 3. GG! Team Liquid take the series 2-1.
Welcome everybody here to another exciting best of 3 between Lyon and C9 coming up in just a few short moments.
Oh, look, they're face checking.
Yeah, I mean, we can fight soon.
Look.
Look. Six side.
Yon.
Yeah, slow.
I have no ult now.
Lapin, just keep front. They cannot damage you.
And Lyon, 47 minutes in, take game 1.
I'm looking at Caitlyn.
Yeah. Looks good, yeah.
Hit cut.
We got it, I think. Oh.
Flash. I thought she would flash. Why did she not flash? The bot might be here.
Go.
Okay.
Can't see nothing.
Alright. Looks good.
Yeah.
Can we get Oriana and bot?
My
Lyon will 2-0 sweep C9.